expanding the West's global tech partnership into Latin America, Asia, and Africa, as well as towards the private sector. A keynote by Pavel Sirani, vice chairman of the board of ČEZ Group, argued for more integration in energy to enhance Europe's security. To round out the day, a multifaceted panel of government voices expanded on energy integration as the key to resilience while remaining open to collaboration beyond Europe. What an inspiring first day of opinions, expert inputs, and strategies. But we're not going anywhere. Follow us on social media and see you on day 2.
Good morning, everyone, and welcome back to the Albright stage for day 2 of GLOBSEC 2025. If you didn't see me yesterday, I'm one of your MCs. My name is Latika Burke. I'm a writer-at-large based in London for the Nightly Australia. Well, it was a beautiful evening last night at Prague Castle. I think I see some faces of those who were there, and the presentation of the awards to Andreas Kubilius, the European Commissioner for Defence and Space, and Tomáš Požár, Czech diplomat and, of course, Czechia's National Security Advisor. Today we continue on all of the 3 stages. So the Havel downstairs is the main stage, we have the Schwarzenberg stage, and of course right here the Albright stage. I'll be hosting a panel here later on decarbonisation, so I hope to see you back for that too. There's loads of sides events happening around the hotel. You know where to go, you know where to find them, and slip in and out of those if you see them as you like. And tonight everybody is invited to the cocktail party at Zoffen Palace, and there'll be buses leaving for that. So you will get that information later on in the evening. You're all welcome to join, and hope to see you there. So to start with today's panel, we will have a subject discussion of reassessing NATO's deterrence, a strategic perspective, and I can see why the room is packed out for this one. To open this panel, please welcome your moderator, Tomáš Nagy, Senior Fellow at GLOBSEC. Thank you, Tomáš.
Thank you very much. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you very much for coming to this fantastic forum and joining us for this day, full of really interesting discussion. Second day is usually the best day for those who are interested in defense, so I think you are at the right place. I am a fellow within the Defense and Security Program, and I had a privilege and pleasure to lead GLOBSEC's work on NATO nuclear deterrence over the course of the past year. And we have produced a report which we think is really interesting, and we would like to offer you to read and to engage with. It's a result, a couple of works on probably, let me start with methodology and answering the obvious questions, why? Well, for such an audience, it's a pretty easy case. We have a return of full-scale, high-intensity warfare to Europe. We have a situation in which the US is facing a challenge to essentially manage kind of rebalancing between Pacific and European theater. We have a number of trends that are really interesting in ballistics, in international politics and nuclear weapons. But first and foremost, we have a situation in which we see how nuclear coercion is pretty much incorporated into the STRATCOM policy of a country that is currently waging a war of aggression against a European nation. Those are really the main factors that are driving these debates. The debates that is really much surfacing back to the public domain. Nuclear politics is now discussed in universities, think tanks, NGO circles, at the governmental level, to the extent that we have not seen over the course of probably the past 20 to 30 years. And that had really made us to look into this. Our approach was clear. There is a long-term debate how to adapt our posture, how to adapt our policies, but we really opted for taking a look into what NATO can do in the course of the next 2 to 5 years, so within the mandate of people who have now power and who can influence things. We looked at all of the 3 pillars of deterrence, so capabilities, resolve, and communication, because we think that there is a room for improvement, the room for adaptation that could enhance NATO's deterrence posture and policy. I would like to reiterate that our recommendations look at the time frame from 2 to 5 years. So obviously there are some limitations of what can be done, and there are some limitations of what can possibly be done. I'm not going to go through the priorities. The report is pretty much an invitation for a continuous debate that we would like to engage in, and we would like to welcome you to. But you can get probably a good idea going through the list of some of the highlights that I would like to mention. The good news is that the debate is a continuous one, an ongoing one, and right after my intervention, you will have a stellar lineup of speakers who will contribute with, I would say, a broader set of perspectives on how NATO should be framing its deterrence policy. Important element, the theme of this conference is scaling up our work in Europe, and that's very much relevant to NATO's nuclear deterrence policy. We honestly believe that we have a framework within which we can do the best of possibilities. Definitely, Europe can and should do more. Also, in terms of how we manage the distribution of tasks and how we manage burden sharing within a nuclear deterrence policy within NATO. One thing to recognize, NATO has changed over the course of the past 20 years significantly. We have a completely different geography, not just a different set of challenges. And there is a potentially upgraded role that new members can play. It doesn't really mean that these countries need to host nuclear weapons or anything of that nature, but there's a tremendous room that these countries can play, even with their conventional assets, and we would like to continue the debate on it. A couple of key recommendations. Obviously, you can see these. These are the part of the broader framework. If you want to read and get more into it, and I would really welcome you and invite you to do that, you can read the report digitally. There are physical copies still, some around. Whether you are into the nuclear politics for a long time, whether you're just starting or you have not started yet, but you want to do this, we would like to help you, and hopefully this report will help you to embark on this path. Thank you very much, and enjoy the show. The upcoming panel is super. I'm really looking forward to it. Thank you very much for being us once again, and enjoy the show for the remaining of the conference. Thank you very much.
Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome the moderator of the next session, Patrick Tucker.
And now you may welcome me. Sorry. All right. I'm Patrick Tucker. I'm the Science and Technology Editor at Defense One. Thank you all for being here this morning for this discussion on nuclear deterrence, nuclear posture, NATO, assurance to resilience, adapting NATO's nuclear deterrence policy. Having this discussion this morning in Prague, incredibly fitting. Prague is a fantastic and beautiful city, and I was told recently that part of the reason it is so beautiful is, of course, the architecture, centuries old, that it retains. And part of the reason it retains that architecture is because, similar to Vienna, if you've ever been, and similar to Kyoto, Japan, it was able to avoid large-scale bombing during World War II. And that is, in part, because of the arrival of the nuclear age. More so in the Asian theater than in the European theater, but Axis was working on a nuclear weapon, the Allies were working on a nuclear weapon. Had that race gone differently, this entire place might look different. And so it's poignant to be here today. And also, there's a news cycle that I think we want some reassurance on, want some guidance on. Over the last 24 hours, of course, we saw Israel take unilateral action against a variety of different Iranian nuclear sites. This comes on the heels of a very recent, startling, somewhat impressive Ukrainian raid on Russian strategic bomber forces. A lot of nuclear saber rattling out of the Kremlin. Transatlantic uncertainty about the future of the American aspect of the nuclear deterrent umbrella. And so with that, good morning. Please join me in welcoming my guests to the stage. Mr. Jim Stokes, Director of Nuclear Policy at NATO. General Karel Řehka, Chief of the General Staff for the Republic of the Czech Republic. Brian Finlay, CEO of the Stimson Center. And John Clark, Lockheed Martin, Missile and Fire Control. Please join me in welcoming my panelists. All right. John, I'm sorry I called you Jim Banks. So with that opener, that framing, and of course the headlines that we're all seeing right now, the headlines that we've been seeing for the past week, the apparent sort of breakdown of previous nuclear assurances, the need to create a new sense of what deterrence is in a new allied structure. Let me start and ask all of you very quickly some reactions to what you've seen over the last 24 hours out of Israel, this unilateral strike on Iranian nuclear sites. Jim, how you feeling?
Well, I was a bit surprised when I woke up this morning to see the news. Obviously, it's not quite the nuclear issues I thought we'd be talking about today on the panel, but just to start off, I do want to say thanks to the organizers for inviting me here to speak today. It's great to be back in Prague. I really do love the city. And Tomáš, that was an excellent report. I'm hoping to comment on it later on today. Really good recommendations. It was wonderful working with you in Brussels, and great to see you again. I think, on the news that we all read when we woke up this morning, I mean, it was perhaps a bit surprising to see, although there had been some rumors of this for a while. Within NATO, we've been concerned about Iran's destabilizing activities in the Middle East for a long time, as well as, its support for Russia in its war against Ukraine. I don't have anything specifically to comment about the military operation that occurred recently, but there has been a longstanding concern about Iran developing its own nuclear weapons capability, despite being a member of the Nuclear Non-Proliferation Treaty, which means it has an international obligation to not develop nuclear weapons. So I think we've often encouraged Iran to continue with, peaceful civilian nuclear energy program and not to develop a nuclear weapon. But other than that, I don't know that I have anything to comment on that.
Have you seen anything suggesting that Iran? For years, I've been covering Iran nuclear weapons development, and the thing was they were always 2 weeks away. For years, they've been 2 weeks away from the development of a nuclear weapon. It was sort of the narrative that sort of was pushed out. Had you seen anyone in NATO talking about any changes to their program recently? It seems an odd time to do it since the collapse of the Assad regime and, of course, the decimation of Hezbollah. It seems an odd time to accelerate their nuclear weapons program.
Well, I think that there's been a variety of different estimates over many years, if not decades, about how long it might actually take Iran to develop a nuclear weapons capability. And again, without going into any details about that, but the timing of this operation or anything else that's being done, it's really not for me to comment on as a NATO official. But certainly we are, continuing to watch the situation overall in the Middle East, the ongoing conflicts that are happening there, and we'll continue to monitor the situation.
Okay. Very quickly, Brian, I wanted to see if you had any thoughts on the news of the last 24 hours and how that affects global stability around nuclear deterrence.
Well, Patrick, to me, it's a little bit less surprising that that we are where we are. In truth, I think the Prime Minister of Israel has been very clear and quite precise in warning that this day was in the offing. I think in some ways the more troublesome and interesting question is, what is the fallout? What comes next? I think, the U.S. President Trump was very clear in the days leading up to these strikes that he did not want to see these strikes, that they are in a period of intense negotiations with Tehran. And so I think we are entering into what is clearly a much less stable place, not just with Iran, but I think with, from Washington's perspective, with America's allies in the region as well.
Yeah, I thought that Secretary of State Marco Rubio's statement pointing out explicitly the unilateral nature of these strikes was somewhat telling. So very briefly, before we move on, anyone on the stage, does anyone think that these strikes make the world more stable, particularly from a nuclear deterrent perspective? Raise your hand if you...
I think it does make it more stable in that I'm sure the Israeli strikes were effective and will push out the chance of Iran having nuclear weapons. But Patrick, I'd like to also point out that part of the news story was the incoming 200 to 400 drones that Iran has launched. And it just highlights the importance of having an effective integrated air and missile defense. Now, the Israelis, of course, have Iron Dome and Iron Beam now. But from a Lockheed perspective, the PAC-3 and THAAD system, both hit-to-kill technology, are very effective against ballistic missiles and cruise missiles, and that, of course, Iran is going to retaliate, so having that strong air defense is really important.
Yes, and I think we do want to get into the future of a variety of different missile defense regimes, particularly for the European theater, very important right now. And all of the news out of Washington as well about the construction of large-scale missile defense under the Golden Dome regime. Different aspects of that. Much of Golden Dome already exists, and some of it seems a bit more speculative, but it is an ambitious idea. Let me stick with you, Jim, real quick, and move on to Europe. NATO's nuclear posture still relies very much on US-based nuclear umbrella. What are the conversations that are happening right now in NATO about the credibility of extended deterrence if the US were, for instance, to scale back forces perhaps in Germany, which might require them to move nuclear weapons out of Germany, further putting emphasis on that French nuclear umbrella? How do you see the conversation happening within NATO?
Well, first of all, I mean, it does rain a lot in Brussels, but we don't typically refer to a nuclear umbrella. We have umbrellas for all the rain that we have there. And just because it's kind of an artificiality that's used in the public domain, but it also leads to a lot of criticism that we've received from Russia and China about the way that we have the different components of our nuclear alliance, where we have 3 different nuclear powers with the United States, the United Kingdom, and France. Yes, the U.S. does provide an extended nuclear deterrence commitment. The United Kingdom has also dedicated its nuclear weapons for the defense of the alliance. France's nuclear capabilities are independent of NATO, but they do contribute to our security. But this idea of this nuclear umbrella, unfortunately, has been sort of twisted by some of our strategic competitors to make it seem as if some of our non-nuclear allies, to include Czechia, Slovakia, and 27 other states, that they're somehow part of something that they aren't, that they somehow have control over nuclear weapons, and it's just not the case. But to get to your question, though, there's been a lot of speculation, I think, in the press about, is the United States going to change its extended nuclear deterrent commitment? And I actually don't believe so. Obviously, I have privy to conversations internal to the alliance. I think the United States has been extremely clear that there is nothing changing with regard to its nuclear deterrence and its commitment. That includes its posture within Europe, it includes its commitment to the allies, and it's also about the commitment of our European allies in Canada and how they also contribute to the nuclear deterrence of NATO, how the United Kingdom has continued to do that. We saw the recent strategic defense review that came out of the United Kingdom. I think over 100 times that nuclear was mentioned within that report. And France is very strong as well, although it contributes in an independent way, but it also contributes to the security of the alliance with its nuclear forces. And what we've seen is actually, instead of France pulling other allies away, actually I think what they're doing is very much additive to what we have within NATO with our nuclear deterrence. And so there is an ongoing conversation right now about increasing defense spending and how we're able to develop the military forces we need to be able to support our defensive plans. But I think that actually is also very supportive of what we're doing in nuclear deterrence, because they very much go hand in hand with each other. Nuclear and conventional forces are not necessarily separate per se. We do treat them separately, but in our overall strategy, we have to have both, especially when you're looking at a nuclear armed adversary like Russia, which has an integrated nuclear conventional strategy, and we can see how they're trying to be very coercive. So as we're spending more money on conventional military forces, even from our non-nuclear allies, that has a direct supporting effect, if you will, on nuclear deterrence.
Yeah. So let me take that, because you mentioned Russia and their nuclear coercion, and that relies on a wide spectrum of different nuclear threats. There's the threat of small-scale tactical nuclear weapons. They have a variety of new, highly maneuverable hypersonic delivery platforms that they've tested and coincidentally have been shot down in Ukraine by U.S. Patriot missile systems, which is fascinating. But that is a full sort of scale of different nuclear threats. And General Řehka, you've described the threat from Russia as both long-term and structural. How can smaller NATO countries on the eastern flank think about deterrence in the shadow of potential tactical nuclear weapons use. How are you talking about this with other people in your region and also with other smaller countries in the eastern flank to create a unified deterrence structure for these different sorts of tactical nuclear threats?
I think the only way really for the small nations on the eastern flank to cope with or to deter is a part of collective deterrence and defense. That's the only way. The best mechanism for it is a NATO defense planning process, which is working. The current capability targets allocated from the NDPP just a week ago, basically on the ministerial meeting, are for the first time really driven by threat. Not only threat, also innovation, but mostly by threat. So they really reflect, the current situation. So the best way really for small nations like us, well, mid-sized nation, but also the smaller countries on the eastern flank, I think it's really to honestly contribute to the collective deterrence by really fulfilling those capability targets as soon as possible. I think that's really the only way. For the tactical nuclear weapons, I think the biggest danger of tactical nuclear weapons, and that's just my opinion, is that once you use it, you break through that mental barrier. You use the tactical weapons. Yes. The effect on the battlefield is not really, depends, what size, how much tonnage it has, but really unless you hit huge concentration of forces or something like that. And if you disperse the forces, if you do all the measures, it's not really a game changer. The problem, I think, it's more mental. Yes. And the problem is that once let's say Russia would use the tactical nuclear weapons, let's say in Ukraine, somewhere else, that cannot be left without reaction. What's going to be the reaction? And then you come into the danger of escalation, spiral, and you can never guarantee that it will end below the use of strategic nuclear weapons. But really, on the battlefield, it's not major thing. It's about a mental barrier.
Was that sort of the conclusion, the consensus last week when among the NATO participants in describing the need for those larger capability targets? The threat is real, but is the possibility of tactical nuclear weapons use by Russia considered somewhat low because of the limited battlefield returns on such a risk?
You mean if it's reflected into this defense plannings?
Yeah.
It's always the possibility, but again, it's as for the use on the battlefield, it's really just a bigger effect on the kinetic strike, but that's not really. It's not anything that would change. Let's say if the Russians used the tactical nuclear weapons in Ukraine, would it change the course of the war? Probably not.
Yeah.
If they use it, in the field, soldier to soldier.
Yeah.
So is it reflected? I think the whole threat. We have this family of plans now in NATO, including the regional plans, and they are obviously, as every plans, they are based on the enemy likely or most dangerous course of action, and that is reflected into the plans. The plans have requirements for resources, and to be able to execute them with the lowest risk, that is reflected into NDPP and the capability targets. So is it there? Yes. For example, the integrated air and missile defense is hugely reflected in the new capability targets, with a huge increase across the countries.
Well, that's you, John Clark, integrated air and missile defense. Yes, if we watch the tactics that the Kremlin is now using in Ukraine, it seems as though they wouldn't need to use something like a tactical nuclear weapon. They are so generous with their bombardments of both precision and certainly non-precision munitions. Talk to us a little bit about the future of air and missile defense, particularly for Europe, in standing up a better deterrent for Vladimir Putin's expanded ambitions. What does that look like today, and what should it look like in a few years, and how can American contractors help?
Secretary General Řehka just said that NATO needs to increase its integrated air and missile defense by 400%. Now, I know that NATO isn't starting from zero on an integrated air and missile defense, but that's a pretty stark statement to increase that much. I think it's definitely a step in the right direction. NATO is not starting from zero. Any integrated air and missile defense system to be effective is going to have to be layered. I know that in the Golden Dome context, I'd expect that SBIRS for space would be part of that. The THAAD system is exo-atmospheric, so very high altitude and a longer range. PAC-3 for more point defense. And then systems like NASAMS, Iron Dome for the close-in fight. You need all of that to have an effective air and defense system. Yeah. And then it'll be up to the NATO members to decide how they want to distribute it and what they want to protect the most to make it effective.
Who here knows what SBIRS is? Raise your hand if you are familiar with this term. We got like one guy.
Space-based infrared system.
Yeah.
For detection.
It's a satellite that sits in geosynchronous orbit. It sits in one spot, so it's sort of a target that if you were going to have an anti-satellite capability, but it looks down at the Earth with infrared light, and so when the plume of a missile that is in its boost phase is radiated, then you can tell that a missile is coming, and it's a huge part of early detection and warning. Thank you for that, and I think we want to get into that a little bit more because there's such a variety of different threats now that require so many different potential solutions. But let me turn to you, Brian, because we heard earlier about European posture, the US-European posture, which is a thing that certainly there is much to speculate about because the messaging is also so generous. But is this your understanding, too, in talking to Washington, that there is a understanding that the U.S. nuclear deterrent must stay, regardless of what happens outside of that in terms of broader force posture review?
It's a great question, Patrick. A couple of points, I think. First, I should say, while we work closely with the administration, I'm not part of the administration, and I don't speak for the administration. But that said, we listen very closely to what they say, and I agree completely with Jim's comment that I think panic over it's the one part of Thomas's excellent report that I would have a quibble with, that the extended deterrent is fragile. I don't believe that is true, and I think the Secretary of Defense, I think America's NATO ambassador, I think the Undersecretary for Policy at the Pentagon, I think the President himself have made very clear that is not the case. And so I think that is the good news. That said, I've spent the past 2 weeks here in Europe, London, Paris, Berlin, and now here in Prague, and I will return more unsettled, I think, than I left Washington. And I think that's true for a couple of reasons. What's clear to me, Patrick, is that the respective threat assessments here in Europe versus back in Washington are further apart than they have been in any time, perhaps since the end of the Cold War. And I think that is very disconcerting. I think kind of European continued appeals to transatlanticism, to shared values, to pointing to the domino theory, pointing to the existential risk that Russia poses, falls on deaf ears in Washington. I think that the new administration has a fundamentally different perception of risk and threat than has been traditional here in Europe and throughout the history of the transatlantic relationship, again, since the end of the Cold War. And I think that this is not, we delude ourselves into thinking that this is an aberration with this administration. I would argue that in many ways, the current administration's foreign policy is closer to what the American people feel and believe than at any point since the onset of the war on terror. Yeah. And so I think that we need to recognize that. I think we need to listen to what this administration is saying. That, look, their logic chain is simple, right? That they believe that the United States is overextended. That is especially true in Europe. That Russia is not a substantial risk. Again, I'm speaking for what I'm hearing from the administration, right? It is not a substantial risk, let alone an existential risk to American security, that the domino theory is, again, there is not deep resonance to that, to the idea that the dominoes are going to fall and end up in Washington or in the United States. I think we saw that quite vividly in the jarring interaction between Zelensky and President Trump. Yes. The turning point really was, if you remember, in that exchange, was really when Zelensky noted that the war will eventually be felt in the United States. That's when the president of the United States got visibly agitated at that point, and that, yes, I think should tell us something. And it should be informing our messaging on how we engage with Washington.
So on this, there's one thing which is what the American public feel and believe, and every day I'm confronted by different things that the American public feel and believe, sometimes about me personally. But it's to speak to this contrast in conclusions. This is based on information. Like, does it seem as though the European NATO allies are making decisions, reaching a level of urgency because they have different information or different credibility in that information than the United States? Like, or what? How do you explain this gap in understanding the threat posed by Russia? Well,
look, I think there's a geographic reality, to be sure, right? That you're just closer to the threat than obviously Washington is. And so I think that is a part of it. I think, in truth, this drive within Washington to, move away from burden sharing to what the Secretary of Defense has called quite clearly a division of labor, a division of labor, that they believe that China is the growing threat, that American resources are limited, that therefore there needs to be a pivot. The pivot is real this time, I think, to Asia. And there is a belief that in this division of labor, Europe needs to carry a wider load, with the exception, as Jim, I think, pointed out, on the nuclear front. I think there we are seeing, and will see, strategic investments in, we're seeing in the big beautiful bill already, increases in defense spending. I think that will accrue to the benefit of Europe, even if tangentially with strategic investments in sub-strategic nuclear weapons. I think a modernization that will both benefit, obviously, America's efforts to counter China, but also certainly here in Europe.
Yes, the administration is going to spend a lot of money modernizing the nuclear triad. Those are the bombers, new bomber prototype out there, going to extend that, new nuclear submarines, and of course new intercontinental ballistic missiles. So a lot of money modernizing all of those things that are from the Cold War. But let me turn to you again, Jim, and then I want to get into a little bit more on the European theater and what deterrence really looks like from the perspective of building. So you've just heard this. Given the gap in understanding of urgency, and also your emphasis that the U.S. is committed to its extended nuclear deterrence, does that place more pressure on Europe, though, to develop potentially something of an alternative? Does that create more interest, for instance, in the French nuclear deterrent as extended? And could a more integrated European nuclear strategy, possibly led by France, serve as sort of a backstop if political will in the U.S. were to falter, or if there was something else that could happen to fracture NATO cohesion?
Well, I think it's an interesting discussion that's been had in the expert community and the press over the last, I'd say, 5 months or so, about is there sort of an alternative to what we have within NATO with our nuclear sharing arrangements and the way that the United States has committed its nuclear weapons essentially to the defense of NATO. They've been here since 1954 in a variety of different ways and numbers, but this discussion about whether allies should start to look to partner more with France, or is it with the United Kingdom, or should they develop their own nuclear capabilities? I mean, perhaps it's interesting to kind of have this discussion. I think it has been perhaps reflective of, at first, some uncertainty about the U.S. commitment, which I think has been much more clear in recent months. I don't think we really have an alternative to what we provide in NATO. I'm not saying that just because I'm parochial as a NATO official. I mean, we've done this for decades now. We've had nuclear sharing arrangements. We know how to host U.S. nuclear weapons on European territory. We have pilots that are certified to fly aircraft that can employ a U.S. nuclear weapon if ever authorized to do so. We have consultations procedures, we have policies, we have plans. We've talked about this for decades, from the Cold War and for 30 years since then.
Yeah.
So any other alternative is going to be kind of starting from scratch. And I think, you know, we talk closely with France. I don't think that they're interested in joining the nuclear planning group. I don't think that they're really interested in having other allies being part of their national decision-making process, which is, of course, national.
Yes.
I would not encourage any nation to go off and develop its own nuclear weapons. How long is that going to take? That's going to be very expensive. You're going to have to withdraw from the Nuclear Non-Proliferation Treaty. That's not a good idea. The best thing to do is to double down on what we have within NATO. I think it works very effectively right now, both at a military level and at a political level. There's a high level of commitment really across all 32 allies for NATO nuclear deterrence, and what we need to do is to continue to build upon that.
Yeah, this is also something that I've heard, that the idea of the French umbrella is because they're not inside of the planning group, and because the arsenal is much smaller than Russia's, and there's questions about, from Poland and from Germany, about whether or not commitments of a French nuclear umbrella are as good as one might hope. But let's turn to Slido, and then I want to get back into perhaps building European defense autonomy, space, missile defense, etc. But first, this one is very direct. Does Europe even have deterrence against Russia without the US? General? You feel like you're making deterrence every day?
So do we, what was the question again, exactly?
Does Europe even have deterrence against Russia without the US?
I think we do have deterrence, and we have all capabilities and capacities to have it. Yes, we under-resourced the defense for the long time. Yes, we have gaps. Yes, we need to speed up. But if you look at the brain strength, the economy strength, the number of people, if you look at everything, basically, Europe is in a good position to have their own deterrence. I think we need to do everything we can to maintain that strong transatlantic link.
Yes.
But we need to wake up and start pulling our weight as a Europe. There's one danger now. I think we come into the most dangerous situation after the end of Cold War. And that's Russia believing that Europe is weak and US is leaving Europe. That's really, really dangerous. Yeah. It's not true, but if Russia starts to believe that, you know, that will increase the potential for miscalculation, and I think we have to do everything to avoid that. So we need to pull our weight, we need to have a stronger European pillar, but at the same time, we cannot weaken the transatlantic link.
Yeah, so, and I think it's important to point out that one of the things that has characterized Donald Trump and this administration across and also other administrations, the emphasis on increased European defense spending, and that is a consensus that Europeans share. It was at GLOBSEC actually last year. Trump on the campaign trail said that he is looking towards a commitment among NATO members of up to 3.5%. And I asked NATO official here on stage if this was something that he agreed with, and he was adamant and conclusive, yes, absolutely. So this is not, you know, I'm in the press, we like to make a lot of controversy, we sort of focus sometimes on the wrong ones, but this is actually not a controversial point at all. There is an understanding among everybody that increased European defense spending is necessary and in many ways overdue.
But also, if I can have one remark, in every discussion I was part in NATO, military committee, other formats, the US was always very clear that NATO is important, even now, and it's actually even more important today. And they're just saying what was mentioned here. They say, hey, you know, this is reality. We don't think we can, for longer, deter and defend on two fronts. You know, you need to start sharing the burden. But NATO is important, and it's important for us, and we're not leaving, and we are 100% committed. Okay. That was mentioned so many times.
Yeah, I think that's very reassuring. It also aligns with what I've heard. So let's go back to to Slido here, and remember, you can still have time to get some of your questions in. We have so many, and they're so good. But here's one that seems like it's made for you, John Clark. Do you anticipate a shift towards cheaper, non-missile solutions to engage drones away from disproportionately more costly missile and SAM systems? And now, of course, if you watch what's happening in the Red Sea, in addition to much of what's happening in Ukraine and the entire future of war, you see this emphasis on cheaper mass for fires, and the defense solutions are exquisite and they're very effective, but they are also rather expensive. So talk a little bit about the future of countering that threat at a lower price point for partners.
That is a great question. And we're definitely looking at things like high-powered microwaves, lasers, to try to get to a lower cost point in defending against the drone threat, for instance. But I would say that for any government, any military, that going with a high-low mix is probably the most effective. That you do need some of those exquisite systems like a PAC-3 or THAAD for intercepting ballistic missiles, but at the same time you could have the lower end, perhaps lasers and microwave to defend against those threats, or even something like NASAMS.
Right. So, and Golden Dome sort of is an attempt. Golden Dome is many things, but one of the things is integrating already existing capabilities into a kind of new structure, and so there's already a lot of things that exist on the ground in terms of things you shoot from the ground to hit the missile. There is growing interest in space-based satellites, not just SBIRS, but a variety of different layers to track highly maneuverable hypersonics as they move around. And one of the aspects of Golden Dome is the potential of a kinetic entity in space, so little satellites that either shoot missiles or become ballistics and then intercept the missile as it's flying out. A little bit on, guess, where you see all of those perhaps playing into the context of like European defense, because this is, Golden Dome is being floated as well, it's a US defense thing, but is there some alternative that might exist in Europe, and how might space in the future play a role in missile defense beyond just SBIRS?
So I do think that once you're talking about space, that it does generate more than just a U.S. solution, because it can be regionalized from there. I don't think it's a really new concept. I mean, Ronald Reagan going back to SDI and brilliant pebbles. So technologically, these ideas have been out there and looked at for many decades. So from space, those seem to me the most fruitful areas for Golden Dome. Now, I'll just say about Golden Dome, the U.S. government under Space Force has the lead for this, and they put out RFIs. Lockheed was one that we were happy to respond to that RFI. We hope that we're a part of the solution for Golden Dome. I think with the timeline that was stated, within 3 years, that it would most likely be some type of phased approach, and the first phase would be with existing systems. And you know, PAC-3, for instance, started out as a point defense, but because of Rig 360, the communication systems, we're able to stitch these together so that a sensor can pick up a threat, and it doesn't have to be the launcher associated with that sensor. It can be a different launcher. In fact, we've tested the F-35, which many NATO countries have the Lockheed Martin F-35 now, and we've had the F-35, which has fabulous sensors, pick up threats and pass those coordinates to HIMARS, for instance, the High Mobility Artillery Rocket System.
Yes.
PAC-3, we've done testing with that and PAC-3 talking to each other. So that helps with the integrated missile defense, I think.
Yeah, I wrote some of those stories. F-35 always gets good traffic on the website. But this speaks to something that I think is important. It hasn't been touched on too much, and that is the assumption that U.S. Defense firms will be able to continue to play a role in in European defense, perhaps through expanded European defense budgets, but that is not necessarily a certainty, especially when you look at, for instance, that instance of the pause in intelligence sharing with Ukraine, and a prohibition on European partners also sharing intelligence with Ukraine, intelligence that came from U.S. satellite imaging companies. So I wanted to ask you, Brian, because you've been talking to Washington, is there a sense that regardless of U.S. military commitment, changing perhaps in Europe, that there will be no prohibition on U.S. defense firms partnering with European countries in order to sell goods that Ukraine desperately needs, not desperately, but can use, that would continue?
So I would separate these two issues, Patrick, in terms of Ukraine to the issue of American defense contractors engaging with our European allies. I think, if you have not read The Art of the Deal, it is time for everyone to read The Art of the Deal. And I think on the Ukraine issue, yes. I think some would say, unfortunately, a decision was made as a way to drag the Ukrainians to the negotiating table. And so I would separate that from this wider issue. I think in the president's mind, he would love to see American defense contractors being the provider of enhanced military equipment to our European partners. I think that there are other heads in the administration who recognize that may not be possible, but there certainly will not be a prohibition. In fact, I would say, at least in the president's mind, there will be a great encouragement to try to sell American products here in Europe.
Yes.
Can I just add? Yes. We're already embedded in European industry. Sinar in Spain provides parts for our PAC-3 missile. We have an MOU with Rheinmetall for GMARS, which is our HIMARS launcher and a new design with 2 packs instead of 1 on the Rheinmetall vehicle and integrated, interoperable with NATO. We have an MOU with Terma. That's one company. There's so many of these partnerships going on and being developed, and all under the auspices of the U.S. government and whatever government, whether it's Germany, France, their approval. It's always government to government on these for approval.
Okay, that's encouraging. I want to go back in the little time that we have left. General Řehka, question for you specifically. Do you think the Czech population and politicians would agree now to have parts of missile defense systems in the Czech Republic, unlike in the 2000s? Do you think the political support for aggressive missile defense and even the presence of missiles in the Czech Republic has changed?
The political support with current government would definitely be there. Okay. The public support, I think, is bigger chance than before. I think there was general support before, but it wasn't sufficiently explained, and there was a lot of disinformation about that at the time. So I think now it changed. Political support definitely with this government, public support stronger than before.
Okay. Here's one for the panel that speaks to kind of what we're talking about here. Puts it to you very blankly. Should NATO members without nuclear weapons strive to acquire their own to increase their independence? So, who wants to, nuclear?
I'll take that one.
Yeah, please.
I think the answer is no. We have 29 non-nuclear weapon states. What we actually need our allies to do is the General was talking about. So we have a process within NATO where we identify the capabilities we need, the force structure we need to be able to support our defensive plans. And then we have a way of sort of allocating that across all the different allies. And so what I keep emphasizing in discussion about nuclear deterrence is when we're spending more money on our conventional defensive forces, we're actually strengthening nuclear deterrence. We're strengthening the overall deterrence and defense posture of the alliance. I need those capabilities to support my mission set. You know, Czechia is buying F-35s. A lot of allies are buying that. We need missile defense capabilities to protect our air bases. We need deep precision strike capabilities. And so when the allies are investing in non-nuclear capabilities, we need them to support nuclear deterrence. And I think, as the General said, it does have an overall deterrent effect. Deterrence, in essence, is about convincing your adversary to not do something you don't want it to do, which is always kind of a complicated way of explaining this. But basically what we don't want is we don't want the Russians to attack us. We are trying to deter aggression. So the more that, in the U.S. terms, it's strong and lethal, I say what we need is NATO to be robust and formidable and interoperable. So that when they wake up every morning, they look across at us and they say, today's not the day to start a war with NATO. And so that's where we need the investment to go. It's not investing in new nuclear capabilities. We have that already. What we need to do is to continue to invest in our own defense.
But, U.S. forces also have that effect of deterrence. Fun fact, the U.S. has bases in more than 80 countries around the world. It's more than 80 bases, but in 80 different countries around the world. Of those countries where the U.S. has a specific base, only one has nuclear weapons, and that is the UK. Sort of correlation, not necessarily causation, but something that I observed. So that should factor into force posture discussions, I believe. So last question, should there be an attempt at the renegotiation of the New START or INF treaty with Russia? And what do you think are the chances of that happening? Go to you, Jim. And also, yes, Brian, if you have a note on that. Yeah.
I would just say real quickly, just the New START treaty, which is a bilateral treaty between the United States and Russia, it will expire in February of 2026, so next year, and it cannot be renewed by the terms of that treaty. But I think there is an opportunity to perhaps, look at a follow-on treaty that could be negotiated, or maybe some sort of a political agreement to stay at the level of deployed nuclear warheads. And I think it's really encouraging that President Trump has said that he's interested in arms control and nuclear arms control, and not just with Russia, with China as well. I think it's time for us to put proposals on the table and see how they respond to this. Are they actually going to be interested in this? Will China actually finally engage in nuclear arms control? Because right now, I see quite the opposite. They continue to expand the number of nuclear weapons that they have at a fairly high pace. I think it's fairly concerning. So I think it's good that we're trying to engage in arms control. Brian,
really
perhaps
quickly.
your thoughts?
Yeah, I agree completely with Jim. I mean, look, I think it's encouraging. We heard the president say just a couple of days ago he would love to see a world without nuclear weapons, right? As every American president has said
Yes.
in recent memory. So agree completely with Jim that I think the U.S. administration is very open to it. But I agree as well that the prospects for success, at least in the near term, are quite distant.
Quite distant. Well, ladies and gentlemen, please join me in thanking our panel today for a fascinating discussion. I'm very grateful we had it. Thank you all as well.
Please welcome the moderator of the next session, Vladimír Bilčík.
A idem úplne na koniec? Úplne na koniec? Čiže tu. Dobre.
Very good morning, everyone. My name is Vladimír Bilčík, and I will guide you through this really exciting panel discussion on a key issue connected to really challenges and vulnerabilities in Europe, and that's water. Water is something we use daily, but water is something which is becoming increasingly scarce, which is becoming also increasingly difficult to manage. And water is something which may also threaten the well-being of all of us if there is too much of it, and we need to manage it. We need to manage it as a consequence of the climate change. We need to manage it as a consequence of a huge investment gap. We need to manage it because it is an important geopolitical issue and relates to a number of cross-border questions across Europe and beyond. And I'm very pleased that we have a distinguished set of panelists to help me guide you with what the European Union, the European institutions, but also the private sector are going to do and are planning to do to help us become more resilient when it comes to managing water. I'm very pleased to welcome from my right the Vice President of the European Investment Bank, Kyriacos Kakouris. Very warm welcome to you, and very pleased to have you here on stage in Prague. I'm also very pleased to welcome Jan Dusik, who is from the Czech Republic, but more importantly is the Deputy Director General for Climate Action in the European Commission. And last but certainly not least, we have Vazil, Hudák, the CEO and the President of the H2O Fund. So we have the European institution, European Bank, and the private sector. And really, the key question is, how do we safeguard this precious resource? How do we make sure we can use it and conserve it effectively? And how do we make sure that we manage it? Because it is becoming increasingly a problem, not just as a consequence of the climate change, but this has become one of the driving factors behind the Commission's Water Resilience Initiative, which the Commission is launching. And let me ask Mr. Dusik to help us with the introductory statement of what the Commission is planning to do. Then we'll pass it on to the bank, and finally we'll get the private sector going. I also want you to get engaged. I'm very happy to get anybody from the audience if you raise your hand to have a question, but please use the Slido application. We'll be happy to take questions also from Slido, and we have almost 50 minutes for this panel, so let us engage, let us explore this issue in depth, and let me ask to pass the floor to Mr. Jan Dusik. Very welcome, and please tell us what the Commission has in store for us and how can we safeguard water and become more resilient when it comes to this issue across Europe.
Well, thank you very much, and good morning to everyone. A great pleasure to be at GLOBSEC for my first time, but of course not the first time in Prague, which used to be my home city. I came from Brussels, which normally is famous for a lot of rainy weather, and I got used to bringing an umbrella with me all the time in spite of a sunny day. But I can tell that in Brussels yesterday it was steaming 32 degrees centigrade, and it has been a very unusually dry spring. And I think that this is something that we will have to get used to in Europe, that the weather patterns as we knew it are less and less predictable, and this will impact the entire society. And we will be talking about water security, water resilience, but obviously this connects to the life of the society. There's no life without water, and water is connected to what we eat, how we get around, everything. So very pertinent, and very pertinent in the era of climate change. We are not awaiting what will be the impacts of climate change, but we are already living the impacts, and we will be living through them for the next decade. So this is something that we need to tackle seriously. Now, the subtitle of the water resilience strategy, which was adopted by the Commission recently, is water security for people, economy, and environment. And I think that that is quite telling, that we need to secure water for multiple purposes, and we need to find a good balance between those uses in order to prevent tensions, in order to have that resource available, and to ensure that we can plan better. The management of water is not a new thing. I remember when many years back, when I started my professional career in the Czech government, I was studying the European water legislation and preparing the Czech legislation to be aligned. So it is a complex body of legislation that exists, but in spite of all the improvements and investments, we can see that in the current era, with the current pressures, we need to do more. We need to be more strategic. We need to embrace new technologies. We also need to reflect the risks that are coming. If you look around the world, you can see that there have been many conflicts around water, and I could give examples from every continent, like Egypt, the conflicts on Ukraine, the Kakouris Dam that exploded, that was destroyed. There are tensions even on the Swiss-French border. I remember that especially dry summer, the Swiss were bringing helicopters to neighboring France, taking the water from the lake and transporting it back to Switzerland illegally. So you can imagine that there are all sorts of tensions, even in the developed countries and in Europe, that we need to tackle. We need to prepare for a world which will be warming. Definitely, already now is warming by 1.5 degrees Celsius, and if you are sitting here in Prague, you might say, well, actually, it's not a big deal, because we are the sea level rise is not so disturbing, and maybe we will have warmer winters and better yields for the crops. But it's not that simple, and our climate risk assessment shows that the level of warming in Europe will be double of the global average. So we need to get prepared for a climate which will be 3 and more degrees warmer than we used to know. And you can imagine the stresses that it has. And of course, it's the overall change, but it is the weather extremes that make us particularly vulnerable. The number of victims of floods, the extreme heat waves, impacts of on health of people, the droughts on the other side, the forest fires that are becoming more and more regular. These are all putting stress also on our water resources. So what the new strategy is supposed to do is to have a bird's eye perspective on how we can do better in governance, how we can govern our resources better. Now, of course, with the European framing, but also cooperation among the members of the EU. So that's one area. And I again recall that most of the European countries probably have bilateral agreements on transboundary water management, which are one of the most complex agreements to delineate the rights and obligations. Then the next important part is how we can invest in more water resilience, and that will be for my colleague from the European Investment Bank to talk about what we have achieved so far and how we can do better and smarter. Talking about smarter, we have new means. We have the development of the IT. We can use artificial intelligence. If you look at the leakages of water, they are still significant. They are in Europe anywhere between 8% and 57% of water gets lost in the system, and that we cannot afford, and we should be able to do something about it. Research and innovation is another important area. There's more we can do and more innovation that we can put forward. And as we are at a conference which is primarily looking at the security elements, we need to think about the water stress as a security risk and an accelerator, like climate change overall. So it is something which comes along with the other risks, and we don't have the luxury of a choice of saying, well, now we'll deal with the hard security and let's not deal with for the moment with the things that we have been tackling in the past years. This is coming together. It's an accelerator. It's a cascading risk that needs to be part of the planning also when it comes to defense strategies, preparedness, and so forth. And final point, so this is basically feeding into the EU preparedness strategy, which is looking across those risks and seeing how we can be more risk resilient. And I'm coming from the climate side of the Commission, where we talk about resilience by design and climate resilience by design. And I would say that the same should apply for any planning for projects regarding water availability. We should embed it in the design. We should not repeat the mistakes that we have done in the past. We should not be rebuilding houses in the floodplain areas. But as humans, we tend to do the same mistakes, and I think we need to use all the collective wisdom to do better and smarter.
Thank you very much. An excellent overview. All clear. Maybe just to push you a bit more on just one issue, and that's the governance issue. You already said we have a number of, we have a whole legislative framework at the level of member states, also a framework at the level of the European Union. What's the biggest game changer that the initiative is bringing about in terms of the existing arrangements? If you had to identify one or two things, which would you highlight?
I think the highlight is really to make use of the tools that we haven't had when we planned the legislation, when the legislation was adopted. So to really be able to find the blind spots. I think that we are getting better in involving multiple stakeholders, in involving the levels of governance. And when we talk about water, an essential part of it is the municipalities and the operation of municipal water systems, but also bringing that multi-layer governance together with the technology that is available at the service of going smarter. And I think the other important aspect is the realization of the degree of the risk that this means, and in the broader context of changing climate, we can see that the risk is very much economic risk, and that we have a choice to be smarter and prevent the economic losses, and these are the losses for the whole society, and we can afford to be smarter, and we should be, because it has a very concrete economic impact. I'm not, as you noticed, I'm not speaking about the ecological impacts, which are also important, but it is very much a people's issue, and it's an economic issue.
Thank you. I'm glad you highlighted the tools, because in the end we have to talk about how do we make this work. And for that we need resources, we need money. And I'm glad we have two gentlemen to help us with this issue. Let me pass the floor to Vice President of the European Investment Bank, Kyriacos Kakouris. And basically, how does the EIB plan to work together with this new strategy? What are the specific tools that you have and will have at your disposal, and how you can support the overall efforts to really make sure that we are more resilient when it comes to the use of water, the conservation, but also protection?
Thank you very much. Good morning to all. First of all, allow me to express my gratitude to the organizers to put on the agenda and giving us the opportunity to discuss the issue of water. I mean, you mentioned before the importance of water. It's for all of us very obvious that water is the most precious public good we have, but nowadays it's also one of the most pressing challenges that we face. Allow me a personal reflection to say that I'm coming from Cyprus. I grew up in Cyprus, and we are sometimes in the summers we used to have water only 2-3 hours once or twice a week. Since I was a kid, I remember my father, my grandfather making stories about long droughts that really tough years, or to the other extreme, floodings. And this was the nature of Cyprus for decades. The government of Cyprus really invested, and I'm not a politician, I don't say, it's not going to say, really invested billions over the decades since the independence in order to save the last drop of water. And, but still, this is not enough. Today, I mean, today the government is taking measures to cut the water to farmers. And it's because it's the third year in a row that not sufficient rain we have. So all these investments, almost 20 billion euros investments, if the water dams are empty, you cannot really do much. I was in a conference in Kazakhstan 3 weeks ago. Again, we were discussing water. Kazakhstan is a large country. In some areas, they have droughts. In some areas, they have flooding. And in the conference, I was the Director General of the Food and Agriculture Organization was giving a keynote speech before me. And actually, I thought that we did everything wrong in Cyprus. Like if we face the problems today, I mean, it seems that we did everything wrong. Is this a case? I mean, this is. I was wondering. I came from the Ministry of Finance, and I knew the figures, what we spent. The thing is, we didn't do much wrong. Okay, at a certain stage, instead maybe of building so many water dams, probably we had to go earlier to desalination. But desalination is still a solution that it's very expensive for the farmers, and this is the key issue that the government of Cyprus has to face, and within our policies also of the EU, within the EU, to see how we are going to deal with that. I cannot imagine any farmer in any place in Europe or in the world, I mean, it's really not to be able to cultivate its land and not to produce the products. I cannot imagine myself not to taste the food coming from agriculture because of the lack of water. Under these circumstances, I have to say, yes, at the European Investment Bank, since last year, we put water along with our climate change policy as a priority. We always financed water projects, but we thought really to intensify. First of all, to go along with the water resilience strategy by from a commission announced last week, 2 weeks ago, I don't remember exactly, and really to come and support it with our financial tools and instruments. At the same time, we also put agriculture as a priority because we have to come closer to the farmers and support them in order to modernize their irrigating systems, to give them access to finance, to give them tools really to deal with the climate change. And climate change in the field of water is the most important thing. We have many, it's our traditional, let's say, financial instruments are the ones that we are using for water too, but we specialized or we are focusing now on the way really to help the governments, the local governments, to address the issues mentioned before. I mean, it's the leakages are huge in almost everywhere in Europe. This is an issue of everywhere. An ex-minister of France told me that she was really surprised when she was a minister to find out that the leakage in Paris until today it's more than 50%. As I said, I'm in Cyprus, I'm very sensitive about water, but from Luxembourg, when I traveled to Belgium, to Brussels, I'm surprised to see that in the hotels in Brussels, they have these signs that save water. We used to have it in Cyprus for a long time ago, they disappeared. And they told me, no, it's a major issue water is a major issue in Belgium. It's an issue in Luxembourg, where it's almost, let's say the Mediterranean, living in Luxembourg, we think that it never stops raining. But they have issues. They have structural issues. They have leakages. They have a lot of work to do on management, the way they manage. They are telling me they are 110 entities in Luxembourg to manage water. So yes, we have to do a lot on management, and we are going to, as a bank, we are going to approve our own water program next week. Just getting together with the Commission. Definitely, we are going to ask more money, but to my opinion, it's not the money. I mean, our program, it says that the next 3 years, we are going to finance around 15 billion euros of water projects, which investments are much more. But to my opinion, it's not the money. The thing is that we have to really make aware the people, the countries, to deal with the issue, because it's, as I said, in many countries, I said my experiences from Cyprus, similar. It's Calabria in Italy. It's in many parts of southern Europe, and also in many parts of the rest of the world. As at the EIB, we don't concentrate just on Europe, but also outside Europe. Our program, it says that we want not any household not to have access to water, clean water, fresh water, to sanitation, and access to farmers and utilize it, and also at the same time to give the opportunity to the European companies to really to perform and to operate inside the Europe, outside the Europe. 40% of the companies dealing with water are the European ones, and we are targeting, we are intending really to assist them in their efforts to scale up.
Thank you very much for that overview, and I also like the personal touch from Cyprus, because this is really the best way to make this a political issue. And I'm glad you said it isn't just the money. We have to find a way how to get this issue to the people, to the public, and make sure everybody is serious about it. But at the end of the day, it is also about money. If we want to make it work, we need to mobilize the financial resources. And it's clear that the Commission is going to work with the European Investment Bank, but also we need other actors. And I'm very pleased to have on the stage here the CEO and the president of a newly founded H2O fund, which is focused precisely on this issue, how we can make sure that indeed our societies are more resilient when it comes to dealing with water. Vazil, Hudák, pleasure to have you, and please tell us a bit about the fund, but also about the way the fund can work in tandem with the initiative, with the EIB and other institutions to make sure that indeed the people on the ground, the municipalities, the local governments, but also the governments get serious about this issue and start tackling it in a very practical, hands-on way. Because the best way in the end is to show that there are successful projects. And I know people are sensitive about resources, including water. It is a public resource, but it's also clear we need public-private partnerships when we want to make sure that this resource is used properly, conserved, and sustained. Vazil, please.
Thank you, Vlado, and a pleasure to be here. Thank you all for joining this panel. I do believe that water is one of the most undervalued assets we have globally as a mankind. You know, we use it every day, but sometimes we take it for sure, for certain, and don't pay enough attention. So I'm very happy that the European Commission came up with the water resilience strategy. I think this is a very important document and the right way to move forward. If I may, before I go into the fund and the private sector aspect, just a few comments on the kind of the macro level side. And as I worked both at the national and European levels of public sector, I have some comments to make, and actually it's very nice to be in the private sector side. I do not have to wear a tie and can be more informal and share my experience. You know, in Europe, and I think those who have been following Europe, basically most of the major integration issues and initiatives happen as a result of a crisis. If you look at the start of the energy union, it followed the energy crisis, gas crisis. Yeah. The banking union followed the financial crisis. And in a way, we have this kind of process of moving from, in the European Union, moving from crisis to chaos and then to suboptimal solutions. And unfortunately, this is who we are. And Vlado, you know, we were in the beginning at breakfast with people from the Southeast Europe, and we were talking about the accession process for the European Union and a lot of frustrations among the countries like Serbia or Macedonia and Bosnia and Herzegovina, that there are never-ending discussions about
North Macedonia, yes.
and nothing is really happening. And there was this question, you know, should we have another Balkan war to speed up the process? So, in a way, it seems to me that water is in this category. You know, we all understand that it is important, but we don't really pay enough attention on the European level. Strategy is great, but it's always a big issue on the European level. And I think Mr. Dusik, he was also in the national government, so he understands that. There is always this, also quite often, disconnect between big strategies and proclamation on the European level and then implementation on the national and the local level. So this implementation is extremely important, and it is important that these values and approaches which are in the strategy are translated into the national level and into the implementation on the national level. And this is, I think, important also for the private sector. I mean, one reality in Europe and in different countries is that there is a huge underinvestment in water. Basically, the infrastructure is in very bad shape. The fact that there is this leakage, which was mentioned here, 55, 60%, whatever it is a result of the fact that there is not enough money going into water. Into the infrastructure, and this is very, very expensive exercise. Just in Slovakia, the country I know the best, the kind of historical lack of investment is around 10 billion euro, which is a lot for the country with the GDP around 100 billion euros. So this is the situation which we have in Europe. We have the situation with the huge demands on the budgets. The defense is growing. The situation in terms of debts and deficits of national budgets is not good. So the outcome of this is that the investment into water and what is needed for the water and water management cannot be done just by using public funds. So the national budgets, EU funds, even EIB, however big it is, it's not sufficient, and that's why we have to look for ways how we bring private sector into the water management, and how we create different kind of public-private partnerships. Now, what it requires to bring private sector into the water management and water investments is, on one hand, clear regulations. Investors want, especially in such heavy long-term assets, fixed assets as water and water infrastructure, they want to know that the regulation is longer term, is predictable, and it is future-proof, that different changes will not influence the investment structure and the cash flow, etc., which is part of the investment. I think here, Europe should be much more, and I think this is something which probably should be part of the implementation of the strategy, is to have more impact on the national regulators, because the national regulators, they are, they don't have a clear framework from the European level. What are the limits for their behavior? And unfortunately, national legislators are very much politicized. They are obviously important in terms of the government policies, and that's why there is simply too much politics in the water management and in the regulations. So if we want to bring more private sector and much more private investment, we have to de-risk water and water management, and this is it also means to depoliticize this area as much as possible. And another aspect, and this goes into my position as the president of the H2O fund, is what was also mentioned by Mr. Dusik, but also by Kyriacos. This is the importance of R&D, because water, however basic material and asset it is important to bring innovations into this, to make sure that digitization, even AI, etc., is implemented in the water management. And this was actually the main motivation why Eastern Slovak Water Management Company decided to create this H2O fund. So I was very happy to get engaged, because it's quite unusual, I would say, innovative initiative to create such a so-called captive fund by a company which is owned by municipalities. The company serves around 1 million citizens in Eastern Slovakia. And especially today, these days when there are not too many good news from Slovakia, I think this is one of the positive examples what can be done, kind of bottom-up. And the fund itself is registered in the Czech Republic as so-called SICAF fund. It is the fund which will invest into different type of R&D, innovative technological companies and projects around Europe. So it's not just for Central Europe, it's really European, including UK and Israel, to seek innovations, new approaches, new solutions which can be utilized obviously by the founder, by the Eastern Slovak Water Management Company, but also in the broader context in the European water management to make it more efficient and eventually to provide to the citizens water which will be cleaner and at the same time which will be more efficient in terms of the water management. So this is who we are, and we are starting. We have around 50 million euro, as a starting capital, and looking forward to work with many of those who are also here.
Excellent. Thank you very much. You also answered one of the questions, which was who is behind this fund? So that's been ticked off as a box. We have about 15 minutes, and I will try to speed it up, and let's try to have a bit of more of a ping-pong. I think this is a good and important we laid it all out. Number of questions on Slido. Is there anybody in the audience who would like to ask a question from the audience directly? If I see any raised hand, please just indicate. I will keep an eye on the audience, so please feel free to do that. But we answered the question on the fund. Let me pick up a couple of the issues which have to do with the potential of water for conflict, because water is scarce. water will be increasingly scarce across Europe. And the question is, how can we turn this into a positive agenda? How can we the cross-border water resilience initiatives, how can they be used as a prototype for broader regional integration in climate security? That's a question to everyone, that I think especially to Mr. Dusik. And I would extend it even a bit beyond, because this is not just about the EU 27. You already mentioned Switzerland, which is the European Economic Community, but it is also about the broader European space, the Western Balkans, Southeast Europe, more broadly, the candidate countries for your membership. So also, how can we extend what the Commission is preparing as the initiative to the EU candidate countries? Let's try with those two questions. Mr. Dusik, the floor is yours. But if any of you want to jump in, please feel free to do so.
Sure. Well, very briefly, I would, regarding the bilateral and, let's say, sub-regional cooperation, another example of functioning mechanism are the so-called river commissions, the Commission for the Protection of the Elbe or Danube or Odra River in the region, the Rhine Commission, and so forth. These are very complex legal mechanisms which help countries to work out the balanced solutions, and which are preventing the conflict around the use or pollution of water. And I think this is something which has very much contributed to the development of the body of the European water legislation. Of course, you cannot, it's not one size fits all. The problems that you have with water in Cyprus, you would have different problems in Poland, for instance, or Belgium, for that matter. So it needs to be, the objective should not be that the European Union from Brussels edicts that it's going to be exactly uniform in each member state. It's not the purpose, but the purpose is also to look at where we can remove barriers, where we can simplify. And very often, when we talk about the European bureaucratic legislation, we need to look all the way down to the end of the process, and many of the barriers are actually existing at national or subnational levels. And I'm very convinced that in the area of water management there's quite a bit that can be done with thinking smarter, with being informed by others' approaches. On the wider European space, absolutely, one priority for this Commission is the enlargement of the European Union. So all the potential members of the EU need to absorb the European legislation, and the water legislation is a big part of it. And again, if you see what's happening either in the West Balkans or in countries like Moldova, which apparently is the hottest country on the European continent. So this will be very much in the center of how they can embrace the European legislation, but also how Europe can help them as the future members of the EU to cope with the challenge that water management brings.
Excellent. Let me bring in the European Investment Bank, Kyriacos. What is the bank planning to do with respect to these candidate countries? Moldova has been mentioned, the Western Balkans more broadly, the initiatives which you're planning to apply to the EU 27 or the economic area space will extend, and to what extent also to the wider European space? Because obviously we need to safeguard Europe in a holistic way.
Definitely. I mean, the European Investment Bank is supporting the accession process of Western Balkans, other countries, and the neighboring countries. It's for us, it's a priority, along with the support of the Commission. We're active there, and we're financing in all the projects in order to facilitate the accession of these countries, and in order to get closer to the EU. On cross-border, I have to say that it's my experience is also, because I oversee Central Asia, we see there that the countries are really willing to cooperate, and we see them cooperating large hydropower projects, which is also and the way they manage the water much better. But for Europe, I think it's more than, let's say, cross-border cooperation, because I consider that this exists, or this is, in a way, it's more solved over the years. For Europe, what we face is what we mentioned right now. I mean, we have outdated water systems that we invested 50 years ago, and we never really look at them. And since we have this, the climate change, we have what we have to face the climate threat. I mean, this is how we have to focus. I have mayors talking to me saying about this issue of the water. Yes, we need to invest, but you know, we don't have money. And I'm telling them, it's look, and they are afraid to borrow money. I have to say, there are small municipalities that they never borrow money. They don't have any debt, probably in this area too. And I tell them, look, the European Investment Bank, now we're calling ourselves the EU Climate Bank. Before, we were calling ourselves the European Long-Term Financial Institution, because we provide loans, long-term loans, which really give the ability to finance with sustainability a long-term project in order to reflect the life of the project. And this is what I'm telling. And also, as is mentioned by Vazil, it's the cooperation. I mean, we have long a history for us as a bank to really mobilize the private sector, but nobody can do it alone. I mean, nobody can. We have to get together with the funding from the Commission, national funds, private sector, our loans, as I said, long-term loans that really have to finance the infrastructure of water, and also we have to finance the resilience. We have to be prepared. I remember in 2023, if you remember the floods in Greece, I mean, I remember after a few months later, a mayor of, a Romanian mayor, I remember mentioning that, you know, the results were not that horrific because they took measures. But still, nature, we cannot face it. We have to prepare, because we don't know that something more worse is getting. So, on one hand, modernizing existing systems, really saving the water, definitely giving access to clean water to everybody, but also be prepared. I mean, be prepared for the other extreme, because we do have the two extremes. I mean, it's mentioned before about the global warming. I mean, they say it's 1.5 degrees per year, something like that. I feel it in Cyprus sometimes it's 5 degrees every year, more and more hot. I mean, unfortunately. So it's time to work together, to my opinion, and to really look the issue.
Excellent. And one of the points which you highlighted, work together, yes, cooperation, yes, but there is a huge investment gap having to do with the fact that the countries, the municipalities, the regions have not invested in the infrastructure which was built decades ago. Great to hear about the fund, the European Investment Bank, but clearly this is not enough. And the key question is here, it is also not an easy political discussion because it is a public good, but clearly just like we are discussing defense as a public good and trying to unlock a lot of private capital at the moment in Europe, how can we discuss water resilience issue in a similar way to make sure that we indeed unlock that private capital, that people are ready to borrow, people are ready to invest, and it is done in a public-private partnership. We have several questions which sort of allude to the fact that water is a public good. It shouldn't be misused by private actors. At the same time, we cannot protect it as a public good without the private sector. So this is a big dilemma, and let me bring in Vazil in that, but also then Jan Dusik, because I think this is the key issue which we should still explore in the next 5 minutes. Let me see if anybody wants to ask a question from the audience. Okay, Vazil, please.
You are right. It's a sensitive issue, yeah, because water is for everybody. It's a public good, and each government is very concerned about how this pricing is established. What does it mean for the people, for the voters? Yes, eventually. But look, when there was an energy crisis, and as a result of this, huge increases in the price of energy, and people accepted that as a reality, because there was a crisis and everybody understood that energy has a cost. And again, I'm going back to this issue that maybe we need a water crisis for people to understand that this is something that we have to value much more than it is now. Hopefully we'll not get there, but it is an issue of regulations. Basically, the price of the water is established based on the regulatory framework, which is managed by the national regulatory agencies or institutions. And it's also part of public education. I think people need to understand that water doesn't come just from nothing. There is a process and there is investment which has to go into this, because if it does not, then the quality of the water will be worse and the situation will be worse as well. So I think this regulatory and the educational aspect are very important. And then I think we need to help investors. As I mentioned, private sector, private investors have to get engaged. One very, I think, important tool of raising funds for water management companies are issuance of bonds. There have been already quite successful issuances of bonds, so-called green or blue bonds by different water management companies in Europe, but it's not enough. And the main issue is, again, the risk, because these companies, usually the cash flow and the profits are very, very small because of the low level of price of the water. But they are long-term cash flows. Yes? So basically, investors have to see that these are predictable, long-term cash flows, and they also would appreciate some kind of guarantee. So for example, and this is a specific proposal to EIB and to the European Commission, if there was a guarantee program by the EIB, which would guarantee issuance of such green or blue bonds by the water management companies, I think this would help a lot, because this would help to de-risk from the point of view of private investors such bonds. And if EU was able to create a critical raw materials fund, why not a water fund? What's the difference? Yeah, it's just the issue of crisis again. Yeah, so I think we need to be a little more ambitious, and we need to find a way how to encourage private sector to be more active.
Thank you very much. Let me pick up on one other issue which has been raised, and that is the fact that the technological change, the technological revolution which we are living right now may require a lot more water. When it comes to storage of data, AI, the cooling systems, of course, water will become an essential commodity for this, and we will need more of it. Maybe my last question to Mr. Dusik, how is the Commission reflecting on this? And more broadly, if you can also add any reflections on the issue how to unlock the public partnerships when it comes to financing. We've got a couple minutes, so please a brief response.
Yeah, very briefly on the technologies. Definitely, let's use the potential to see where we have the missing links, where we have the blind spots, where we are allowing the leakage, and to address it, and to help us better manage and give the decision making and planning tools of the 21st century. Regarding the price, what is free of charge is not valued enough. So I think that the fair price of water, and I would stress the fairness here, that each of the users of the types of use needs to pay the fair price of the usage. And that usage, just to give another example of a risk, for instance, if you have a nuclear power plant that needs to be cooled, and if the river, the water in the river is too warm, then you need to switch off the nuclear power plant because you are not able to cool the reactor anymore. So yet another example of how these are connected. On unlocking the finance, definitely the public money should be primarily used to unlock the private part of the resources. I think we can see it on the municipal water provision and water purification infrastructure, the public-private models. It has gone through a bumpy road, but I think that now it's more or less settled space. But we need to be smart about finding funds overall for climate resilience. We have having the talks with the European Investment Bank, but also how we can generate the private funding for investing into the era of climate change.
Thank you very much. For 30 seconds, I'll bring in the Vice President of the EIB.
Just because I wanted to clarify, among our financing instruments, definitely we have guarantees in order to de-risk the projects. But I think because the guarantees mentioned, but also I think that the states also have to provide more guarantees for this kind of project, for this essential, for the water. Because in a way I see that government guarantees were demonized, and I think it's about to bring them back. I mean, I remember from the Tatra meeting, it was ex-Prime Minister of Hungary that mentioned that, and I think we have to go. European Commission works with that. InvestEU is government. It's working with guarantees to the European Investment Bank. Before we have the Juncker plan, which will work with the guarantees. Just a final word. The economics of water really demands courage, collaboration, and commitment. And I think here, in getting together, we have to do that.
Thank you very much for that. I think we've also, with this session, helped unlock a much bigger discussion. I hope we can continue this within GLOBSEC, and indeed, this is a strategic issue. So I'm very pleased we had a chance to have this panel. I want to say that for a while we will have a coffee break outside, so I want to invite you to the coffee break, and then this stage will continue with the next panel at 10 minutes past 11, and the panel will be focused on the fractured tech stack, US, China, and the complex world of global tech policies. Before we move to the break, I want to thank you for being with us, and I want to ask you to help me thank our three distinguished panelists who were with us, Mr. Kyriacos Kakouris, Jan Dusik, and Vazil Hudák. It's been a pleasure guiding you through this, and indeed, let's pick this up as an issue of strategic importance. Water deserves it. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Thank you, Vladimír.
Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome the moderator of the next session, Chris Stoker-Walker.
Thank you very much for joining us here today at GLOBSEC. Really, really grateful to be here, and I'm slightly jealous because I think actually our audience members may have as nice seats as the panelists do in this one room. We're here to talk about the fractured tech stack and the way that the US and China now seem to be at loggerheads over perhaps the most transformational technology that we have currently in the world, AI. And we have a huge, brilliant panel here, sort of encapsulating all the views of different parts of the world, from the US, from Europe, from elsewhere. Really keen to discuss that. One little bit of housekeeping, you will see on our side screens here the opportunity to ask questions via Slido. Please do feel free to chip in. We will give you a kind of QR code, there you can see it, to kind of prompt questions. Please do utilize those, because I would love to incorporate your thoughts as well in our discussion. But perhaps we should bring on our participants here for the discussion. So first of all, can I introduce, and please do give a very, very warm welcome to Stuart Adams. And please also welcome Markéta Gregorova. We also have Corey Cursor. And we also have joining us Derek Morgan. So please do welcome all of those on stage. So thank you all for coming along. And it's a really interesting sort of discussion to be having now, because we have obviously going on the debate in London between the US and China over this sort of stuff. I think to start us off, I really want to get a sense, maybe from you, Derek. Whenever we talk about tech, and I have kind of a decade of experience covering tech, there is a little bit of skepticism, a kind of rolling of the eyes of, well, does this actually matter? I mean, why is this sort of future of AI and the tussle between the US and China and other countries quite so important?
It is, and the other lens to think about this through is the fractured nature of it. So I want to talk about that and then get to the tech as well. I remember my first trip to Eastern Europe was in 2006 with Vice President Dick Cheney. I worked for him, and he gave a major speech at the Vilnius conference. And he spoke there, inviting Russia to join their democratic neighbors and in joining, the Western order. And unfortunately, we've seen over the years President Putin reject that offer. We've seen it in Ukraine, Georgia, unfortunately, Ukraine most recently. And it's clear that not everybody wants to join a peaceful world order. I think we also have to consider that with China as well. For many decades, our country and many of yours have invested in China, have invited China into the world system to respect the rule of law, free trade, fair business dealings, and we've seen that unfortunately rejected as well. And so I think we need to put it into that context and think about why is technology an important piece of that puzzle? Well, you've got certainly the defense aspects. There's been quite a bit of discussion on increasing the NATO and our ability to defend ourselves here in Europe as Western democracies. That's important. Of course, technology, including artificial intelligence, is absolutely central to that because of the decentralized nature of warfare, drone warfare, and so forth. AI is going to continue to play a very important role there. You also have the impact on culture and public opinion that AI is going to represent. When you think about nefarious actors wanting to participate in social media conversations and the like, they're going to use AI tools to do that. They're already doing that with bots and whatnot. So that's an important front in that as well. And then you have productivity. So when you combine those three things, a defense system that will work, that will be able to tackle decentralized threats, and when you have the impact on public opinion that technology can have, and then you have productivity tools that allow you to defend your nation and to have a prosperous people, that's why technology is important, and it's unfortunately why we have to talk about a fractured technological space, even though many of us would not like to have that world. That's the world that we live in.
Brilliant. And Marketa, as a member of the European Parliament, I guess we've had it laid out there by Derek as EVP of the Heritage Foundation, the stakes here. It's interesting, though, that this debate is framed as the US versus China. Why should we in Europe care about all of this?
Thank you for the intriguing question. Why should we care? Because we are still here as Europeans, of course. And although it might occasionally seem as if the train is departing without us, and it has been going on for quite some time, for instance, especially in the AI race, the European Union was not in the picture. We, of course, are still one of the largest economies, one of the largest trading bloc in the world, and with an immense soft power. And very often we don't actually use it because, of course, we don't truly have a single capital market or single market for that. However, I think that currently in the current geopolitical environment, more and more the bigger EU countries are realizing that this really cannot go on as 27 small, very diverse countries, because we are absolutely not competitive. Allow me one example, and I think we will talk today a lot about semiconductors and the fact that, for instance, the EU planned a CHIPS Act, so-called, although there were not really that many incentives. But most of you, probably all of you, have heard of the great Dutch company ASML. And one could say that, well, if we actually had the unified approach, the EU would do everything to protect this excellence in lithography that's unparalleled in the whole world, and not even the Chinese were able to compete with it yet. However, because of the US-China trade wars, the US pressured the Dutch government into stopping export into Chinese market from ASML. No Trade Commissioner Šefčovič, no President of the Commission von der Leyen were there to stop it. And of course, it's very easy for the US to pressure one Dutch government, unfortunately. If it was together, if it was the EU, not one Dutch government, then of course we could have said something, we could have protected this. Well, we didn't, so now are Chinese more investing into their excellence in lithography because they can't import it from ASML, and we will be losing this sort of edge that we in the European Union have. So my conclusion in this part of the question is that we need to step up our game, otherwise everybody will just sort of take whatever they want from us and we will have nothing left.
And Kore, Marquette's kind of sketched out a little bit here, the importance of semiconductors, computer chips, these things that power the AI revolution, and also a little bit of kind of the interconnected global aspect of it. I know kind of you're a geotech senior fellow here at GLOBSEC as well as kind of chief analyst at Cursor Advisory. Can you maybe explain for those who don't necessarily know the kind of way in which these computer chips come to be, how interconnected and global that supply chain is?
So when we go back a couple of years, and I would say 35 years, that's where actually the industrial base started to change. We saw deverticalization because we believed in free markets and we wanted to have shareholder returns to be maximized while innovation was driving and fueling that. At that time, we discovered the Global South and China are really good in manufacturing things that we do not want to manufacture with lower profit margins. So that's where we started the problem. Where this led to is a growth engine for the European, also the Western world, including, of course, the United States, where the economic models totally changed. We're a service economy, we're a technology-driven economy, we're a consumer of that technology. That is a good thing, actually, because we're leading the way. Let's say we led the way. At that time, we did not realize that those core capabilities will actually empower ideologies that do not align with ours, and we disregarded that for a long time. We disregarded that the autocratic playbook does not go by free market dynamics. We also discovered that new materials, and that's more, I think, circumstantial, have been more in those areas like the Global South and China, and rare earth minerals are one critical part of that component, where we literally see total dominance of China and a weaponization of that. So we're literally in crisis right now, and I would actually go that far. We are at war right now. And when we're thinking about this war, it's an economic war. And when we start, and Frédéric Bastiat said that, when goods stop crossing borders, soldiers will. So we're now at that point where goods stop crossing borders. We're questioning ourselves if the soldiers will follow. I don't think China is willing to go kinetic. However, they're willing to go and build their nation the way they want, an autocratic nation. And when we recognize that, we cannot put free market dynamics as our solution to the problem. Because of compliance issues, modern slavery, of environmental concerns. There's a key number. 12% of the Chinese soil is already toxicated. 12% of China. China is not a small country. Would we do that with our soil? We wouldn't. So we need to innovate. And for that, we need to innovate into semiconductors and AI, because the 6 Kondratiev cycle, where we think about quantum, biotech, AI, and space, will run on AI and semiconductors. And if we do not have that intrinsic capability to sustain that supply chain, then we will not succeed. And the reality, unfortunately, is, including ASML, while ASML is a middle piece of the supply chain, even they depend on materials to produce these magnificent machines that do EUV-style lithography. And the sanctions that we thought that would slow down China, they actually amplified China. And it's a paradox. So when we think about the sanctions that we applied in that specific case mentioned, they actually now use deep ultraviolet lithography, which is not yet as great as EUV. Their Huawei chip of 5 nanometers is 20% to 40% less powerful than our chips. But guess what? Their chips do not depend on anything from us. And their growth and development innovation is exponential. My last point on that is they pump out 4.7 million STEM graduates a year. The US did 800,000 and will do less this year because we have some visa issues. You may have heard about that. Now, when we think about the concatenation of that with the European inertia and chest pounding, that Europe is so great, I think we need to do some self-reflection here and understand the fragilities. And to answer your question, that's actually the point where we are right now. We are in the middle of the crisis, we are at war, and we do not have a time frame to think about this that I've heard in the conference a couple of times. Let's look at 10 years and 20 years from now. No, we have 3 to 5 years. That's it. Okay? There is urgency to that, and I think that needs to be really highlighted in this context.
Thank you. And Corey has kind of outlined there, Stuart, and as President of the Utah Senate, you're very welcome here and very grateful to have you, that this is kind of a war and that China is nearshoring or onshoring its entire supply chain. President Trump has said he wants to do something similar. You must be very happy about that.
You know, yeah, it's a big issue. I actually believe that the country or the people who control AI will actually control the world in the future. And I believe back in my days growing up, we were in a nuclear arms race. And that was a race for nuclear power, but right now we're in an AI race. And the country, both economically and militarily, the country that controls AI will control the world. But before I get into some of the things I want to talk about, I'd like to actually, I'm very impressed. This is my second time in Prague, my first time at this conference, and very impressed with the fact that Europe's stepping up. But I think it's important that Europe step up, but we also think we step up together. So I'm happy to be here from America, and a lot of people know where Prague is, but they may not know a lot about Utah. So I may just share a few things about Utah. Utah is known as the crossroads of the western United States because it sits in the center of the western United States. Most of the railroads and freeway road systems went through Utah. We are quickly changing from the crossroads of the western United States to the crossroads of the world. And part of that is because we have an airline hub, a Delta hub. Part of it is because you may have heard of Silicon Valley. We have Silicon Slopes. We think Silicon Slopes is much more effective, and because of our tax policy, our regulatory policy, we think hopefully someday we'll eclipse Silicon Valley and Silicon Slopes. We'll host the Winter Olympics, you know, so we have mountains and great quality of life, but a great tech sector. But in addition to that, we've been looked at, and U.S. News and World Report does an analysis every year of all 50 states. They use 70 metrics to try to determine which of the 50 states is most competitive and has the best economy. 3 years ago, they rated Utah #1. 2 years ago, they rated Utah #1, again, 70 different metrics. And a couple of months ago, they rated Utah #1 for economic and productivity and quality of life. And we believe that is because of our people and because of our regulatory policy. Another publication, Rich States, Poor States, look at economic outlook, look at the future of states, all 50 states in America. For the 18th year in a row, they've rated Utah #1 for economic outlook. We think our future is very bright. But one of the challenging things with our future is, again, we believe, and I led a delegation two years ago to Ukraine. We were the only state in America to take a full delegation, 20 people to Ukraine, during the middle of the war. And I've been in Bucha. I've stood on the area where the Russians came into Bucha and actually shot men, women, and children, and dug trenches. The people thought they were digging them to fortify the troops, and they dumped people in them. Very brutal and very difficult situation. As I look at what's going on in the world today, the thing that can challenge Utah's economic prosperity and our quality of life, in fact, the world's quality of life, is the lack of our ability to control AI and the future of technology. I think it has a very big impact. We are, again, in an arms race, not a nuclear arms race anymore, but we're in an arms race for AI technology. You see what's happening in Ukraine. We have in Utah, Hill Air Force Base, we are home to the F-35s. We know what F-22s are. We understand stealth fighters and stealth bombers, but that's not what they're using in Ukraine. What's happening, and if you look at the last attack, it's drone technology and AI technology. That is the future, and if we don't dominate that as a free world, we're going to be in trouble.
Which is what makes this so high stakes. And I mean, Derek, it's interesting. CEOs of NVIDIA and ARM, both US companies, have said in the last week that this idea of kind of Donald Trump closing those routes to China, onshoring all of this stuff, all it's doing is advancing China's technological development.
Mm-hmm.
They're right, aren't they?
Well, it's a difficult calculus because in the medium and the long term, and I agree with you, we're not talking 10 years here. We've got to onshore rapidly. We've got to build, we, the free world, have got to build our own supply chains, build our own sources of critical minerals. We have to deny the most advanced tools to China as well, be that the Dutch company you mentioned, be that NVIDIA itself, which said they lost out on about $2.5 billion in revenue in one quarter. They're expecting $8 billion lost revenues in the second quarter. That's a significant cost, but it's a cost that we have to bear to be able to on the cutting edge of innovation. And so if we medium term build our own supply chains, deny it to China, and then third, we've got to work together as an alliance, and we've got to have trusted partners. We've got to work together so that all of the West together can confront that Chinese threat. I think Europe tends to be a little bit ahead of the U.S. in terms of public sector investment, and of course the U.S. brings a lot of private sector investment to the table, which I would argue can bring even better results. So working together with our different strengths, I think we can confront this challenge, and we've just got to recognize that, yes, we're in a bloc versus bloc situation. And Europe and the United States, despite any unpleasantness recently with trade and everything else, in the long term, we're clearly going to be allies. We share so many common values, certainly over and against the Chinese regime, Chinese Communist Party, which uses AI and technology to surveil its own citizens, to enslave them, and to threaten their neighbors. So in my mind, we have to do it. There are costs in the short term, to be sure, to companies, but they have to be paid.
So here are the facts, and hopefully we can all agree that right now, one country controlling 60% of the manufacturing of critical minerals and controlling 90–95% of the processing of critical minerals, a country that perhaps we don't align with politically or doesn't align with the free world, that is not a future that we want to maintain. And so we have to go to work to try to fix that. And we have to unite among not our differences, but the things we're most concerned about. And we need to step up as a free world and start dealing with critical mineral development, the environmental processes behind it, and the manufacturing of critical minerals. And we see dumping. We had a company in Utah that produced most of the magnesium for the entire United States. Magnesium is used in weapon systems, U.S. magnesium. Because there were dumping of magnesium on the global market, they went out of business. And we need to deal with that because we cannot allow, if the facts are accurate, that 60% of the critical minerals are mined in a country that is not aligned with us, and they process 90–95% of them. The free world needs to deal with that, and we can't wait. It needs to be done. It needs to be done now.
And to your point, we can't just use the tools of the free market because we have a competitor, an adversary who doesn't play by those rules. And that's why we have to make an adjustment here so that we do not allow companies like the magnesium company you're talking about to go out of business.
Marketa, I'm intrigued to hear what you think about kind of which way Europe should go here. I mean, we're hearing a lot about the free world, about, I think Stuart said, stepping up together. The EU's not necessarily always been the biggest friend of US big tech companies, has it?
Well, which way should the EU go? That's, of course, well, I slightly touched upon it, but the excellence and the snowball effect, if you are first in AI, you continue being first in AI and snowball all the other technological advancement onto you. It's, as I mentioned, all because the US and China have sort of a potential centralization of power. In the US, it's the single capital market. If you want to influence any sort of tech department, you can through that, you can through various means. In China, of course, it's heavy subsidizing from the Chinese Communist Party, and of course planning of which tech sector will be supported in the next 5 years. So in this regard, it's almost quite natural that Europe would be quite behind, because we do not have those things, although Europe is the most accused of being the central leading force, but it's just not true. It's not Brussels, it's Berlin, it's Paris, you know, it's partially even Prague. And I feel like we need really to unify this if we want to compete. Of course, there's the decision to be made whether we want that. You know, maybe some European leaders want to be just providers and want to be on the outskirts, because being on the outskirts has also some advantages. You are not out there potentially for any conflicts. And I think we need to mention that there is one boiling conflict that might come into play quite soon, which is, of course, Chinese offensive towards Taiwan. And in that situation, Europe will probably be forced by both US and China to, so to say, pick a side. But we are dependent on both sides, so how can we then pick a side? Morally, it's quite clear, of course, standing behind Taiwan, but we do not have actually assessed the critical dependencies that we have and are not doing anything against them. So this is also another direction that we need to take into account and either change or get used to the fact that we will be played.
Really interesting. And thank you also for your questions coming in on Slido. Please do keep them coming. We're going to get to those in a second. But Karel, I think it's interesting because Marketa just mentioned there the importance of Taiwan. I mean, why is that such a valuable area, not just for China, but also for the US, for Europe, for the entire world?
Well, the area itself is not really valuable, maybe in the context of geographics, because it's very close to mainland China, so we would never be able to, even if the US would at some point claim it as the 51st state, which they will not, of course. But it has the power of manufacturing the most advanced AI chips. We have kind of, in the inertia that we were living, just forgot to do that. And that high dependency creates, of course, almost like a hostage to us in the context of dependency and the ability of China to weaponize that. Again, the autocratic playbook disregards completely the free market in context of everything that probably ideologically matters to us, like freedom, freedom of choice, ethical work, labor rights, and all of that. And when we're dealing with that, we lost ourselves to fix their ideology instead of fixing our resilience, unfortunately, in my opinion. Right? We cared more about changing the Chinese mindset of nation building, and in that way, we lost actually our industrial base. And we did not really recognize that loss, because we were, in German we say the Gutmenschen, right? We wanted everybody to be really a good person and care about good things. In fact, China doesn't even really care about the Chinese as much as we would care about Europeans, right? We care about our people. The US cares about freedom. But freedom doesn't come just with economic power, it comes first with security. There is no supply chain that is viable without security. The US has been the guarantor of the security for the Western world for many, many decades. The NATO summit in 2 weeks will be decisive for our future, and China will look at that extremely closely. It is at war with us in the context of Taiwan as well, because it doesn't need to invade Taiwan. I always say China doesn't need to shoot one missile to win the war because it owns the periodic table. It also owns a lot of control in the context of value generation for a lot of our big companies. China has been not only the producer, but also consumer for our products. So we have to understand that there is collateral damage, and that collateral damage is going to be very hurtful for a period of time. And how much that collateral damage will be, the longer we wait, the more collateral damage there will be. So when we think about policies, when we think about change, when we think about rearm Europe, we need to think about the money to be invested into the right technology and not fight yesterday's war. Yesterday's war was tanks, big, beautiful ships. Well, today's and tomorrow's war will be cyber, will be hybrid, will be drone wars, can shoot down things that we paid for dearly for multi-billion dollars, and they shoot it down with a $10 million invention, right? And that's actually pretty bad when an aircraft carrier loses a plane or two, when something cheap comes across and, you know, we did forget the plane is on the ship and it just fell down, which was, you know, a real case just recently.
Yeah, Derek, you're nodding along there.
Yeah, I agree with everything you just said. I think it was brilliant. And we need to recognize that it wasn't we who entered into this new Cold War. It wasn't us who inspired Putin to invade Ukraine. There's evil in the world, and we need to stand united against it. If you look at China, we spent 20, 50 years, some in that time frame, trying to draw them into this global order, and it's been rejected. It's very clear. My colleague, Michael Pillsbury, wrote a book called The 100-Year Marathon. Had we been watching and listening carefully to their ideology and to how they were talking about building their country, we would have recognized that they were playing along for a time. I think companies are seeing this. I hear from multinational companies, US and others, all the time, who are in China for a time. Maybe for a time it's even profitable. For example, look at General Motors. After all, Mao drove a Buick. They had some cachet. They were selling a lot of cars for a time, but they're not really anymore. Look at what's happening in Europe with the Chinese EVs coming across the border, thanks to large subsidies from the Chinese government. We just have to recognize that they're playing in a mercantilist world. We, the free world, don't have to atomize into our own countries, but we do need to work together as a free world, as a trading bloc. We need to work together on technology transfers. We need to make sure that we're not allowing the most advanced tools to get to China. We just have to recognize that's the world we live in, even if it's not the world we would like to be in.
Maybe if I may very quickly comment on that, because we talk about tax fractures, what I'm totally with you, where they have never actually played or bought into the free market. Right. They have weaved micro regulations, and we're now at the point where if you're a company from the outside and you want to operate in China and you have any touch with the government, which every company requires anyways, you have to run your entire tech stack on Alibaba, right? So they are decoupling anyways. Right. For us, it comes as a surprise that, oh, we need to decouple from China? Why is that? Well, because they're already decoupling themselves. So to your point, we did not start that. We did not want that. And we kind of need to get over the point that we are in it and realize that. So the self-reflection comes there as well.
Well said.
So that's interesting. So, I mean, Stuart, I think it's worth kind of dwelling a little bit more on that. We already know that China has been supplying us for a long time. They have some of this knowledge. I think, Karel mentioned Alibaba. Their CEO, I think, said this week that they believe a year behind in terms of chip development, but they always catch up pretty quickly. How do we square that challenge then of we need to cut off the limb while also saying, if we're in a US context, kind of making America great again could make China even greater?
Yeah. In addition to the regulatory burdens that China places on companies doing business there, we regulate and make a real bureaucratic process upon ourselves. We talked about critical minerals. Critical minerals exist in the free world. We just aren't producing them. Utah has 40 of the 50 critical minerals needed. And when you talk about technology, you can't have AI technology without data centers. And you can't have data centers without power. We in the free world have basically restricted the expansion of power. It's been very difficult to be able to, in fact, I would say the free world has an extreme deficit of power generation right now. Mm-hmm. We've had, in my office in Utah, I've had probably 10 or 20 data centers come in wanting I mean, a gig of power is an immense amount of power that's needed to be able to power these big data centers. And that power doesn't exist in America. It doesn't exist, I think, in the free world. It doesn't exist in Utah. We are making a concerted effort in Utah to try to reduce those regulatory processes that restrict the ability for us to develop nuclear. We're looking at smart nuclear, we're looking at small nuclear reactors, we're looking at actually trying to make Utah the nuclear capital of the world with microreactors that actually fit on the back of a semi-truck that can be transported and dropped into place, very, very, very safe, to be able to allow them to be tied together, daisy-chained together, to be able to produce power for AI technology. We're looking at hydropower, we're looking at geothermal, we're actually continuing to use coal, clean coal and processes, natural gas. We cannot let, in my opinion, and we have an excess amount of natural gas, we cannot let Europe, Germany be dependent on Russia for their energy production or their supplies. We need to step up as a free world to try to make sure we have those supply line dependencies, but also energy dependencies to be able to compete. I lived through COVID, and the regulatory processes that I experienced during COVID and the supply chain interruptions that we found during COVID, we cannot let happen again. So, yeah, we have a challenge, but I think part of that challenge is trying to reduce the regulatory processes we put upon ourselves to be able to unleash the power of the free world, the power of capitalism, to be able to solve those problems. And sometimes we are our worst enemies because of the regulatory burdens we put on ourselves.
Well, I hope that anybody that's sat here and thought, well, I don't need to pay attention to tech or anything like that has now been convinced otherwise. I think it's worth bringing in some of the Slido questions now, because I think we've kind of danced a little bit around the regulatory questions. There's one here that asks, in your opinion, what are the key EU regulations that have to change to allow the continent to make progress in reducing dependencies? Marketa, if I can maybe come to you as our kind of European parliamentary representative. Mm-hmm. What do you think to that?
Well, I slightly mentioned already that we in the EU actually do not know where do we have the critical dependencies. And that's one of the first regulations that I would think of, because this is something that the Internal Market Committee tried to push for the last European Parliament's mandate, so I'd say around 2021. And it did not go through the Council of the EU because the member states blocked it. What was, let's say, the goal was to actually, exactly as I mentioned, assess where do we have those dependencies and then enroll some sort of plan on resolving those. And even this, even just sort of saying, let's have a plan, did not go through the member states. So, you know, I can mention many other potential EU regulation that would reduce dependencies, but I think that we need to address the elephant in the room, which is the wall made by member states in terms of doing something about it. And that's why I already several times mentioned the unification of the single market and the creation of the capital market, and of course some other reforms per se, such as the veto in the Council of the EU, because otherwise we will not have the unified voice that actually wants to do something for protection of the EU. We will only have the 27 plus individual voices that can't really do much, but are somehow potentially protecting their own interests. And allow me just a quick example again, because I was working on a CHIPS Act, and if anybody read the CHIPS Act, it's horrible, it sucks. There's no money in it, and it's absolutely pointless. Why is it? Because we tried to do something in the parliament, because immediately lobbyists from Netherlands and from Germany, but Netherlands mostly, which is a very small country. But they have, of course, as we already mentioned, ASML and the other great technological, advanced companies. They came and said, well, you want to bring here investors to create more factories, but that would be a competition to us. We don't want that. And they blocked it completely. One country, well, a small country, and advancement in investments in chips, the most important thing that we need in Europe. Thank you, NVIDIA, by the way, for progressing at least somewhere. But this needs to change. So yeah, that would be my answer.
Derek, can I maybe ask you to address another question, which is this one about kind of the similarities between EU and US regulation and maybe where in the Venn diagram those operate. And in the meantime, I'm hoping that our erstwhile microphone operators might be able to come to this gentleman next. Basically, where are those regulatory similarities between the US and the EU, and how can we kind of build on them to advance our economies in both ways?
Yeah, we've got plenty of house cleaning to do on our side of the Atlantic on our regulatory state, particularly environmental regulations, which empower litigation. It is America, after all. We got to give our lawyers something to do. So we just sue all the time, and that's terrible. It slows down the process to build the new power that you were talking about, Mr. President, which I agree with everything you said there. Absolutely brilliant. We have to do that. But I think the biggest regulatory elephant in the room is the net zero policies. And as long as we push in that direction, we're going to have more and more reliance issues on China, which dominates the renewable energy technologies, electric vehicles in particular. We're going to endanger good jobs like in this part of Europe that build internal combustion engines, for example. At the same exact time when the United States is producing more oil and gas than it ever has before, where there's great resources in the North Sea if nations here would be willing to utilize them. As long as we push toward that, we're going to hamstring ourselves. We're going to continue to deindustrialize because the price of energy is going to be way, way too high. And to fully understand that, again, we have to recognize the world that we live in. China is not concerned about the environment. They say some of the right things about it, but what do? They continue to build coal power plants all over the country. Multiple times of how many total coal plants there are in the US, they're building every year. It's completely subsuming anything that we're trying to do in the US to reduce emissions. So as long as they are doing that, and I can guarantee you that those coal plants aren't using the best technologies like they would be if one were to be built in the US or into Europe. So we're really hamstringing ourselves as long as we pursue that path. I think in the United States, we're taking firm steps away from that agenda. It's not just President Trump, but even on the left-hand side of the political spectrum in the US, there's a recognition that we have to have affordable and reliable electricity. We see the things that happened in Spain, where my son was living, studying abroad, and had blackouts because of an unreliable electric grid. So we have to temper our enthusiasm for that by making sure we have a reliable and affordable fuel supply.
Stuart, Karel, you're both nodding along there. Anything either of you want to add to that?
So, on the regulation side, I think the US is extremely good. Second place in the world from the bottom. Only Zambia and mining takes 34 years. The US takes between 27 to 29 years from ideation to first product out. The Europeans are very similar, 15 to 20 years. Often the reason is like, some species living somewhere there, and we need to protect that at all cost. And what I'm trying to maybe allude to is it's time to reprioritize and recalibrate what is important to us. And while I often reminisce about the issues that we're having, I also want to be positive about the capabilities that we have. So, and we have proven that in the free market. For instance, when we were talking about sustainability, and there was a question about CBAM, right? And we talk about renewable energy certificates, that the market actually pumps money into it and trades, and trade always is more fruitful than, let's say, expenditures into something with subsidies. And when we're thinking about rare earth minerals, a governance of rare earth minerals under the umbrella of national security would be something that would help us, at least in the time frame of recalibration and reordering our supply chains. What that means is that we go as governments and go into those supply chains, and yes, to some extent stockpile, and then trade it back into the industry. Because a government, in anything it does it worse than the private sector, in anything. Okay, that's my strong belief. Like Milton Friedman says, there are only certain things that government should and need to do, and those are minimal, right? And governing business is none of that. And I worked at the Federal Reserve, I can tell you, okay? Doing processes there is painful. So when we think about the second thing on this as a recommendation, is really emerging that entrepreneurial spirit and the innovation power that we have. 27 different minds have 27 different ideas. Not all of them will be in alignment, but why are we not harnessing it and we just hit each other over the head all the time? And then we do that forever and we never come to a result. So I think when we agree on the problem, the solution power that the transatlantic relationship has over 100 years solved the worst things that happened to our societies, and it will solve this one too. So in this case, it needs to become a transatlantic technology regulation. Right? It's not just the EU regulation. The EU AI Act, in my opinion, is nonsense. Yeah, the only thing it does is actually protects your privacy. Okay, great. So let's call that the AI Act. It has nothing to do really with AI other than your personal information protection. So, and there is no safe haven agreement either. So the data needs to flow between the US and Europe. It's not flowing right now. And it's not flowing because of things like GDPR and all of that. So we need to actually release a little bit of that data, because data literally is the new oil for AI. Unless we want to drill, baby, drill, and let's go, right? I mean, that's not a bad thing either, but for the period of time, of course. But there are like steps, really concrete steps for the EU and the US to collaborate on. The worst thing is alienate each other. And I think the UK plays a very good bridge in that. I don't know what happened to Keir, but Keir changed quite a bit from when he got elected to where he is right now. And Honorary Tobias Albert is here as well. You know him very well as well. So I think we need to be positive and optimistic, and we need to engage. And we need to break down some of those barriers, because the EU is regulatory champion #2 in the world, and the US is proudly #1. So how about we change that a little bit?
Stuart, anything?
Yeah, I just maybe add to that. In fact, I actually wrote something down and that President Zelensky said, but I never thought in my lifetime, having studied World War II and what happened here in Europe during World War II, I really didn't think that I'd see tanks going across a border again into another country in my lifetime. That was a vision that I just didn't think. I thought that was ancient history in my mind. And seeing what's happening in the world right now, and you see what's happening in Israel, Hamas, even Iran overnight, we live in a different world today. And President Zelensky said something. He said, Operation Spiderweb, and I wrote this down, such a strike would never have been imaginable without technology. No country, and I would say the free world, not only no country, can afford to stay behind in technology. In Utah, we're trying to focus on 3 things. And we believe it's a national and a world security issue. And we're trying to we want to be a pilot program. We're asking Congress to reduce those regulations you talked about for Utah so that we can show how to responsibly develop critical minerals and not only mine, but actually process critical minerals, that we can show how to develop energy, whether it's nuclear, again, hydro or geothermal, but we want to be able to provide the nuclear power for data centers. We have the lowest electric rates, the lowest energy prices in the United States and Utah, both natural gas and electricity. We can show the world how to produce energy at a very reasonable price and environmentally sound, and to be able to develop AI technology, because again, I will say that the country or the area of the world that controls AI will control the world in the future, both militarily and economically, and we need to step up to be able to solve that as a free world. And hopefully we can join with Europe in a collaborative effort to be able to come together to try to make sure that our supply chains in the free world work together and we aren't dependent on ideological countries that don't align with us.
we're on the home straight now. You've been very, very patient, so I'm grateful for it. If we can, all of us, try and rattle through some of these.
Thank you very much indeed. Tobias Selwood, former defense minister. And I'm marking those words. Whoever controls AI controls the world. And that's the message that's come from me. This is a security conference. Some of us have been coming in for many years, and the digital plane is now taking over. Absolutely right. Mm-hmm. So my charge to you, and sir, you say you're actually making more power to create the data banks in order to enhance AI. That suggests we're still on a journey. From my perspective, from where I sit, the harnessing of AI is a 5-year race. This is an arms race that will be concluded in the next 5 years with quantum computing. And if we lose that, it's game-changing. So my question to you all, sirs and madam, is to say, should there not be a Manhattan-style project that brings together all the collaboration, all the capability, the academics, as well as the commercial and the governments, to say we need to inject every effort possible, because otherwise we lose this, it will be existential?
And my answer is absolutely yes. And we're asking for that in Utah from the United States government. We see this as an unbelievably critical issue that can't be lost. So that's my answer, yes.
Maybe one caveat, Tobias, on that is that unfortunately the mindset of the Manhattan Project is very hard to push today because government believes that government should manage. And the Manhattan Project was government initiated and private sector executed. And if we can get to that point that even the EU Commission and all the 27 states in Europe, plus the United States government says, we will be hands-off, then I would say, absolutely, let's have a go at it. But if we don't do that and we live again this pipe dream of Manhattan Project government-led, then we're going to be busy, but we're not going to be doing any business. So that's my point.
Agreed. I just agree with that. Yeah.
May I ask one point? Well, I don't want to be the pessimist on the panel, but I truly am, apparently, because I just don't see it. I am European focused on defense, and although we have a huge geopolitical shift and a huge adversary on our borders, we are not capable of, bringing 27 member states together for a proper common European defense. And that's something that most convention leaders understand, because as the conventional arms race, etc., I don't see the knowledge base, the capacity, and the political will to do this in terms of tech race, in terms of AI, because most of the people who are decision makers in the top executive positions don't even understand AI. There was one question regarding the big beautiful bill and the US and AI. The European Union itself does not have an AI Act that would address this. The AI Act is just about human rights, when you go to work, so that your application is not processed by AI. That's not protecting us. So we don't have that, and I think we need to address it and know it.
Yeah, and very quickly, I'll just maybe spin off of that. In Utah, we passed regulation that actually allows for regulators to be embedded with the developers to be able to facilitate faster speeds in AI development, but to do it in a responsible way that doesn't create some of the challenge we've seen even with some of the internet or just social media. So we're working on that, and we have a model we're happy to share.
I think that conversations like this one will help us get there. So it's ones that we should definitely talk about over lunch. And please do stay in your seats because we do have the program continuing here with the last but not least session today on the topic of public-private synergies in Central and Eastern European critical infrastructure. But please, when you do so, and while we leave the stage, give a round of applause to our brilliant panel here.
Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome the moderator of the next session, Gordon Binay.
Thank you very much. Let me introduce my panel just as they walk on. Martin Kupka, Minister of Transport of Czechia.
Good afternoon.
Jan Krzysztof Bielecki, former Prime Minister of Poland and currently the Chairman of the Partners Advisory Board at Ernst & Young. Then you have Willy Morterer. Of his many functions, he's the Chairman of the Board of GLOBSEC, but also former Vice Chancellor of Austria, but also Vice Chairman of EIB. And Marco Rosso, a partner and global head of business development at Meridian, one of the largest infrastructure investors in the region. Please take a seat.
Thank you.
From this introduction, you found out that we are going to talk about infrastructure. What a boring topic, you would say. Well, it isn't. It's behind everything that's happening in the world. Infrastructure is driven by the most important global megatrends today. Digitalization of the world and AI is one megatrend. The second one is decarbonization, energy transition. It's all about infrastructure. The next one is about demographic change in the world. From schools to elderly care homes and hospitals, that's all over there. And then the change of globalization, the realignment of supply chains in the world, it's all about realigning infrastructure, ports, roads, railways, airports, and decarbonizing that part of the world as well. So all these megatrends are driving an incredible amount of capital that is needed to be invested in infrastructure. The latest measure that the European Union alone will need about 800 billion between now and 2030 just to upgrade its infrastructure. And I have to say the EU is still in much better place than, for example, the United States when we talk about transport infra. But Europe is lagging behind in digital, so there are big differences. So a huge amount of capital is needed. Let me start this conversation in an unusual way, asking a question not to the dignitaries in the room, of which we have a number, 3 here, but start with the private sector. Because this panel is about public-private collaboration. And we often complain that there is not enough money to go fast enough in infrastructure development. So Marco, you represent one of the leading, if not the leading PPP investor, public-private investor in the region. Are you limited by money? Do you have enough money to invest here?
Thank you for putting me on the spot immediately. But the answer is, well, is super easy. There is more than enough money. There is more than enough money in the market. There is today a number of, almost limited number of players that have interest in infrastructure. The asset class is very, very attractive. Most countries have experienced already and have a track record, although very small, with PPPs or with private partner corporations. So there is a trust, and if you're an investor and you look around the world, today investing in Europe is for sure not the worst thing you could think of. So what is limiting us?
So if it's not money, then why don't you put more money into the region? What holds you back? What's the bottleneck?
Let me be a bit confrontational here. So first, give us projects. Give us a pipeline that makes sense and that is not limited to day-to-day planning. Give us something that we can plan on for more than 3-4 years or for an electoral cycle only. Stop using private-public partnerships as the financing method of last resort. Make it a usus that you start looking at this, because otherwise you will not be able to procure the billions that you think have to go into defense on one side and the infrastructure gap that has to be filled, as Gordon was saying. Second, make sure that you learn from your experiences. Build PPP specialized teams from the good examples you have. Centralize them in government so that all agencies, all ministries but also regional and local authorities can get there. And last but not least, use the possibilities that go beyond the financing markets. Use the EIB, the EU institutions to get beyond the money. It's making projects more secure, guarantees, second tier layers. This is what makes this liquidity available for you.
So private capital is available in abundance. That's not the bottleneck. The EU funds are gradually going down in the region, which was the typical source of infrastructure development in the last 20 years. Minister Kupka, Marko raised a couple of ideas. How does it look from your point of view in being responsible for the Czech Republic transport infrastructure?
I'm absolutely sure that for us, it's not opportunity to collaborate with the private sector, it's necessity. And we are definitely in the really hot phase of the preparation of a lot of really very ambitious projects, not only for the missing parts of highways in Czech Republic, but also for the modern high-speed lines. And also my government put on the table the decisions about the concrete PPP projects as a pipeline for the next years. And I can say that, for example, now we are also in the developed phase, or really very advanced phase of the competition for the concessionaire for D35, which is the alternative way which will connect eastern and western parts of Czech Republic, and it's the first alternative to the overloaded D1 highway. And I can say that it wouldn't be only one project, and now we are also working on the next PPP project for the railway infrastructure, which will be the connection between the center of Prague and the Václav Havel airport, and as well Kladno, which is the biggest central Bohemian city. And now we are working also on the next 6 projects for high-speed lines and as well for highways in different parts of Czech Republic. I'd like to underline that for us it's definitely necessary point for the next improvement of the Czech infrastructure. And I'd like to say that it's not only the necessity in this line, it's also something like the way how to rewrite the approach to the private capital, to the private companies in Czech Republic, because now is the new point, it's the sharing of the responsibility for the next economical growth in Czech Republic, and also for the necessary construction of the dual-use infrastructure in the current really very difficult geopolitical situation. And I see PPP projects as a really very useful step to the, I can say, better resilience of the Czech Republic and also the whole European Union. And it's also the key how to solve problems with the, I can say, infrastructure, which is, for example, in the Central European region and also in the Eastern Europe, not enough, not in the definitely final well condition.
Thank you, Minister. Before I move to Jan Christoph, just 2 important pieces of information. We use Slido in this discussion and in this conference, so if you have questions, please use the app. I will see them coming up here, and I will feed them into the conversation. Or just feel free to put up your hand if you have a question that you want to ask a question directly. The other one, you see an empty chair there. That's not the usual political trick that somebody didn't come to the debate. We are still waiting for Michal Baranovsky from Poland, the Undersecretary of State in charge of the Ministry of Economic Development and Technology. He is delayed. Maybe there is something with the air control, air infrastructure here, but he's already on his way from the airport, so he will join us as we speak. But Jan Christoph, you have been, everybody knows you've been Prime Minister of Poland, but very few people know that you have first-hand experience with transport infrastructure, because when they let you out of the communist prison, you spent 4 years driving trucks in Poland in the 1980s. How has the infrastructure changed in the last 30, 40 years? And what are the priorities that a country like Poland, in your mind, should focus on going forward when they develop infrastructure?
Yes, but you correctly pointed out that I'm a very old man, so it means that I belong to the old good times when life was easy, was peaceful, and Poland benefited enormously from inflow of funds from the EU. So every third zloty was spent on infrastructure. So for truck drivers now life is beautiful because you have motorways everywhere, bridges and whatever. And that was a very successful story for Poland. I think also for the region. No, I think our road system is a bit more modern than in Germany. Sometimes that's of the opinion. But the problem is that it's not enough. And today, we are not living in the peaceful environment anymore. And every day you have more and more evidence that we should look at the same maybe topic, but from different perspective. And I think you mentioned already, you said dual use. Oh, yes, Minister, that's exactly one of the buzzwords we have to practice, but we have to understand that you cannot solve the problems of the future with the yesterday's solutions. That's why I think somebody anonymous asking about the regulatory system of the EU is absolutely correct. If you ask about the regulatory system in my country, it also could be much better. And again, going back to dual use and to military sector, let's ask a few questions which US asked not that many years ago, 10 years ago, when this Unit X was established, this Defense Innovation Unit, because they challenged everything. And that's my only point which I would really like to emphasize. They, in order to change mentality of people of Pentagon. Of course, in Pentagon, people are not that smart as in my country, but nevertheless, you know, of course, I'm joking, but they introduced completely new approach to procurement. Yeah. And procurement probably for the private sector is the most beautiful experience. Few years instead of few weeks. So they completely changed the procurement. They introduced startup approach to the project. So quickly you move it fast and fail fast as well, because not everything is a success story. If you have this famous mention by Minister dual use, don't speak only about drones, but speak about cybersecurity. This is exactly what is dual use and is so important. Or you can also speak about AI. So, but for that purpose, you need different people, different units, in order to introduce competition within the old structures. Otherwise, if you give it to the bureaucrats, they will kindly destroy everything. And last sentence, I have a very strong argument for that. Six months ago, maybe a little bit longer, I was involved with some, very old people who used to work for the EBRD in discussion whether there is a need for rearmament bank in Europe, in EU. So based on the experience of EBRD, we suggested that maybe it's better to establish a very quick unit, new unit, built from the scratch. We promised to deliver it in less than 6 months, to put a new institution built from the scratch, and then provide financing and competition also for that kind of services. And 6 months are gone, the project is kaput. The old fantastic institutions, including, I'm pointing in that direction, EIB, they said, we can deal with this, and let's wait and see what is the outcome. Thank you.
Thank you, Prime Minister. Let me announce that Under Secretary of State Baranovsky just arrived from the airport. Welcome. We have a chair for you. Thank you for coming in a haste.
Yeah, great to see you.
Please have a seat.
Dzień dobry.
We'll have a few questions and then turn to you in a minute. We were discussing one topic in the last questions, which was dual use of infrastructure, i.e. military and civil use of infrastructure and what kind of developments that means. Willy Molterer, among many functions, was the vice president of the EIB for many years. He's not speaking on behalf of the EIB in this forum, but he has all the knowledge of infrastructure development across Europe. And very recently, Willy, the EIB changed its mandate and included defense financing, which is a major revolution. How do you see this, and how can this help the region in particular?
Well, I would say finally, EIB did this step. It was a courageous and a necessary one. And to be honest, it's not the final one, because the sheer need that is ahead of us is, I would say, unlimited, which means the scope of activity should be broadened definitely permanently. And I tell you why. If you put the figures together, that is in Letta, in Draghi, in Niinistö's report, and also in von der Leyen report, you will end up by, I would say, 1 to 1 trillion euro a year for the years to come. If you look into the realities of budgets, so they are going to be restricted or better spent for defense and other issues. So that means the gap is widening, which means we need exactly what you have said, access to this private capital. My experience, and this is the reason why I'm starting here, is I was running this famous European Fund for Strategic Investments for 5 years as managing director of that. And the target was, let's incentivize 500 billion euros investment by crowding in private capital. And the interesting thing, this was done by Jean-Claude Juncker on 3 pillars. First is, what's the legal and regulatory environment? There is room for improvement, serious one. Second, it is the advisory pillar. That means you have to get knowledge if you go for PPP, which means you need to train the bureaucracy, you need to train the experts in designing projects, because the design of a project is a fundamental precondition for private investors to go into. It's not the revenue just, it's the quality of the project, also the legal dimension. And the third is the financial pillar. And what we did is quite interesting. It's forgotten already. We had a guarantee, EIB had a guarantee of 33 billion euros, incentivizing 500 billion. And we finally managed within 5 years more than 500. It was 540 or 50. Out of this guarantee so far, the guarantee call is less than 1, some 800 million. The rest is still a valid guarantee and available for the private sector, which means it was more than 400 billion crowded in from the private sector. And it was exactly what you have said. It was about the quality of the project and to have a professional machine behind, which was called EIB, and the guarantee from the budget. So this is the fundamental design what we should go for. And I think there is, I would say, many projects. They could be developed, should be developed, and I love your approach, Gordon, to broaden the scope of the definition of infrastructure. Include social infrastructure and all the likes. And you will see there is so many opportunities in front of us if we stick to this idea to have the legal environment properly done, to have the advisory capacity properly done, and to have financing that's based also on public guarantees.
Mm-hmm.
So, Secretary Baranovsky.
I can't agree with you.
You can't agree.
No, I can. No, because this is impossible. When we look at the traditional projects, then you can use traditional banker who will go through the traditional procedures, evaluate them, and find the risk assessment facility, blah, 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 and then after 6 months or maybe 1 year, they will make a decision. When minister speaks about dual use, we are in the new land, you know, in the new territory. And the worst thing which could be done is that EIB now scared a bit that we are not doing defense, which we were supposed to do 10 years ago, not yesterday, 10 years ago. Now we want to grab this territory in order to take control of everything. And then I can already imagine how the procedure will be, you know, defined by the EIB, how quick the process will be, and how decisions which are based on the completely new, innovative way. Yeah? Can you imagine that EIB will accept the startup approach to the projects in the military sector? Or?
Definitely yes. Okay. Definitely yes. But I'm not speaking on behalf of EIB. To be honest, there is somebody else that should define. But based on the experience I have, we made decisions within 6 months. This was the average period of having a decision, starting the accessing the EIB and finally having an agreement with us.
So let me ask Secretary Baranowski, keeping the ball in Poland, but with the current government. We were discussing dual use. We were discussing infrastructure. The German government announced 500 billion for infrastructure and another similar amount for defense, but they say 30% of the defense budget will also be infrastructure for dual use. So Poland is probably the strongest military spender in Europe. What does it mean for infrastructure there?
Great. Well, first, let me say how happy I am to be here with you at GLOBSEC and on this fantastic panel. I'm late because of the flight delay, and I think it was Prime Minister who was talking about Eurocrats. I was flying from Brussels, so the flight infrastructure, the infrastructure in Brussels was not good enough to get us in time. But I was listening to the panel on the way from the airport, so I'm actually all caught up, and I hopefully can connect to some things that have been said. So it's we should certainly broaden the perspective of what is infrastructure. On dual use, there is an aspect, very important aspect of also military mobility, something that we have quite a bit developed over the past years. Many of our Western allies need to develop even further. It's very good to see the high number in Germany as well. We are in the midst of developing this big solidarity hub that will have airport and train connections. It's actually going to be a public-private partnership as well, which will be key for our economy, but it will have also a military mobility dimension. But I'm also glad, and I think it was Minister who was talking about the dual use and the infrastructure going beyond the traditional one, also into the digital area. That's clearly something that is good for our economies, but it's critical for our security as well. And Prime Minister Bielecki was talking about the idea of the rearmament bank. Because I think as we are in such a geopolitical moment, right? There is another war on our doorsteps this morning as well. We should be thinking more and more of security as our security infrastructure. And this is something that will keep not only our society safe, but our economies prosperous. So I think this is really critical that we have more of public, but also private money going to this. And I will finish on this, but a model to look at this is some of the developments in Silicon Valley with new defense companies that are actually using VCs, so actually not like a lot of private money, and are very successful in developing new military technologies, something that we should be doing in Europe as well.
So can I just ask back first to Marco and then come back to the minister, is public-private cooperation is often politically difficult, because the public opinion often believes that private money in public infrastructure is controversial, it will make things more expensive than it should be, etc. And also there are sometimes populist politicians go and say, oh, the public use of infrastructure goes to cigar smoking bankers and cutting dividend slips. Marco, the money you're investing, private sector money, what kind of money is that? Where is it coming from?
Actually, it's almost for its entirety pension funds and insurances. So we are, in a way, taking the money from people that is working hard and are promising to give it back to them after a certain period of time. Our funds are looking at 25, 30 and beyond years' time. So, in fact, we see that infrastructure becomes interesting for long-term investment the moment that you have a perspective. You can have moderate returns, but for a long term and for, let's say, with a certain security. So I think that the challenge here is, again, not to be distracted by the discussion of, well, the state pays 3%, why should we pay 6% for something that the private is making? But just to be, again, very, very controversial, ask the German government if they wouldn't have preferred to have a PPP for the Berlin airport with 2.5 billion, which was the fixed number that the private would have been doing, instead of paying 7, 8 billion and maybe not even be completely ready. It's a cost and benefit analysis that has to take into account that the private, especially when you are under pressure to deliver under high time thing, is not about the money alone. It's development expertise. It's accountability for a long term. It's going and planning and discussing with you what is the final service that you want to have. It's not about construction. Is it what do I want? What is the problem that I need to solve there? And if I might, I see that most of the problems we have and the failures we have is because it takes us too long time to decide, can we do it? Are we doing it? How are we going to do it? And therefore, the only successes, or very much 90% of the successes, have been in transport. But today we need to go beyond transport. Yes. There are examples in healthcare, in education, in transmission. We are talking about defense, but how do we think we can get resilient and autonomous and sovereign and protected from external shocks if today our transition network of energy in Europe is really, really bad? We have, and this is where regulation is killing. We cannot build a transmission line from north to south in Germany in less than 15, 20 years. I mean, this is where we need to excel. We need to have a common view, a common idea, and commit to do something. Then the private capital will be there and will help, not only with money.
Just allow me to...
Minister
and then you. So, Minister, we had a question from the floor as well. What is your opinion about over-regulation of the EU environment? How does it look in the Czech Republic? You have recently been very successful with private-public cooperations, which is a big change in the Czech Republic. How did you achieve that?
I can say that, there are barriers in the approach of society to the public-private partnership. It could be, and it's why we really need to have the successful stories. And the previous one in Czech Republic, which was D4 highway, and it was successful story. And it's really strong support for the government and also for the politicians to bring the new projects in this kind of preparation and process. I agree with you that over-regulation of the EU is the problem, especially when you compare the current situation and current opportunities in the European Union with the other corners of the earth. But I can say that we have also our own homework in Czech Republic, and I can say that now we have definitely a successful Construction Act and also Linear Infrastructure Act, which have opened definitely new opportunities to, I can say, to simplify and also to have faster processes in Czech Republic. And I see this as a prerequisite for the next improvement of the Czech infrastructure. And I can say that I agree with Wilhelm because I'm absolutely sure that we also need the really high expertise for the process of PPP. And it's also about the trust of the society to all these new projects. And we are in a very close cooperation with EIB and EBRD, especially for this expertise in this area. And now we have also the specific small department, which is the center of expertise and the center of excellence for the specific process of the preparation of PPP projects. And it's only, I can say it's only one way how to prepare more than 2, more than 3 new PPP projects.
Just a question on this, and then I'll come to you just to reflect. One, Marco earlier said that the money they invest is actually pensioners' money, future pensioners, pension savings. So the money that, any profit that is generated on a public-private investment will flow back into the future pensions of people. That sounds like a good deal. But Poland and the Czech Republic, by the way, Hungary as well, we are not members of the Eurozone. We have our own currencies. To fund these projects, you often need local currency. Do you allow your pension funds to invest zloty or Czech koruna into bonds of projects that could finance Polish or Czech roads? I don't know the situation in the Czech Republic.
We have involved these possible funds from the pension systems or for a specific insurance system for the pension. It's private money.
It's a regulatory question.
Private tools. But I can say that it could be also very useful for the future. But we don't see as a problem to combine Czech crowns and euros also in all other PPP projects. And I can say that we have structure for this combination. It's no problem. It's, for example, 1/4 of financing these projects. It's from Czech crowns and 3 parts from the euros.
Marco, you wanted to comment on this?
Yes, I agree. We are one of the partners in the D4, and I confirm that we were able to co-finance. You know, part is in euro, part in Czech krona. It has also to do with where you source your construction, your capex. But for the future, if you go for high-speed rail, we are talking about 300, 400 millions for the D4. High-speed rail will be 3 billions. That will be not so much of a problem of finding the kronas, but of finding a competitive moment in which you have more than one person in the market. So I'm just saying, and sorry if I being also on the bad side of the private investment in Poland, I can say that there with BGK being the development bank that is used to funnel funds under the state interest, but also PFR being a fund that is looking directly into investing in infrastructure, looking at the Slovaks that has just amended their law to allow the pension funds to go for alternative funding or infrastructure funds. That is, I think, the future, and it's a switch because it is really a virtuous circle and cycle. You invest in your own country, you take the upside that usually the public is very reluctant to see to go to privates, and you solve one big part of the equation. So this would be my recommendation.
So let me ask also the Polish side, the Undersecretary and also Prime Minister. Maybe you start, Prime Minister, on your comments and then go to the Secretary of State.
We have 11 minutes left, and you asked 2 excellent questions. First was related to why do we need private sector, except smoking cigars and entertainment. And the answer is very simple. This is what already I raised in the first round. Pentagon is the best example that we need private sector for innovation, because Pentagon was not able to adjust to the modern war which is taking place, and that's why they need Silicon Valley mentality and approach to innovation in order to modernize quickly the military. So that's first, that they bring innovation and they bring also the stewardship to the existing set of rules. This is what exactly EU administration would really badly need it. And the second also important issue, which is related to your next question, is the private sector is also needed for money, because I cannot, Minister, believe that you can be long, I mean 20 years long, on Czech krona. That sorry to say, but forex risk would force us to go for the euro transaction, or somebody will provide the forex risks in order to get that long financing for some of the projects. So we need some risk procedures, but also we need private sector money to leverage the existing available capitals, for example, in Poland. Because you spoke about pension funds, yes, but when I look quickly before arriving here at the numbers, how much is the life insurance in Poland and how much from the life insurance you can move eventually to the fund could be leveraged by the pension funds from United States or Canada, and so the numbers are better. But to go on the own money from the Polish insurance companies, life insurance, would be not enough for the scale of the projects we discussed before. So I agree with you.
Thank you.
Finished.
Secretary of State, can you also reflect on this, but also we have two questions on Slido which kind of belong together. What hindering the adoption of PPP, and then mentioning Rail Baltica, and the next one talking about Chinese transport products which are so much more efficient and technologically so much seem to be superior to what we have here today. So what are the bottlenecks to be as efficient as, for example, the Chinese?
So let me be honest that I'm not enough of an expert on how China is doing this, except I know that they have a lot of money and a single decision point that allows that kind of big investments. That's what I think.
But so we started with saying technically the money is all there in pension funds, insurance. So how do we connect it?
That's right. And I actually want to put one other source of money on the table, and it seems that really money is not the problem. I'm currently negotiating with a foreign investor who would like to invest in large infrastructure projects in Poland, billions of dollars or euros, whatever, or zlotys. Then it's even bigger billions. That's a little bit more edgy. You know, we cannot do critical infrastructure this way. But there is really a flood of interest. So I think we just need to we do need to, as governments, here speaking to myself, although I'm not responsible for actually building anything, I'm responsible for talking with foreign investors, be more courageous, more open to have more money, also investment coming also outside of even EU borders.
Gordon, you raised a question which is absolutely key. That's the question of acceptance of PPP type of financing, public perception. And there are three arguments I think we have to really invest into. First, time matters. If you look into the perspective what is needed, it is needed within an extremely short period of time. PPP, private capital, is instrumental to shorten the time to make things happen. Otherwise, we can't do this in this expected period of time, first. Second, it's not totally clear that everybody from the public sector is happy, what I'm saying now. My experience is that if you have private partners in a project, the quality of the project will increase compared to have just public management behind. The quality is increasing. And third, you should not underestimate what you have said, the innovative effect of having PPP. But it's not just for the startups. The innovation is also for the administration. I have to tell you, my experience is if you have a PPP project, the learning curve of administration is a serious one and an important one. That means innovation is there, not on the business side just, but also on the policy and on the administrative side.
Procurement.
Which means, for me, we have
Yeah.
absolutely procurement and the likes. We have to invest way more into the, I would say, telling the story right. And this is something where also the policymakers do have a huge responsibility. Time, quality, and innovation.
Thank you. Now we are running into our last 5 minutes. There was one question which is very specific around connecting with the Ukraine. It's the last question. I should probably ask Poland, because you are probably the most exposed to that question.
Well, look, the way I would answer this question is a little bit in a future tense, right? There is and will be a great opportunity in rebuilding Ukraine, especially when we have a just, stable, and peace. But we should be starting on this. In July, I think 80 ministers will be meeting in Rome for the Ukraine Recovery Conference. Poland raised its hand to host the next Ukraine Recovery Conference. You know, a lot can happen in a year. We are all waiting still in a sort of starting blocks, so to say. But when this moment comes, because right now, actually, I've been dealing with this a little bit in a think tank world as well, the governments are more willing to invest for private companies, for bigger, you can comment on this better. I think it's the security situation is just insufficient. But the moment we have a clear, stable, and just peace, projects like this, including infrastructure that connects then this huge country of Ukraine would be very valuable.
Thank you.
But I think it's a good question, what conditions are necessary for private sector to do that.
Thank you. We have in the remaining 3 minutes, I'd like to ask one question from each of you. It's about priorities, the number one priority, and you will have about 30 seconds to answer. Minister, let me start with you. What would be your, if there is one thing you would like to be remembered for as the transport minister, what would be your wish come true in terms of a project or a new law or a measure for the Czech Republic? What's the top priority that you would like to sort out?
I'm absolutely sure that it's the vision about the finalizing of the necessary network of high-speed lines and as well highways. And now we have the concrete certain date, and it will be the 2033 for the finalizing of the fundamental highway network and also the preparation of the whole network of high-speed lines in Czech Republic. And I really hope that not only the plans and projects, but also the conditions for financing these new projects. It could be, or it is, my priority in my role as a Minister of Transport. And I can say that it's also necessary to say that the cooperation with the private sector, it's definitely also the certainty of the quality, the certainty of the time, and definitely all projects should be finalized in concrete date. And I can say that the last one, it's also the innovative approach to all these new projects, because all these PPP projects will be built in the mode of design and build. And it's the area, it's the space for the innovation from the private sector.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Jan Christoph, in 30 seconds, a bit different question to you. If there is one thing that you would like to change, that should change in regulation, in behavior, in bureaucracy, in finance, in projects, what would be the most important change that would help infrastructure?
That would be approach to dual-use projects, because I strongly believe that we have to reinforce defense capabilities of European countries and take it really seriously and stop enjoying time and really think about the serious resilience capabilities. For that also you need dual use, and it goes from cybersecurity to AI and to drones, and you should go at the pace how it was introduced in some a little bit faster countries than the EU. If not, then you would be fighting with the old machine guns and tanks and heavy artillery, the war, which is already played in a different way. You know. Hopefully, we would not face any serious conflict in Europe, but the case of Ukraine and a scale of catastrophe which is taking place there, with definitely 1 million people dead, gives us that the deterrence is the most important issue, with due respect to highways or trains or whatever. You have to regain deterrence capability if you want to really enjoy time a little bit longer. Thank you.
Thank you. Willy, 10 seconds. What would be the #1 recommendation in terms of financial solutions?
My main recommendation would be listen what the business people are telling you and take the opinion of the business sector at least as important as you take the NGO's opinion on board.
And then make
or
it compete.
Even put it a bar higher. Because in the long term, it's simply the economic strength that decides about our political weight. And it's about the readiness to invest into defense. And my very last sentence as an Austrian, I would love to see Austria as a NATO member.
Ooh. Wow, that will be in the highlights of the project.
Like that too. Confidential.
Marco, one thing that should change for you to allow you to do more projects in the region.
Cut down the time in which you think of how to do these things in terms of engaging with the private sector. I could not say it better than Willy said. Hear us out, and please, we are not here just to exploit you. We feel the same urge. It's our place to live as well. We need to be strong. So let's do this together.
Thank you. And the last 10 seconds, Secretary. What would be Poland's priority, #1, in the coming years?
Honestly, a qualitative change, upgrade in our defense industry. We are working on this. The money is on the table, the interest, the threat. Both as Europe and as Poland, we need to step way up and quickly.
Strong finish. Thank you very much. Thank you for your attention.
Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome Latika Burke.
Hi. Hello, everyone. Welcome back to the Albright stage. It's lunchtime, so I'm not going to take this audience size personally. But we do have a fantastic cast of panelists to discuss today's topic, which is, can we decarbonise the world economy? I think I might add in that, do we even want to? Some different parts of the world are shaping their objectives and their goals on this topic a little differently to others these days. So joining me on stage, please welcome from Moldova, the Deputy Energy Minister, Karolina Novak. Thank you very much, Karolina. From the European Commission in the DG Climate, Jan Dusik. Thank you very much, Jan. And Gustavo Westman, all the way from Brazil. He is Special Advisor to President Lula. So this will be a great discussion because we not only have such a geographic region, but so many different ways of looking at this issue. So Jan, I think I might begin with you, because obviously we're in Europe, in your beautiful home city of Prague. But we seem to be having a bit of a split personality about climate change across Europe at the moment. On one hand, you have these tremendous figures coming out just a few weeks ago showing you're on track to meet your 2030 targets, just 1% shy. It's a pretty great result. And yet, over the last few years, all we have seen the political debate do is take a course about how we can reduce our climate action, how this is affecting the everyday person, how it's eating into household budgets. How do you account for that split personality? And more importantly, how do you challenge and overcome it?
Yes, well, absolutely. We have an intense discussion in Europe, and not just in Europe. But it is natural, because if we are to stay within the objectives of the Paris Agreement, that means we need to completely change our way of living, not in terms of the quality of living, but in terms of where we take our energy from and how we contribute to climate change. And I think that what is important is to see two things. One is that climate risk is one of the number of risks that we have, and we are dealing with hard security, we are dealing with economic security. There is the climate security and climate risk, which is very important, which hasn't gone anywhere, because we have these newly emerged big risks. So this we need to remember, that this is a trigger which can make our other crises more significant. And looking at Karolina and the situation of Republic of Moldova is quite telling in that sense. So this is part of the equation. And the other thing is that we have modified our narrative a little bit, in the sense that this is. Yes, this is a green agenda, but it's not primarily green because of the green.
Was it a mistake to call it green? Green almost
say so.
Seems to be a little bit of a dirty word in this conversation.
Well, it depends where you use the word. I agree that if you use it in the streets of Prague, you might get attacked by some people. But I would say that the point is that it's not a choice of green or not, and it's not a choice whether we are going to protect the polar bear on the ice sheet in the Arctic, or whether we are going to deal with a particular species in nature. The species that is in peril is the human, and the planet will survive the global warming as it has survived billions of years. But the humanity will suffer, and the economy will suffer a lot. And if we don't take that economic risk seriously, we will have big economic losses. And basically, the cost of climate change is about 6-7 times higher than the cost of mitigating climate change. So this is a conscious choice to deal with climate change because of the economic and security implications, as much as taking care of the environment and the planet.
We'll come back to the mitigation and adaptation piece, because I think that's the other side of this coin. But for you in the room, if you do want to put some questions to the panelists. Please feel free to join us on Slido. You'll see the QR codes. And we have some polling questions as well, which I would like you to consider over the course of this discussion, and by the end, let's take a look. So I think we have our polling questions ready, who will ask you on Slido if you actually do agree that we are on track to decarbonise the world economy or not, or if you think that that's no longer a realistic goal with some of the changes we've seen in the global situation. We'll discuss this. And another polling question we have. Oh, okay. First answer is quite emphatic. Now we're down to 50-50. Great. Thank you. Please do keep your polling questions coming in. And the second question we want to ask you is about what the Trump administration has done on climate and whether that has set back global climate goals. So if you want to have a think about that and also consider any questions, you do have an opportunity to raise your hand at the end of this discussion and ask them in person. But if you would prefer to do it on Slido, go ahead. We'll keep an eye out. Okay, Carolina, let's go to Moldova. You have such an interesting situation when it comes, obviously, to your geopolitics. How has that transformed Moldovans' thinking on how it approaches climate change and how it sits inside your resilience and security piece?
Well, thank you very much for the question. Indeed, Moldova used to, till 2021, to be dependent by one source of gas, one route as well, and the same gas was used to produce most of our electricity. So almost a complete locked-in approach. You know, it's a perfect storm for when a crisis can hit and you are literally in trouble. And we've seen the worst of it. When you don't actually have an alternative, you then realize that diversification in terms of technologies, in terms of sources, of routes, it's of utmost importance. I've been recently in Baku, and actually I would emphasize diversification should be the sort of leitmotif in general when we think about the energy sector, because it's important that you have a choice. And that's what happened in 2021 when we first, before actually Europe was hit with Nord Stream 2, and not only when Gazprom cut its supplies. We've seen this. 35% of the gas supplies were reduced. The same then followed next year when the war has also started in Ukraine. And in a previous panel, I've heard, I'm not going to say who, but someone said, well, it's very difficult to divert from the Russian gas imports. Yes, you can, and you should. You shouldn't fuel then further on all the profits of Gazprom, which then can be utilized for the war in Ukraine. This should be very clearly stated and pursued against these imports. And yes, there is plenty of other alternatives in that sense. So what did we do? Indeed, after, I think, 4 energy crises, we've learned our lessons, and since then, we've, on one hand, pushed this huge agenda on renewables, because we do not have any fossil fuels. We have no gas, no oil, no coal. And then guess what? You embrace decarbonization wholeheartedly because that's the only viable option that you have in the country. And it's for that reason we have, for the first time, actually organized this renewables auction, which is contracts for difference. We just finalized yesterday, so I can already mention. I mean, renewables, it's such a fantastic story for us because above all, it's not just about green energy or clean energy, but it's first and foremost about energy security. It's the energy that we produce in our country, and it's not dictated somewhere in Kremlin of, or should we reduce the supplies or not. So we have, in a way, a control over this resource. Second, surprisingly enough, now we have a situation where renewables is the cheapest source in Moldova among all of the, let's say, the full share of electricity sources in the country. And also is getting the biggest share. Only in 4 years back, we had 3% of renewables consumption, the whole electricity mix. Now we have reached 35% in April. I mean,
this is a stunning result.
So yes, we can.
And it tells the story itself, doesn't it?
Absolutely.
Cheaper and
more than that, I generally believe in the fact that we can also steer an economic development through this whole energy transition. That's what we're doing, by the way, in the energy efficiency sector, where we have launched for the first time the Residential Energy Efficiency Fund. So where a block of flats, but also individual houses, they will be renovated. And we do have a few good companies which are excelling in terms of construction work. So when it comes to the energy auditing, technical designs of the projects. And now the next level, after we trigger this, this fund, also, by the way, 3 other projects only for public institutions developed with IFIs. The next phase for us, it should be sort of identifying a mechanism to trigger all these investments from the local companies, right? So glass produced in Moldova or cement to be used also for these renovations. So to turn this into a full cycle, development cycle, which can also come in benefit for our companies. So this is where we stand now. We are also planning the second auction, renewables auction. What we have already realized is that first, PVs, they don't need any support mechanism. PVs, so solar energy, it's a significantly mature technology. It can run by itself. We've seen.
And is solar your dominant renewable source in Moldova? It's solar.
Indeed. And by the way, also in the past 4 years, so that you have a better understanding, our installed capacities have increased by 8 times. So now we are also exporting to Ukraine. We're also exporting to Romania. We want more exports to Romania. And I believe that by 2030, we can be a net exporter of renewables. It's feasible, but that has to come in conjunction with investments into the grids. And when I say grids, it's both transportation, distribution grids, but also storage. Storage is the next biggest investment that we will see, because by no means with all of these renewables access, we've seen what happened in Spain, by the way.
Yes.
And we don't want to repeat that as well. We should be very careful. Still, the investigation is ongoing, but we should also have in mind the importance of the security of the energy sector. So reliability, resilient grids as well. For that, you need storage. And when I say storage, it's not just battery energy system storage, which is still a dropping cost, and there's still issues with the recycling of it. But also, the truth is that you will also have to reach out to ICE, so internal combustion engine, and also gas turbines. That is still, technologically speaking, the solution. But we have to think also system-wise. And when I say system-wise, of course, bearing in mind the importance of transition, of decarbonization, but we have to keep that stability into the grids as well, and have the people on board with us.
Okay, Gustavo, this is the sort of story I think you want to propel when you host COP later this year. How much of a setback has what Donald Trump done since he's been re-elected posed to COP and the future of climate agreements globally? Just an easy question to begin with.
Yeah, well, that's a good one. Jan, Caroline, it's a really great pleasure to be here. Well, we are working hard to restore multilateral systems that, of course, has somehow impose some setbacks on this agenda. That's undeniable. But we're still very optimistic. I was trying to dialogue with these 20% here that said that decarbonization is not a... Come on, guys, we have to believe that. If we don't believe it, how can we deal with the challenges ahead? I think
that is an important distinction, because we're talking here about realistic and belief being one of the problems that the Green Movement has had this whole process, right? We have to talk in hard practicalities, which maybe is where this 20% is coming from. I don't know if whoever is in the room wants to address why they felt that way. So what is your role as the president of COP this year to actually drive these hard practicalities in a climate where you have big powers retreating from targets being set on a globally recognized platform?
Yeah, that's something we've been working on a lot. So what does Brazil expect from this COP? And I believe this is the, should I use both? This fancy one and another one. I think what do we expect from this conference on climate change? We expect it to be the COP of the implementation, the COP of the inflection, the COP of the transition, a just transition, a transition that is just, the COP of participation. We need everybody to join, to be part, to embrace this agenda, to bring everybody on board. But above all, the COP that will restore faith in the multilateral system. If we don't work together, we won't reach the goals or the ambition we need in order to stop climate change.
So do you believe the COP mechanism is still valid?
Oh, yes, definitely. I think it has made very important progress throughout the year. I think the Paris Agreement is a beautiful example of how can we work together. And I don't believe the current setbacks will be enough to contain this movement towards a greener, a just transition. But we need to work, and we are facing COP, we're seeing it in different ways, in different aspects. So I believe some important things to share with you. And actually, one of the main reasons I wanted and insisted on being here today was exactly to bring this voice from Brazil, from South America, you know, to kind of bring these new perspectives on the debate. So we're seeing COP, and I'll try to be very brief, but it's worth sharing with you, on the side of the Leaders Summit, negotiation, action agenda, and mobilization. They are all super important. On the side of the Leaders Summit, I'll let it, I was just talking to Jan here, it's going to be super, we expect it to be ambitious, but I'll leave it aside for now. On the side of negotiations, and that goes in the direction of that we believe COPs still have an important role to play, we have to understand that COP is a process, not an event. So we see lots of expectations towards Brazil, like Brazil. And of course, Brazil is definitely one of the few countries in the world that has conditions to bring hearts and minds together in such a complex and polarized global order. But we have to be pragmatic. And I think we'll deliver some important things on just transition. Adaptation, we're trying to bring more attention to adaptation. That's the biggest demand of developing nations. So we have to face how to deal with the floods and the rough situations that developing countries are facing, but all the entire world. On the mitigation side, and then we have to address the white elephant and take it out of the room. So how can you address the transition from fossil fuels, the phase out of fossil fuels? We are committed to deliver something concrete. But then comes your question, what and how in this such a complex and polarized global order? So we have Trump, we have the war in Ukraine and the energy crisis affecting Europe. We have kind of Venezuela kind of going rogue. The oil producers countries, even though they have like those sovereign funds that reach to an amount of like 13, 15 trillion. It's interesting that today, last year, we agreed in Baku on $3 billion, but we all know that we need 1.3 trillion. And just last year, we spent 2.7 trillion in defense, war. So just half of that would be able to help us save the planet in a kind of. So I think, and I'm concluding these initial remarks, I think we have to face COP as a time pacer, and the time has arrived for us to make a shift, to change our minds. We need to connect the climate agenda to real life people, like to not only to governments, but like to local level, civil society, to agro, to the industry, to small and medium enterprise, but also like to Uncle John, Aunt Mary, like real people. We need to reach these people and make them understand that we are all part of the solution. I wouldn't say part of the problem, but we are all part of the solution. And that's what Brazil is trying to bring to the fore. We created a concept of mutirão. I don't know if you heard about it. Have you heard about this mutirão thing? That's one of the greatest, you probably heard, right? And I don't know if you heard, Carolina.
You're gonna have to explain us.
So briefly, the idea of mutirão is local collective action. So we've been doing that forever. So it's like when people get together to help someone and put a brick to help someone build something, or to go all together and plant trees all together. So that's mutirão. What we're trying to do is to put that on scale and with resources. So we're trying to reach everyone by telling them you're part of the solution and giving conditions for them to make a difference. It may sound a bit idealistic, but I believe by introducing this concept, we're already making something very important in the mindset that involves these conferences on climate change.
So Brazil is obviously part of the, for want of a better term, the crude term Global South. You hold BRICS later this year as well. Do you think that this gives Brazil any particular advantage over, say, a Western country hosting COP in being able to talk to the Chinese about their own carbon targets and the pace of accelerating?
Well, lots of points in your question. We are dialoguing a lot with China in the context of BRICS now, and we were trying to release a declaration of the leaders on climate change agenda, so it's already a super advanced that has never happened before in BRICS history. I think the Chinese...
And is this Brazil's idea?
That was Brazil's idea. Yeah, we innovate quite a lot. I think we're dialoguing a lot. I think China is quite open to speeding up the transition and to present more ambitious commitments towards the climate agenda. The only thing in your sentence that I would say, when you say like the West, China, I'm trying to relativize this sort of divisions in the current days. Brazil has definitely leading or trying to lead or contributing to leading the voice of the Global South more than West or East. I think this is, and it doesn't mean that Global South is in opposition to the Global North, definitely not, that we have to work together, but that we have to have a more present voice and a more concrete voice of the Global South in the negotiations, in the table where decisions are taken. So that's kind of...
I'm very glad I asked that question. Jan, I want to pick you up on the China piece because in Europe we have, again, another split personality issue when it comes to climate change. On one hand, China has all but taken industries you were developing in Europe on solar and things like this. And now one of the arguments put forward against accelerating renewables is that China owns these industries and we've got to slow it down until we can create our own homegrown industries. How is this debate playing out in Europe, and do you think it affects your climate targets at all?
Well, by the way, we are also talking to China a lot. Today, the environment minister of China is in Brussels having meetings with the EU leadership, and we will have a summit of the presidents in Beijing next month, which will talk a lot also about what we can do together for Brazil, so for the COP. But we are we see that race of decarbonization as a joint race, and that's why I was not happy with juxtaposing whether this is a belief, it's a religion. It's not a religion, it's a choice that we need for our way of living. It's an economic choice, and it is something that that is working, and I think that we in the EU have a proof of this being working, having reduced the emissions while growing continuing with the economic growth. So this is the avenue. This is what I call the one-way street through which we are all going, and then everyone has a choice of the speed on that street. And coming back to your question, this is exactly where we need to see Europe in the future, and that's where we brought together something which is in this strategy of the Clean Industrial Deal, where we are basically combining competitiveness of Europe with decarbonization. Yeah. It's not either or. It's not choices. It is we can be competitive in our decarbonization movement. Of course, we need to see what are the strongholds of European businesses, European production, where we can thrive domestically, but also globally, where we can work with partners around the world, how we can also stimulate their own decarbonization through business partnerships that we have.
But what is the tension in that race? Is Europe in a position now where it can lead on innovation and developing these technologies itself, or are you a taker still from China for the foreseeable future?
It very much depends on which technologies. There are certainly technologies where Europe can lead. I would use the example of heat pumps, which are very important also for the heating systems, or the decarbonization of heavy industry, which originate in Europe. And this is one of the business cases. When we look at the big debate about the automotive industry. We can see that there is significant imports of clean vehicles from China. This will continue, but still there is an important niche that the European car industry can have. But that niche will disappear if we hide our head in the sand and say, well, leave us alone, we want to have our comfort, and hopefully this will go away and we will again be where we were before. So this is not just decarbonization, it's overall relations in trade around the world, which are uprooted, also thanks to what the Donald Trump administration is doing. So we need to navigate through more complex waters globally, but there is definitely a big body of European businesses, innovation, experience that can be the winners of the decarbonization in the global sense.
So our polling is moving around a little. It was going up to 25% who think no. No, this is our different poll. Do you think Trump will set back the rest of the world on climate goals? 77% say yes. Oh. That is quite emphatic. Does the panel agree with that?
I think, the question is a little twisted. I think that, yes...
yeah, and you don't like my questions.
Yes, the fact that Donald Trump has on his first day said that the US will leave the Paris Agreement is not good news. It's a bad signal globally because the US is the #2 emitter. But it is what is important is what will happen on the ground in the US, and we can witness that there's much more granularity in what's happening in the US. We can see that a big part of the US states are continuing. We can see that this is a business case that will prevail irrespective whether Donald Trump will use the word of climate change or not. There is much more than that. There is the whole finance sector that is looking at the sustainability of businesses, and there is the whole question about how climate change is impacting already countries like the United States, be it wildfires or floods, extreme events, impacts on agriculture, etc. So again, you may choose to put your head in the sand and say, I don't want to hear about it, but it is there and you need to deal with it.
What overtures is Brazil making to the White House ahead of COP30, Gustavo?
We have to dialogue. And that's been tough. I think one of the things we learned when we were hosting such an event is that we need to find consensus. Brazil has always been a very vocal voice in the climate change agenda, but hosting a COP is a kind of different things because you have to bring different stakeholders together. Decisions are actually taken by unanimous decision. So that's how the system somehow works. We are worried, but I believe we are trying to, of course, we're negotiating, trying to figured out that yet, as Ian said, the United States, not only Trump, right? There is a private sector, there's a civil society. Yes. There are a lot of people in the US that are still very committed to the climate change agenda. Just to give you an example, UNFCCC in great part is financed or used to be financed by the US. They withdrew the resource. And if not mistaken, it's Bloomberg, right? Bloomberg, yep. They said, no, I will keep, supporting them. So that's a kind of message that we need.
Maybe you could encourage Elon Musk to divert his funds to a better cause this time.
That would be a tough one, but yeah, definitely. By the way, I talked very recently, that was fantastic. I had with the vice presidents of Microsoft, MasterCard, Amazon, and we had a very good discussion. They were really focused on being in Belém and being part of COP instead of course, they were thinking, but guys, develop a strategy. If each and every one of you announce something powerful, like they have a commitment to net zero by 2040, but also the amount of people they can reach and in terms of mass mobilization, campaigning. So use those tools. So that's kind of a way we're using to not overcome or to go through but to engage the US in the climate agenda and in COP30.
And who's proved easier so far, China or the United States?
I think in the current days, China has been very supportive, at least in the narrative. And we're just discussing, China has already reached its peak of emissions. So we believe from now on, they're only go down. And one thing that China has understood, the US also, but we have Trump there that has been creating problems, is that they can profit a lot from the transition. And China is really leading this process by, I don't know if the figures are right, but China produces around 80% of the solar panels in the world.
Yes.
That's like really a lot, you know, considering that we're increasing that exponentially. So they understood that BYD, they are making these cars, so they are understanding that. And it's not
but this invites a lot of geopolitics these days. Carolina, what would Moldova want from COP30? And back to Moldova's experience, where does your financing come from? Is your geopolitical situation making it harder or easier to obtain finance and investment in Moldova? Does it come mostly from the European Commission? Where is your big support for these projects?
Well, depends. So on renewables, we will manage now to get the biggest FDI, which is foreign direct investment, which in fact is not even that much foreign, since primarily these are local companies, but who knows, maybe their finance will be from abroad, which is very good. So we are not, getting a sovereign loan, but this is direct foreign investments. That's one. Second, on energy efficiency, as I mentioned earlier, for public institutions, we have really quite a collaborative framework there. It's getting quite crowded, and there are many countries who want to chip in and support. The Nordic countries, Scandinavian countries. Of course, the EU is our #1 partner and great friend, and we really look forward to become the next EU member state in that sense. And we have received grants, but also with IFIs on energy efficiency, because actually, on energy efficiency, this is the best loan you can get, since it's easily recoverable. It's very, how should I call it, fungible in that sense. And we are planning now with the World Bank to even elaborate this concept of super ESCO. Super ESCO is when you renovate one building with the savings, energy savings that you generate, therefore also money savings, you replicate it upon other buildings. But if I can come to the earlier point of Gustavo, because we can talk here full day long about targets, implementation, and so on. My experience so far being in the government is that if you do not manage to convince people to get them along your targets, your plans, then you'll basically, you can set new targets, and then those targets, put them in the desk, and the dust will settle. So we have to communicate with people. We have to raise this awareness, the consciousness. In Moldova,
is this a challenge in Moldova? Where is the public at on a climate change understanding and support mechanism?
I would say it's two challenges. So one, we have full disinformation from we know who. And that's literally on a daily basis. On renewables, I see this fake news that it's expensive, it will bring blackouts, and we have to face it. We have to fight it, actually.
Have you had any blackouts? Your renewables, as you stated, is going up.
We had blackouts when the Russians have attacked the Ukrainian infrastructure. That's when we had it, but not because of surplus of renewables. So this fight of disinformation, you have to face it. You have to literally, it's a hybrid war.
Yeah.
You have to, on a daily basis, to fight it back, get the arguments on board, and you have to communicate with people straightforwardly, and where you see hesitation, to convince them, actually. That's on one hand. Secondly, I think, yes, we need to, build this bridge in terms of awareness. So when we speak about CO2 or in general emission reduction, we have to replicate it into very layman's terms and say to people, look, these emissions, that's how the natural disasters they come, that's why we have droughts, that's how your production agriculture is getting affected. And actually the World Bank has done for us a fantastic, great work on this country climate development report. Very good one, which emphasizes the nexus between emissions and our development of the country, how it will get affected if we do nothing by 2040. How the output of corn and other products, agricultural cultures, they will they will get reduced. So it's very important without creating any panic, but we translate it into concrete impact, but also what is the solution? Where should our eggs should go, in which basket? And this should be put forward towards people in terms of the benefits they will get. What's in it for them as well? So not just panic, but also to talk about opportunities, about jobs, about economic development, which is actually, you can drive it with the energy transition, but you have to get them on board as well.
Yeah, and what strikes me about what all of you have been saying is just how obviously integrated all these conversations now are. I think we knew they were always integrated, but the events of the last 3 or 4 years have made it so clear. It's energy security, national security, it's disaster resilience, it's adaptation, it's all together. We have 10 minutes left, so if there are questions in the room, please do make yourself known. We have such a great panel. It would be great for you to shoot some questions if you have them. And don't forget, you can also use Slido if you would prefer not to have a microphone brought to you. But of course, you're welcome to use either method. What technologies do we see as the big drivers looking ahead? Is it nuclear? Jan, the European Commission just put out some staggering figures today of how many hundreds of billions would be required to get nuclear off. We still don't see SMRs really in reality, but we all hope that's going to be a breakthrough we have. Is it nuclear? Is it solar? Thereby bringing, again, that dependency on Chinese supply lines into question. Where in your experience are we seeing the real drivers in technology?
I can maybe start. Obviously, we are trying to catch the train of the 1.5 degree Paris target, and we know that already last year we have reached that 1.5 degree milestone. It is not. It does not say that we have exceeded, but it is a very big warning sign. So that means that we have to speed up, and we have to turn every stone in order to stop our emissions. And in order to do that, we have to look at the technologies that we have now, the technologies which are already on the horizon, but also technologies that will come in the future. So we need to invest very much in things like carbon capture and storage and carbon.
We have been saying that for many decades, however.
It is happening. It takes years, right? These are not technically simple solutions, but we are investing. We are pushing, for instance, oil and gas companies to put money into the development of these technologies, because that's the disadvantage of the global climate architecture is that if you are a producer of oil and gas, you ship it around the world and you don't care about what happens at the time when it is burned. So that shared responsibility, I think, needs to be reinforced. In principle, electrify whatever can be electrified. Yeah. Use, in principle, wherever local production of renewables, and I think that the case of Moldova turning the crisis into an opportunity of becoming one of the leaders in renewable energy is a case in point, and that helps engaging the citizens as being part of the solution, being the producer of renewable energy from my roof. This is a powerful signal. But yes, we have to do other innovations. Nuclear, from the European Commission perspective, is part of the mix. You don't build a nuclear power plant overnight. It has a huge cost. It has also the questions.
I live in London. You don't build a nuclear power plant in 2 decades, it would seem.
It's from the climate perspective, this is something that is part of the solution, at least at this moment. But really, we have to find ways how to decarbonize as quickly as possible, and being mindful of what we are emitting today will have an impact in 20 years from now.
Carolina, I think this question is actually very good for you. I'm going to put 2 together that we've had come in from Slido, because it relates to what you're talking about with the Russian disinformation. Looking beyond 2030, do we see the EU as more integrated and strong, or with more populist anti-EU? I think this is a very good question, because this clearly affects climate policy, and Moldova is on the front line of this. And then how do you actually push back? What are the tools you're using to combat this disinformation?
So we even have a state-run website which analyzes all this fake news, which they get reported, and then automatically it's being put forward as a stop false news.
Is this coming through on Facebook? What channels is it disseminated on primarily in Moldova?
Yeah, so it's not just Facebook, but I would say Telegram, all social media platforms. You have to be hands-on approach, but then again, even the comms specialists, they will tell you, because if you start playing their game, then you're on a defensive line.
Yes.
So I think also what narrative you choose to fight back. It's important also, I think, sometimes actually your best argument is the action in itself, which speaks for the people. So for instance, even on renewables, the fact that it's the cheapest, and you keep saying that over and over, you repeat it. Currently, the cheapest source. Second, yes, it's variable, it's intermittent, but it's produced in Moldova. You can also install these PVs. Now we are creating some benefits, as I mentioned. We are launching this program with the support of the EU as well. It's called Sustainable House Program, which will provide heat pumps, PVs plus batteries in conjunction, also renovate their houses. This is the best example.
So a lower electricity bill is a pretty powerful weapon against Russian disinformation.
Absolutely, yeah. Tariffs in general, energy tariffs, they play a huge role in our narrative and in our discussion, but also the consumers' purchasing power, I would say. And the truth is that as long as you, I think, enforce them, right? Because energy, you can also think it about the three Ds, right? Digitalization, decentralization, but also I call it democratization. Because when you have prosumers, these are not passive consumers who just come home and then they turn on their lights on and off. These are active consumers who check their phones, how much consumption, when should I put my washing machine. You know, they're conscious about the environment, about the bill that they will get, and they will monitor as well. They will be fully aware about each appliances in their houses. It's a different behavior. And I think we should also engage differently with people, communicating better to them what is the consumption per each household appliance as well. Or in Ukraine, look, another fantastic example. When the attack started on the different power generation units, guess which was the technology which was more difficult to, destroy? This was PV parks, but also wind parks, because it's not enough to shut down a whole solar park by, I don't know, attacking some modular panels. You have to attack either the inverter, whereas what happened with the nuclear power plant, sorry, not the nuclear, the CHP, combined heat and power. That was an easier target in that sense. So that is to say that decentralized supplies and installed capacities, they also serve stronger for the national security of a country. And also from a system-wise perspective, it's less congesting the power grids, and you distribute it more evenly across the country. So this has to be thought through, as I said, in a system-wise, and more horizontally rather than vertically.
The more you talk, the more I want to hear about Moldova's experience. I'm going to end on this very cheery question we've had come in on Slido. Is it realistic to argue that global climate policy can be successful if the two most consequential players, the US and China, may be heading towards war? What a final thought. Gustavo? This one has COP30 written all over it.
Yes, of course it is. I mean, yes, I think we have to be, we are at an inflection point, guys. We are really at a turning point. And I think we must be optimistic towards what to expect from this new era that is starting right now. We're finally shifting from a period of negotiation to a period of implementation. If we don't believe that the two main polluters in the world, will not commit, we already lost the battle. So I think we have to believe, but not only believe, as Latika provoked us several times. We've been promising things for like decades. What are the results? Some results you can see, but they are far from being enough. I think, as I told you, China has understood that we have a new economy, and you can profit from this new economy. The US also. If Trump didn't get it, the American society is getting it. I think one of the key points, and I conclude my remarks, we have to stop being naive and believing that, oh, we have to do good to the climate because I'm good and I care about the other, and thinking it as an economic alternative.
Show me the money.
We can profit from that. Show me the money, and you will get your money. Okay? That's how human beings are. Hopefully we will evolve, and one day it will be so altruistic as it should be. But I think we're getting, at least the narrative is there. People are finally understanding that. So yes, it is realistic.
Well, thank you very much to these three wonderful panelists. I hope you enjoyed that discussion as much as I did. It was a brilliant conversation. Thank you so much, all three of you. And now we're heading off for lunch, and that's in the Atrium Restaurant and the Seasons Restaurant in the lobby. And then come back to the Albright stage for a session on the topic of military mobility. Thank you very much for coming to the panel.
Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome the moderator of the next session, Patrick Tucker.
Good afternoon, everyone. Welcome. I'm Patrick Tucker, the Science and Technology Editor at Defense One, and this is our panel, Military Mobility, NATO's Road to Readiness on the Eastern Flank. And not a lot of people understand sometimes the importance of military mobility. It sounds like something that is hard to grasp as opposed to shooting or bombing. But if you look at the opening days of Russia's 2022 invasion of Ukraine, and you see that line of Russian military equipment stuck, and you see the rapidness of Ukrainian forces moving to different spots, quickly maneuvering in order to target the incoming Russians. That fastness of maneuverability is built on mobility, having the right equipment in the right place at the right time. It doesn't just happen by accident. It's actually incredibly difficult. It's all accelerating in part because of new threats, drones, etc., that can target aspects of mobility, and because of new technologies like artificial intelligence that allow you to potentially place things more quickly, more seamlessly where they need to be. It's a rapid cycle that is accelerating. So, with that, please join me in welcoming to the stage my panel. We have Mark Ariel Bischoff, Piotr Blazus, General Piotr Blazus, Simona Kozhikaru, Ben Hodges, okay, wait 1 second, sorry. There is a report First there's a report. Looking at this, yes. All right. So when they come on stage, please respond as though you are surprised and have never heard their names before and you're excited to see them. But first, let's have a report from GLOBSEC. Thank you.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. Our deterrence and defense depends on our ability to dispatch and quickly deploy hundreds of thousands of NATO troops to the area. Successful deployment is a strategic maneuver by its nature, and it is sending clear message to our enemies, and it can predefine outcome of our operations. To successfully move, receive, integrate, stage, and provide onward movement of our troops, we need robust infrastructure, seamless procedures, strong support, information support, and protection of critical logistic sites. And this is what our report is all about. I will hand over to Martin Zaborowski, who has collected all necessary information for this report, and he will give you also some recommendations.
Thank you very much, General, and thank you all for turning up and looking so surprised that it's us on the stage. Just very briefly, this report, which is called Road to Readiness, was compiled by General Pavel Macko, myself, and Karin Flukashova is here with us, hiding somewhere there. We basically, the basis of this report is to look into whether NATO Eastern flank nations have the ability to enable military mobility as it is being envisaged in NATO new force model. NATO new force model envisages that at the time of crisis in the Baltic states, for example, NATO should have an ability to deploy 100,000 troops within 10 days, up to 300,000 troops within a month. When we look into the state of the infrastructure, ports, roads, railroads, the airports, at the moment, the said assessment is that visibility is not quite there. And we sort of compiled the data to prove that. When it comes to, for example, the road infrastructure, there has been a lot of the advancements there, of course. But still, for example, secondary roads in eastern Poland, eastern Slovakia, the Baltic states are substandard, and only about 42% of them are capable of carrying military loads. About 160 bridges need to be adjusted for the purposes of military transportation. We are doing better with airfields. About 62% of airfields are capable of servicing military needs in a time of crisis, but still, you know, almost 40% are not. So this is really the basis of this report. We kind of go through all these areas, and then we also offer some prescriptions, which are short-term, middle-term, and long-term. When it comes to the short-term, certain things are pretty obvious. For example, at the border between Poland and Lithuania, you lose 24 hours to adjust the transport from the European gauge to the post-Soviet gauge. Well, that can be shortened by certain infrastructure being implemented in the place. Middle term, we should already have Rail Baltica there. With Rail Baltica, actually, you know, the rail will be the same gauge everywhere in this vulnerable area. And then our long-term recommendation there is that we are really aiming to have an ecosystem in the area whereby the entire eastern flank would be smooth and capable of providing military transportation in all of the domains. And with that, I think that we are coming to the end of what we were being alluded here. So thank you all for being here. Thank you, General. Thank you, Karen, for your work. And we're up for another surprise with our panel. Thank you.
So if you are interested in the report, you can find it also online. Just use the QR code, or there are still printouts out there. So enjoy the report and enjoy the panel discussion.
Thank you. Thank you, General Mako and Marcin Zaborowski for that. And apologies for forgetting you momentarily. Won't happen again. And now, big surprise, everyone. Please join me in welcoming Mark Aurel Bischoff, General Peter Blauzus, Ben Hodges, and Glenn Howard to the stage. Have a seat, guys.
Ladies first.
Yes, thank you.
All right. So I'm allowed to call him General Zeus. Zeus was his call sign. So, and I think that's a fantastic name for an Air Force and then Army commanding officer. Let's start off a little bit talking about multinational rapid response corps. How confident are you that NATO can move brigade-level formations eastward fast enough to deter an oncoming attack?
Well, thank you for the question. Thank you for being here. First of all, a little product location. Eurocorps is a unique headquarters because it's designed, because of its duality, to serve both the NATO and the EU. So this is a perfect test lab. This is a connecting tissue. This is the place where you can test those procedures at the tactical, operational level, both from NATO and the EU side, and I do it on a daily business. So from the open sources, you probably heard that Deutsche Bahn has enough flatbeds to move probably 1.5 brigade, right? So there are a lot of challenges. So I did experience. I was continuing what General Hodges was doing here when he was both LANDCOM and then U.S. Army Europe commander. I'm testing and stressing the logistics as well. I deployed recently to Hungary from Strasbourg. You would think this is easy. We're in Europe, crossing 4 countries, including one non-NATO country, Austria. Not that many, but only about over 300 vehicles, 800 packs, 6 flights, 6 train echelons. Let me tell you, it was still not easy. I remember what General Hodges was telling when he was stress testing the system. We are better. There is no doubt about it. And there are a lot of that is being planned to improve. But for example, the Austria is, because it's a non-NATO member, it's a black hole. There are not that many information that we use and have in this NATO logistics functional areas services system that we use. I was lucky because in my EUBG, I have Austria is responsible for logistics, and I have Austrian, the deputy commander. So that helped me with the Austria. But the Lockheed challenge, for example, this is a NATO product. To put the so-called detailed deployment plans into the Lockheed for Austrians and Irish, because I also have Irish who are part of the EUBG, it was impossible. But we found a way around. They were submitting it in paper, and NATO members of my EUBG were submitting into the Lockheed. So those are little things that, very tactical problems. Then the whole issue of getting all the permits, the diplomatic clearances, still very bureaucratic process, still taking a lot of time. There are plans to digitize it even more and simplify it. So one of my train echelons was packed, ready to go, and I was still waiting for 1 diplomatic clearance. And then on the top of it, the real-life issue, we had a foot and mouth disease in Hungary, so we had to decontaminate, plan quickly and decontaminate all the equipment and the people. But to sum up, another challenge that we discovered, if it's an EU exercise, there is no EU host nation support. Okay? Nations treat us differently than if it was a NATO exercise. So that's a bit challenging. And the other point is that the host nation support system that we have for the moment is being adjusted, is being worked hard on, but it's not fit for purpose. Okay? We need more probably collective logistics, because countries just cannot absorb and support fully the amount of troops with the equipment that we plan to deploy. And last point, the multinational issue, the GLOBSEC, everybody knows it was created. It's getting better and better as we speak. And right now, General Karel Schneider is also working the EU angle because he also understands that a lot can be done on the EU side. However, remember, whenever we talk about creating any structures, whether we need separate ones or these supranational ones, whatever, the issue is that it's always up to the nations to share the information and data. Okay, GLOBSEC could be the best, but they depend on the data and the willingness of the nations to share certain details, sometimes showing certain weaknesses in our countries. I will stop there.
Yeah, no, thank you. But I was then briefly return. Based on that Byzantine structure of bureaucratic obstacles that exist within NATO and within each country, how confident are you that you can, despite all of these things, mobilize to meet the pace of an army where Vladimir Putin is able to train things into Belarus relatively quickly? He's designed to do that, and then perhaps wherever he wishes.
So what I say may be a little bit controversial.
Yes.
I've been always trained that this is your task, your mission, you have to perform. So if there is a threat, a real threat, meaning that we're on the brink of war, I will not care that much for any bureaucracy, okay? I will move my troops and, okay, try to stop me. Yeah. But that's not the solution. We need to continue improving, and there is a lot of good things happening. For example, the European Union Military Mobility Action Plan, right? We have those corridors that we have created between the countries to simplify the procedures, to identify the critical infrastructure and those critical logistics nodes that we have. So we are improving. I mean, really, there is a lot of improvement, but still, we are not quite there yet.
Yeah. So you're confident that you could kick some butt, but you're not confident that everybody else is going to make it easy for you.
Well, I may upset somebody in one of the capitals, but if they tell me you need to be there, I'll be there.
I like it. I like it. So, Glenn Howard, president of the Saratoga Foundation, you have a report out very recently on some of these issues. How big is this problem in terms of just simple bureaucratic obstacles and also physical obstacles?
Well, first of all, I just wrote a report and a new study for Joint Air Power Competence Center, and it's found on the Saratoga Foundation website, and you can go there and download and look at the report. But the idea was born out of the fact that between all the way from Ramstein all the way to the Black Sea, there's a vast distance of 2,300 kilometers, and that most of NATO's thinking has been and rooted in Western Europe, and they have not moved deeper into Eastern Europe. And the idea was born when you're looking at alternative air bases and development of air bases in reaction to the Ukraine war and now entering its 4th year, the idea was that there were other airports and facilities that could serve for NATO as alternative air bases to examine and explore. And that was Ostrava here in the Czech Republic. And that was really critical because it can, the Czechs have invested a lot. They've bought $7.5 billion in F-35 fighters. They've made an investment in NATO with that, and they're now at 2%. But the Ostrava airfield could accommodate B-52 bombers. They've now developed what they call the Farm Borough of Eastern Europe, which is Ostrava Air Show, draws about 200,000 people a year. It's one of the biggest air shows. So the whole point is that Ostrava could serve as a window on the Carpathians. And when you look at maps, and Americans are really bad at geography, but when you look at maps and you think about the Carpathians, you also look and see Western Ukraine. And the point is that Ramstein as an air base is irreplaceable, but you do need other air bases in between. And so when you look at the map, you go all the way to MK Air Base in Romania. It's a vast distance, but you need other aerial modes of transportation. So that's where the idea was born out. Ostrava was very perfectly situated. Air mobility is very critical. But NATO hadn't really thought, and the United States hadn't really thought more other than investing in infrastructure, but thinking about more about these types of structures. And the reason Ostrava was really important was because right now, as a supply node, through Rzeszów, 95% through Poland of the U.S. and NATO supplies to Ukraine go through one railroad and air node, and that's through Rzeszów in Poland that goes to Ukraine. The point is that there's a Patriot battery there, and if one ballistic missile strike hit that place, it could take out a lot of the supply and servicing capability in the event of a conflict. And so you got to think about other alternative supply nodes And so because of the great logistics and transportation capabilities through railroad inside of the Czech Republic, it's a really good idea to develop these other alternative nodes and also reward Czechia for its investment and trying to upgrade and develop 2%, but also buying F-35 fighters from the United States perspective, and even from a Trump administration perspective, you know, they made this investment, and so buying American is really important. So I'll just stop there.
Yeah, no, I think that's very good. I've been to that air base where the Patriot battery is on the border of Poland, and with a very senior U.S. commander who was very adamant on retrenching and making sure that the reinforcements were sufficient to protect the U.S. Service folks that were there. And his argument was that if something should happen to them, if there's an errant drone or something, and you have a casualty, then that escalates this entire conflict in a way that no one is yet prepared for. So with that, let me turn to you, former Commanding General for U.S. Army Europe, retired General Ben Hodges. If you don't follow Ben on Twitter, you absolutely must. He is a brilliant and outspoken voice for what must be done. He's a little bit modest, but not like too modest. But he really must follow his thinking on this. He's incredibly generous and precise with his comments. And one of the first things that I first talked to you about, General, was the Suwałki Gap, or as it's sometimes called, the Suwałki Corridor, as a primary weakness point, potentially vulnerable. And there's been a lot of work within NATO to seal this gap. This is a small, about 70-kilometer or so, I'm thinking right, area between Belarus and the Russian Oblast of Kaliningrad, and it sits right on the Polish-Lithuanian border. And if you seal that off, then theoretically you prevent reinforcements from going north to Latvia, Lithuania, and Estonia. And it's a tremendous area where there's been a lot of work, a lot of exercises, but also there's a lot of concern. So let me ask you, you've warned about NATO mobility gaps for years. What are the most critical challenges that NATO is facing right now in terms of these mobility gaps? And how do you assess the vulnerability of the Suwałki today?
So it's very important that we get the terminology correct. Of course, what my friend Glenn meant to say is this is the 11th year of Russia's war against Ukraine, not the 4th year. It's important to keep that in mind. Secondly, we call it the Suwałki Corridor, not the Suwałki Gap, because a corridor is something you want to keep open, whereas a gap is something like the Fulda Gap you want to block. The Suwałki Corridor is so important because we have 3 NATO allies, Estonia, Latvia, and Lithuania, on the other side of that corridor from the rest of from Poland and the rest of NATO. And so it is vulnerable because of the very short distance between Belarus and Kaliningrad. The whole point of military mobility is to be able to move as fast or faster than Russian Federation forces can move before the conflict starts. So this is the part that I think has been missed in all the, PESCO, and now finally people are talking about mobility, but they think about it in terms of in conflict. But the key, if you want to be able to deter Russia, they need to see that NATO forces can move faster than they can. Because obviously we will or should detect things that are happening in Belarus or in Western Russia in the military district, or elsewhere. So we need to be able to demonstrate to them, we see what you're doing, and we can get combat power to the place faster than they can. Today, we absolutely cannot do that because the understanding of our political leaders and many senior military leaders, they don't realize that we're having to do this in peacetime conditions. So no special exceptions for convoys. All of us will be competing with industry for access to DB cargo. I mean, so it's the same problem. 10 years ago, a migrant could move through Europe faster than a NATO convoy. Or a truckload of apples could go from Poland to Portugal faster than any NATO convoy. I was naive. I feel I wasted probably 3 or 4 years because I was thinking, come on, what's this so obvious? These are all NATO countries. It's all EU. It should be like going up and down I-95 in the U.S. And I was completely wrong. And it turns out that the Ministry of Defense in each country is not the critical ministry. It's the Ministry of Interior that controls the borders, and it's the ministry, the finance ministry, that pays for things. And almost all the solutions come from the EU or the nations. So I just spewed out a lot of different things, but I mean, I'm a little frustrated because we've been working on this for 10 effing years, and clearly I'm not very compelling. And I think only when civilian leaders and planners realize that the key is we have to move faster than Russian forces pre-crisis. Otherwise, we'll never really fix this.
Okay, and you mentioned, so I want to go back to what you just talked about a minute ago, the ease of moving products around the EU contrasted to military equipment. But let me first turn to you, Simona Cojocaru, former secretary and chief of the Department of Defense Policy for Romania. Romania plays a very critical role, a geographic role in NATO's southeastern flank. How would you describe the current state of Romanian transport infrastructure? And also, talk to us a little bit about the Black Sea and your concerns right there, the dynamics of moving things into and out of the Black Sea. It's a very tricky thing that governs it. Basically, all the Black Sea parties get a little vote, but Turkey sort of controls the pinch, and Russia thinks that it can dominate it. So talk to us a little bit about the critical role of Romania and the state of Romanian transport infrastructure to allow for reinforcements, and also what you want to say right now about the Black Sea and how to better, as a NATO country, how it should be better governed.
Thank you. So good afternoon, GLOBSEC, and thank you for the report, very valuable. Actually, the war in Ukraine put again the spotlight on military mobility. Yeah. And actually, we are very much focusing, like other allies, on rapid deployment and sustainment of NATO forces. I have extensively listened these days quotes from NATO Secretary General that declared that we are all on the eastern flank. Yeah. So it's very, very much important to understand this all, because, you know, military mobility is a strategic necessity. This is not a luxury anymore, and I totally agree with Ben Hodžić saying that we have to concentrate more on pre-crisis phases, because it's absolutely very, very much important. And, of course, central to this shift, we are talking in NATO, and not only talking, we are doing things in relation to enablement of secure area of responsibility. And I'm talking here about reinforcement and sustainment network. That means, in short, infrastructure development and pre-positioning of stocks, another very important strength of work in this area. But coming back to Romania and your particular question, but again, this is not valid for Romania only, it's valid for the NATO eastern flank, for NATO generally speaking. Because, you know, potential testing by Russia of Article 5 is also about military mobility. Yeah. It's very much important. And deterrence and defense is not really related to readiness of our forces and capabilities. It's about systems, legal framework, and procedures. By the way, exactly this June, right now, in Romania, we are hosting a huge exercise, which is called Saber Guardian General. Yeah. Very impressive. 5,000 militaries from Romania, United States, Italy, and Republic of Moldova are currently exercising in Romania, exercising also military mobility. And this is part of a larger exercise, Defender, 10,000 militaries.
Is there an aspect of that's related to mobility, because you had to bring all these people in?
Absolutely, absolutely, because we have to train and exercise also administrative procedures, cross-border, passing of our troops. And actually, what I'd like to say at this point is that we perfectly understood that we have to look at what Russia is doing. You know, being a country on the shore of the Black Sea, we are looking very much to what Russia is doing. By the way, according to some estimates, Russia will soon be able to target 500 drones at Ukraine per day. And there are some plans to transform the civil airport in Kerch, so very much linked to the Black Sea in a military base.
So you're imagining a more contested Black Sea, even beyond what's happening right now with a Ukrainian drone navy essentially taking out huge aspects of the Russian Black Sea fleet, you're imagining a more contested Black Sea. Is that a fair?
The Russian threat is persistent. So we have to be very much prepared. And the Russian threat is the most direct and significant threat to Euro-Atlantic security. And let's be frank. Let's admit, let's understand that Europe is not at peace anymore. And we have to do more in relation to military mobility, railways. Look what Russia is doing. Again, look back in 2021 when Russia absolutely deployed forces along the border with Ukraine, and nobody believed.
Well,
only few believed that a large-scale invasion will take place.
Yeah, we're believing it now. And so the drone thing, I think that's a really important point. So let me turn to you, Marc-Ariel Bischoff. He is Senior Director, EU Policy and Industrial Affairs at General Dynamics European Land Systems. And you guys make the bridges that go on the trucks. You go out, you deploy the bridge. Folks need to get from one place to another, and there was no bridge. Now you show up, bridge. So one of the things that we were talking about here is the prevalence of drones and the drone warfare change that now will be the character of war in the future. How does this affect how you think about the deployment of these things? What are you thinking about in terms of defending these assets from a threat that you've never had to before that is certainly going to be a permanent part of your future?
Thank you very much for the question. Thank you for having me. So I wish that it was so easy as you had described it in the beginning, that there was the necessity for a bridge and whoop, there was the bridge. It took us years to put military mobility on the agenda through reports like the one that has been introduced today, and to advocate for the acquisition of new mobile bridges. 90% of the whole mobile bridging capacities of NATO comes from my company. 90%. And it is by far not sufficient.
You want competitors. That's nice. We
have competitors, but I think we are doing a pretty good job with the bridges that we have. And we see now, as through all these efforts, also through the efforts of GLOBSEC in putting military mobility really on the agenda, on the political agenda, that this comes. Now to the drone threat. Drones, we are not only a manufacturer of bridges, but also of combat vehicles. So top attack is, of course, a threat that, a newer threat that we are trying to find solutions for. It's not within our personal domain of technology, but we are working with technology providers. And of course, protection, either by active protection. Active
protection is little panels that sit on the thing, and when the drone comes, it blows them out instead of blowing in, right?
Absolutely, absolutely. Of any kind. I mean, we know active protection systems already from attacks from the side. Euro Trophy, for instance, is one example that we offer to our customers. But you have to see that these active protection systems are extraordinarily valuable. They are costly. And if you consider a drone, which doesn't really cost a lot, and you have to counter this threat with a high value weapon,
that's not so good.
That's not optimal. So we have to find new solutions for that.
So you were telling me before, and I want to get to some Slido questions, so please get them in because they're really good to have, and some very good ones are showing up. But you are running into the same problem, the same economics of scale problem that U.S. destroyers are running into in the Red Sea, where basically you can have an SM-6 take out a $20,000 drone, but that's not a good use of, I mean, and it'll hit, an SM-6 will hit it just fine, but like that's not a fantastic use of your money, and so that scale's always going to be there. So in terms of other things you're looking at, we're talking about microwaves, but there's problems there with signal. It interrupts signal, it fries things. Directed energy, that's lasers, but you need a lot of power. And you said water. You're looking at potentially water cannons.
Well, we were discussing that in the room that we were getting ready.
Yeah, we were discussing it in this room, but I'm just curious, your thoughts.
Well, as I said, it's not our field of specialty, but our technology providers, they look into any avenue of technology that offers itself, and water could be one line to follow.
Yeah.
I mean, you have to also have something that after it has done its job, is not either ruining anything else or is threatening anything else.
Yeah.
So water comes to mind, but this is just an idea. I
know. Don't worry, I'm not selling you water cannons right now. But I think it's fascinating.
We are not.
I think it's fascinating how this drone problem has created just so many different avenues for innovation, and it's going to be a problem that persists. Basically, every Army service and really every installation is going to be faced with this. So again, some Slido questions, and please get yours in. I think this one is perfect for you, Ben, because you were talking a bit about this earlier, and you talk a lot about the need for a military Shenzhen zone. Why do we not have a military Shenzhen zone? Shouldn't we have such a thing?
So when I was still in the Army, I was trying to explain why military mobility was so important, trying to speak to ministers of defense, ministers of interior, etc., and I was not getting through. And then I thought, being an American, I will show how cool I am by using a European framework like Schengen to not only show how cool I was, but explain the effect we wanted, to be able to move like inside the Schengen. So that's where the idea of the military Schengen came up. That's what we need, to be able to move cross borders with all your stuff.
Yeah.
All right, that was the goal. And then I got called into the office of Ambassador Domek, who was the director of the EDA at the time, and he said, General, please stop saying military Schengen. And I said, well, I thought I was cool. And he goes, no, half of Europe hates it because they're not in it. The other half hates it because they equate it with uncontrolled migrant flow. And I said, okay, well, I'll think of something else. And then the next day, the Dutch Minister of Defense, she said, we need a military Schengen. So I was like, my work is done.
Yeah.
Why do we not have it yet? I thought we were going to make huge progress with the PESCO, the development of PESCO as a framework with the Netherlands and Germany as the two lead nations for it. But, as all of you know, if you're serious about something, you put money on it and you put people on it.
Yeah.
Within 1 year of PESCO project for military mobility being announced and €6 billion lined up against it, in 1 year it was down to like $1.5 billion. So we didn't make the progress I thought we would.
Well, so first General and then Secretary, because you have thoughts on this too. I think you might be in favor or not, but military Shenzhen.
Well, first of all, I think it's important to notice that General Hodges and I know it, and a lot of you too, there's a difference in the nomenclature in the both organizations. So on the NATO side, right now we're using either enablement or more the RSN, that was mentioned by the minister here. On the EU side, it's more military mobility. But I think the most important is that both of those, meaning one with two names, it has to become part of our resilience DNA, because what was mentioned before, this is not only a military issue. This is whole of government decisions, cutting the procedures, the bureaucracy down, but also being less risk averse, because the nations have to admit, okay, I will allow these hazardous materials to be transported faster with less visibility maybe, and take that risk that, as whenever you transport something that's dangerous goods, things might happen. And the other point is we need to get out of this, I call it peacetime mentality comfort zone, because we all think, okay, this is happening in Ukraine, we are still at peacetime officially, we need to continue adjusting and preparing for the worst. This is the only word to deter Russia and other adversaries. They need to know we are prepared and that we are, really, we mean what we do. So those are the most important. And as I said, a lot of good things are happening, but probably not fast enough. And this issue of border crossing, again, it's happening, but very slow. Digitization and simplification, because it has to be whole of government approach, because it's not only Ministry of Defense that's responsible.
Yeah, no, I think it's a really good point, and the end of the peacetime mindset is something that's been coming up a lot. So, Secretary, you had something to add to this.
Romania is in Schengen now, so we are very much favoring a military Schengen. Why not?
Yeah.
However, could be military mobility areas.
Yep.
But what I really think it's important is to have a collective action on military mobility, which means pre-aligning with all the procedures and the norms. And what is very, very much important in relation to military movements is related to pre-authorized transit for certain units. This is key today, and moreover, pre-negotiated logistical arrangements. So this is very much related to this kind of military Schengen, let's put it like this. And please do not forget the recent talks in NATO at different levels, and we are very much approaching the summit in The Hague. And the equation says in relation to defense budget that 5% equals 3.5 plus 1.5, and that 1.5 means infrastructure and resilience, which is absolutely very much important. Our leaders changed the tone in relation with military mobility, also very much important.
Yeah, I think that's interesting, because I know that one of the big fights within NATO for a long time is whether a country like Germany, for instance, can count infrastructure improvements as a defense investment that goes towards their GDP commitment, and there was a lot of sort of controversy around whether countries should do that or not. And it sounds like, yes, you have to begin to think about it like that. So we have more Slido questions, but first I want to turn to you, Glenn Howard, and sort of point out something that seems to be missing from the European discussion about different bureaucratic obstacles, that different ministers having a point of view and putting a barrier in place between moving military equipment. Russia targets Ukrainian train lines. They're targeting transportation infrastructure across Europe. So tell us about this. Like, should this understanding of hybrid warfare as it applies to European transport, should that be a part of the conversation in terms of how to increase the mobility across Europe, remove some of these barriers, and approach a more coherent, coordinated response?
Well, first of all, I think we need to kind of get away from using the term hybrid warfare. I think that's very much tied to Ukraine. Excuse me. So first of all, that's very much tied to the situation with hybrid warfare was used. And now we need to really jump into the whole idea that sabotage is really a part of warfare. And what you've seen in Germany, and you've seen also in Poland, you've seen the Russian consulate in Poznan and other places. They become outlets for recruitment of people to do, in some cases, even Ukrainians that have been there as refugees. They're recruiting to commit acts of sabotage. So why is this important? Because the idea is that sabotage and efforts have been made also in Germany. And so the mobility issue is tied to, if there's a conflict that goes on inside of Europe, and this conflict expands, the Russian notion is to basically stigmatize the population in thinking that they're, say in the case of Germany, that they're going to be caught up in World War III to make them try to diminish their support for the efforts to support Ukraine. So it's tied into a propaganda dimension, and that's where the sabotage element of and whole hybrid warfare fits into that. And so that affects the mobility issue because it undermines public support for backing Ukraine or NATO.
Yeah, I think that's fascinating because, different ministers think about transportation within their countries as a specific issue related to their department, but the attacks, the vulnerability, that's across NATO. That's basically something they all share. So, General, you had something on this.
Just a quick add-on. I think this is an extremely point you raised. Ladies and gentlemen, if our transportation nodes and our critical infrastructure are not well protected, the enemy can get easy access and not only disrupt, but actually follow exactly and get real data about what we're moving, where we're moving, and so on. And it's reasonably easy sometimes because some companies do not want to allow the probes, so-called, of the Cyber Command, for example, to support them because they feel this is privacy issue and everything. But Russians are able to get into our train systems, okay? Think about it. You don't need to have somebody observing. You just get into the system and you don't disrupt it, you just get the data. right? You place the remote, typical, hunting remote cameras, you can still collect this information. You hire, as mentioned here by my colleague, you hire the proxies. Quite often also Ukrainian citizens, or at least holding the citizenship, to do this proxy sabotage on us. You remember what happened in France, the big fire of at the train station, right, for the SNCF that stopped the trains. In Poland, they were able to turn on the radio red signal in part of Poland for a long time, which stopped all the trains. So think about it. You don't need to send Spetsnaz right now. You can cause so much turmoil to our RSNs, to our military mobility, even now in peacetime, and it's actually happening. So we need to also build the resilience, okay? A lot of those companies also sometimes belong to countries that are not maybe that friendly to us. So that's a challenge.
Yeah, no, that is a huge challenge. I'm reminded of the pipeline attack in the United States back in 2022. They didn't attack the pipeline. They didn't attack the SCAD system that runs the pumps. They attacked the accounting software, which was very vulnerable and no one was paying any attention to it. But then you couldn't bill for the gas you were pumping. And you can imagine all these different little places in Europe where that's a vulnerability that, I mean, there might be a need on a national level and a NATO level to buy new computers to sit on these desks that are running more modern operating systems that are properly defended. So it's mind-bogglingly difficult problems. But thanks you all for solving it. I can just talk about it. Let's go to some of these questions. Wouldn't it make sense to Europeanize the Baltic defense line and Poland's East Shield, including forward deployment of multinational troops to deter Russia? This is something that a lot of people have been advocating for. So please,
well,
General.
First of all, we all need to remember that the Eastern Front, or Eastern Flank as we call it, is the border of more or less both organizations, NATO and EU. So it's not only the military defense, but it's also the defense against this state-sponsored migration from Belarus, or from the land of Belarus that it's also supported by Russia. So absolutely yes, it should be a common effort, because what is being done at the border provides more security for the rear. That's one point. Second one, I think we need to find a good balance, because you need the forward deployment, you need the prepositioning, absolutely yes, but also you need to find the ways of quickly bringing the mass into the battlefield. Preemptive is rather not in the European DNA to do anything preemptive, even though it will be obvious that on the other side something is boiling. But again, how to bring the mass, and I think there are ways of doing it with all the so-called innovative disruptive technologies. So we need both. We need the physical presence to make sure that there are troops, but there's also a great part to be played by those innovative disruptive technologies.
Yeah, Secretary, you were also saying sort of the same thing, that it makes sense to start pre-positioning things now, including international troops, I'm thinking, closer within Romania, and this might have a better effect on governance of the Black Sea or other issues. Is that
Absolutely, this is of such a great importance. And I'd like also to recall to you one lesson learned from Ukraine. It is such a vulnerability to use a single route corridor.
Yes.
So I think we should learn more from what is happening right now in Ukraine, because actually the future of war is now happening in Ukraine.
Yeah.
It's now happening in the Black Sea. And yes, we need more prepositioning, but we need targeted investments in dual-use infrastructure, because infrastructure, in our view, is the most impactful, if you like, enable in relation to military mobility.
Yeah.
And I do support the idea of countries on the eastern flank to become regional hubs.
Yeah.
Very, very much important today in relation with military mobility, apart from investments in reinforced bridges, roads, tunnels, and also modernized railways and strategic logistic hubs and storages. Absolutely very important in this.
Yes, Mark, please go ahead.
We should also not forget that military mobility also means, at least in our understanding, to have capabilities, manufacturing capabilities,
yes.
Where the equipment is needed,
yeah.
and to maintain the equipment where it is needed.
Yeah.
And that involves a certain amount of industrialization. It involves, of course, localization, transfer of technology, and we do not see that, I would say, sufficiently with all market competitors.
Yeah.
I know that we specialize in that, and that part of our success is not only because of the equipment itself, but because of the industrialization that goes with it.
Yeah.
Romania is a very good example in our case. It's one of our home countries, and the Romanians are now able to manufacture their wheeled armored vehicles themselves. And that also is one aspect, an important aspect of their mobility, of their military mobility.
Yeah, yeah, I think it's a really important point, and that also speaks to the changing nature of war, where long supply lines are increasingly vulnerable. Creation of the things that you need closer to the edge. And Ukraine is a fantastic example. I talked to a lot of folks in Ukraine. They spend time talking to U.S. troops actually in Poland at that airbase with the Patriot battery, and the folks in Poland download manuals on like howitzers, and the guys in Ukraine have 3D printers in the mud, and they like make replacement parts in the mud, and sometimes they improve the design of the product, frankly. So that's kind of it. That's the future of military supply in many ways. Closer, more immediate to where you are, far more rapid, but it doesn't just happen immediately. Ben, you had a thought on this. Did you have, you seemed, no? Okay. I wasn't entirely sure. You have a very pensive look. It seems pregnant with thought and concept. So, what is thought? Deep in thought. Okay. What is the situation with logistics on NATO's most eastern flank? Turkey? Question mark. Turkey? Yes. How would you characterize Turkey as a partner in terms of broader NATO mobility? Secretary, any?
Turkey is a very important ally at the Black Sea and NATO, generally speaking.
Yes.
And has a critical role in that area. We are talking now about regional plans adopted by NATO, very, very important strands of work. And by the way, military mobility is part of the implementation of the regional plan. And this, one of the plans are including Romania, Bulgaria, and of course, Turkey. And probably you know that we put a lot of effort in elevating the cooperation at regional level with Turkey in relation to military mobility. And I will offer you a couple of examples. We have signed a letter of intent in relation to military mobility with Bulgaria and Turkey. Of course, we have signed also with Bulgaria and Greece, and for the Corridor 8 with Italy, Albania, North Macedonia, Bulgaria, and of course, Romania. So now we are in the implementation phase of this letter of intent, and the aim is to have concrete results on the ground. Moreover, let's not forget another strand of work, which is related to extending the NATO pipelines system, which is also very important in this, picture of getting better on military mobility in the southern part of the eastern flank.
Yeah, yeah. So it's great. So there's a massive coordinated response to encourage Turkey's great partnership capabilities, and I think that's something really important, and it must be very diplomatically difficult, because that's the thing about NATO. I'm always surprised how complex it is just to talk to other Americans. I can't imagine trying to keep an alliance this dense together in such a way. I mean, you can talk to people in the south of France who will have really strong disagreements with people in the north of France about how thick the crust of brie should be, so I can't even imagine. But we have time for one or two more. And I think this one speaks to that earlier theme of increasing the speed of mobility by decreasing the size of things, being able to be more maneuverable, and doing so by using new technology. So using new defense tech. Shouldn't we develop a light footprint heavy firepower European way of war, which would also help close our military mobility gap. Can we make things smaller? Can we scale up light solutions, but also end that like great big supply line thing through new technology? Ben, you have a thought, and you too, General. Yes.
So first, I do want to make sure we use the correct terminology with regards to Czechia. They're an ally. They're not a partner. And it's very important. We talk about allies versus partners because there's a treaty obligation with an ally. And yes, all 32 members of the alliance piss off the other 31 once a week. So it's Turkey is spring-loaded to be offended, but you know what? People get annoyed with the U.S. They France kicked NATO out, so I don't get hung up too much on Turkey alone. They are an essential. I don't even want to think about NATO without Turkey. The size of vehicles. I tell you this. I think the technology for wheels is far advanced beyond the technology for tracks. I mean, I'm an infantry guy. I love having tanks. Soldiers like that big mobile protected firepower. But frankly, if I had to choose between a brigade on wheels and a track brigade, I would always ask for the brigade on wheels because of the mobility. Its ability. You don't have to have rail. The tanks, you have to have trains or hundreds of those heavy equipment transport trucks that can carry tanks down the highway. And so I think changing or relying less on vehicles that weigh 75 tons would help solve some of the mobility problem. But, you know, also vehicles have gotten so big that we can't go through all the tunnels we used to go through.
Mark, you had a thought on this.
It's at the essence of what we do. I mean, how can we reduce dimension and weight? Weight is even more important. And without compromising firepower and protection. And this is why, I mean, I'm proud as a German on probably the best main battle tank in the world.
Second best, but
I knew that you were going to say that. This is why I could make the argument. But what is it worth if you cannot deploy it in the given infrastructure? And this is why we think that what we would call a medium main battle tank is a solution in which we may not be able to kill the opponent, but to force the opponent to abort the mission. And to deter the mission.
Well, later on we should play Tank Battle and check it out. But Zeus, you got the final thought, and then...
So Turkey is also an associated nation in the Eurocorps. So I have both NATO and EU countries that are either on both sides or in one of the organizations. Well, one tactical example, the so-called TEUs, which is 20-foot equivalent units, basically the typical shipment containers. Right now, their size is standardized, but when you put it on a certain vehicles, it's above 4 meters, which means it becomes an oversized cargo, which there is trouble getting special permissions to ride for the countries. But going back to the new tech, absolutely, I'm a big fan, and we need to continue experimenting and introducing more and more all sorts of unmanned autonomous vehicles, which will help with the logistics immensely, I believe. 3D printing, as you mentioned, this will be the revolution once we have filled it completely. It's cheap, fast, the right materials. I will not need to get all my spare parts. I will just have I will be able to print them on the battlefield. The challenge is proprietary rights, because if I am using somebody's equipment, I may not get access to all the technical data to make a specific part and so on. But it's also about the AI and also about the real data. Just to mention that whatever we do in logistics, we need the real data. And now there are systems that I will not mention the name, that you get instant alert that on the particular convoy route that you have your convoy, something has happened. So we did not have that before. Right now we have to get used, and we have to work off the real data.
Wow, see, what a great note to end on, because that gives a real vision of the future. We could have had a whole nother panel on that. So, ladies and gentlemen, before we close, a little announcement. There's going to be a rapid response panel added to today's program, 1805 in the Schwarzenberg stage, featuring Amos Gaedlin, founder and president of Mind Israel. He's a former head of IDF military intelligence, and he'll be talking about recent escalations between Israel and Iran. I wonder what that could be about. But, ladies and gentlemen, right now, please join me in thanking my panel today for this. Thank you.
Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome the moderator of the next session, Mikhail Żantowski.
Thank you very much. Should I start? Okay. Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. We have a session with a slightly provocative topic, and the topic is there a road to a legitimate peace in Ukraine that would be in conformity to the international order? And for that topic, I have, I think, 4 very competent speakers. And let me now invite to the stage Evelyn Farkas, who's the executive director of the McCain Institute, and I will use this opportunity to pay a little tribute to the late Senator McCain, who was a friend to this country, to many of us, and to many other European countries.
Sorely missed.
Yes, we will have Karin von Hippel, who's the chair of the Ardent Strategies Defense and Security Company. We will have, we couldn't do without a Ukrainian speaker, of course, so we have Yehor Cherniev, who's the deputy chairman of the National Security Committee of the Verkhovna Rada in Ukraine. And although many of you don't speak Ukrainian, you all know that Verkhovna Rada is the Ukrainian parliament. And last but certainly not least, we have Miroslav Vlachovský, a Slovak diplomat, former ambassador to Denmark, former ambassador to the United Kingdom when we served together, and most recently the former foreign minister of Slovakia. And to briefly introduce the topic before I leave the floor to the speakers, I have been long of the mind that what Putin is doing is waging two wars, not just a war against Ukraine as a sovereign country, but also a war against the international order as it has existed since the end of the Cold War in 1989, in part since the end of the Second World War in 1945, and in some respects since the Peace of Westphalia in 1648. You know, the principle of a sovereignty of a country, of inviolability of its borders and its territory, and of the freedom of choice for every sovereign country to arrange for its domestic affairs and for its political system as the people of that country will decide, are the crucial principles of international orders. And we see them all violated in the Russian aggression against Ukraine. So in speaking about a possible peace, you know, you can imagine all ways, all kinds of peace, and most of them would be very humiliating types of peace for Ukraine, and all of them would be in violation of the international order. So the question is there any hypothetical possibility for a peace that would be both legitimate and acceptable to Ukraine and to the international community in this struggle? And of course, to try to answer that question, I have to start with Jehor and his perspective of the possible ways to peace.
Well, it's not an easy question, you probably know, and we try to understand how to find this balance between that what can be acceptable for Ukraine and not violating of the world order and international law. You know, just let me remind you from what this war was started. Putin in December 2021 requested to NATO allies that they should withdraw from the Western Europe and push the borders of the NATO to 1997. This is the goal of this war. This is the goal of war that started revising the world order. It's not only about Ukraine. So when we are talking about the peace deal, peace negotiation, we have to have in mind that this is the real goal of Putin. It's not about 4 regions of Ukraine, but also about this for Ukraine first of all. And I can assure you that Ukraine is ready for peace negotiation, but not for any price. We have not so many points that we need in these peace negotiations. So first, any limits of our sovereignty, because we see all these requests from our Russian side that our army should be limited, our weapons should be limited, some interference in our internal policy, like special status of Russian language or something about Russian church or Russian culture, etc. It's unacceptable to us, definitely. Second, we will never recognize those territories that now under occupation as a part of Russia. It's actually would be a violation of international law, recognition of these territories as a part of Russia. And third, we have to have some solid security guarantees. This is 3 points that we need for acceptable peace negotiations from our side. But I have doubts that Russia is ready for this because, again, the goal of this war is not only the territory of Ukraine or just a control on Ukraine. That's why we will see. That's why they are playing for time and just to try to convince the U.S. that they are still in the negotiations, but they are not, because they launch more and more missiles, drones on our territory. They're trying to move forward on the battlefield, and there are no signs that Russia is ready for this. So we can discuss some points of the future peace negotiations, but it doesn't matter because it's existential war for Ukraine, and this is the existential war for Russia, and they are just not ready for any negotiations.
All right. We'll come back to that, but let me now go to Evelyn to get the point, to get the view from the other side of the pond. I mean, some of your top politicians see the road to peace in Ukraine as easy. It will give up territory, it will give up its ambitions to join NATO or the European Union, it will reduce the size of its armed forces to a couple of parade battalions, and there will be peace. Is this something that would be acceptable or palatable to most Americans?
It's completely unrealistic, and it would not be acceptable to most Americans. One thing that I know you are probably meant to mention, but the last piece of any kind of durable peace would be accountability, because remember, Russia has also violated human rights to a degree that we have not seen since World War II, or maybe since they were active in Syria and before that Chechnya. So the way that they have waged this phase of the war, so from the full frontal invasion in 2022, has been an assault on also human rights, the Geneva Conventions, etc. A durable peace, let's face it, must ensure that Ukraine is not invaded again by Russia. And I think most Americans understand that. And most Americans also understand that if you want a peace soon, and if you have to do it with Vladimir Putin, there's probably some kind of compromise where Ukraine does not forfeit its territory de facto, or rather de jure, but de facto perhaps has to make some kind of deal with Russia, where Russia remains on the territory of Ukraine until later in the future, when that can be renegotiated, when that can be changed. But in exchange, Ukraine must have, I mean, I think what Ukraine needs more than anything else, what is existential to Ukraine, is the survival of the Ukrainian state and the Ukrainian people, which means a security guarantee. And that is where we get into some trouble, because at the current moment, the U.S. administration doesn't seem willing to provide a bilateral security agreement or guarantee to Ukraine. And the question of NATO membership also seems to be not just in the United States, and that was also the case under the Biden administration, but also in other NATO capitals, not something that the countries are ready to commit to. Although I would argue that in Europe, there's more of a willingness to do so. And frankly, we should all understand that we want Ukraine with their phenomenal military capability on our side, not on the other side. You know, I remember I was in Ukraine, I don't know, like 3 weeks ago, and one of our Ukrainian interlocutors said, you know, you are talking about how capable we are. Remember, if the Russians capture us, we will have no choice. We will have to use our military against you. So I think there are the seeds of a deal in the making. There is a realistic proposal, which is the one that I just sketched out. It's not perfect for Ukraine, but as long as they have the security guarantee, as long as there's some accountability for the human rights violations, then we can proceed, and European stability can be reasserted to a degree. But if Vladimir Putin stays in the Kremlin, we still have a problem in Europe and globally.
All right. Karin, how is the think tank community and the experts community seeing this?
Well, if I could just add on to what Evelyn was saying, I think it's, there's a lot of challenges, as we all know, because America isn't willing to provide security guarantees right now. And NATO membership may not be on the cards right now, but I think the Europeans can do a lot in terms of accelerating accession to the EU. I think, in a sense, the Friends of Ukraine can do a lot for helping Ukraine with kind of insurance policy. So helping it get on the road to the European Union, which would help with governance issues. As Evelyn said, I think Ukraine will have the strongest military in Europe after this war, and so that military will be helping all of us. They have incredible technology, as we all know. And so, yes, it's up to the Ukrainians to decide what's acceptable or not. None of us can tell the Ukrainians what they should agree to, and Donald Trump can't tell the Ukrainians what they should agree to, but we can all try to help, in as many ways as we can, and I think we're doing that. And I was impressed yesterday, even when the Czech Prime Minister said that, together in Europe, we're 10 times as strong as Russia. And I think, the Europeans need to be more confident about what they can do. Ukraine doesn't need, actually, the types of weapons they were asking for in the beginning. They've moved so far that a lot of the support that they need is it's a lot of it, obviously, it's missile defense, et cetera. But I mean, they've done so much in terms of drones and stuff. So it's actually more now financial assistance. It's accelerating a lot of the innovation that they're already doing. And so, and that isn't impossible. I think we can all do that together.
Right.
I'm not sure about the think tank community, though, but...
The question is about being together. I mean, you're right that this country has so far been very solid in supporting Ukraine and the common European stand, or the need for it, on this, but that does not apply to all European countries. And there are some that are wavering to a smaller or a lesser degree, some that are prioritizing its domestic concerns over the need for the support for Ukraine, and some even which are somewhat more understanding of Putin's thinking and Putin's goals than we are. And I'm sorry, Miro is a close friend, for putting you on the spot, but would you care to elaborate on how united we are in this and what needs to be done?
Okay, but I will come back to how you framed the debate at the beginning, that Putin is waging two wars, one against Ukraine, one against the international order, and I agree with that, even though I think that the latter preceded the former. I mean, the war against the international order started much earlier, and we have to go back at least to 2007 and to his Munich speech, when he clearly defined, and we didn't believe him, and we didn't listen to him enough, and we didn't stop him when there was a time, and he is testing how far he can go. And if I'm not mistaken, Russia is the only country which extended its territory in the 21st century by violent means.
So far.
So far. Well, hopefully it will be not followed. But if we will not not put a wall to this, it might be followed.
Saddam Hussein tried, and we stopped him.
Yeah.
He took Kuwait, and we pushed him back.
Yeah, but that was in
1991.
So not in 21st century, in 20s.
Ah, you're right.
Still.
Sorry.
So I'm talking about this this particular century and how it started and where we will let it go. So I think Vladimir Putin is representative of a revisionist regime, very clearly with a neo-imperial agenda, who wants to extend the territory, who made it clear, as you mentioned, that we should push NATO into the borders of 1997, which is totally unacceptable to countries which joined after 1999. Let's be clear about it here. And he is using all of his toolbox against the West, and he is in the war with the West. Because I think hybrid war is also a war, and we are not defending ourselves enough, or we didn't start early enough, and that's part of the problem. Because already, due to this hybrid threats, and we've been weakened, and that's the answer to your question, Michael. How united we are. I think in 2022, he was surprised, and maybe even European Union member countries were surprised how united we were, because he considered that, okay, the West is weak, we are not able to defend ourselves, and we will definitely not be united. But he was mistaken with Ukrainians, and he was mistaken with the West. So that gives us a chance and gives us a hope that we can stand to Putin. He's not a genius. He's not a fantastic strategist who thinks 12 steps ahead. It's not true. It's a myth. It's a myth.
All right. Okay, we have several aspects of the topic that emerged during your contribution, and but I suppose the bottom line is that the chances to reconcile the minimum needs for Ukrainian sovereignty are with Putin's declarations and ambitions, our goals are unsurpassable. Yeah, I mean, a peace in theory can only be achieved if the maximum concessions on one side overlap with the minimum requirements of the other side, and this simply is not the situation here. One thing I would like to draw your attention to is you all spoke about the need for security guarantees. And I agree in principle, but security guarantees is not what you can expect to get in any negotiation from Russia. Because in reality, you need the security guarantees from third parties, yeah? Be it NATO, be it Europe, be it some other structure. So my question, and it would be to Jehor, is could Ukraine attain peace with Russia, getting back its territories, getting back its sovereignty without such security guarantees, you know, deciding to rely on its own resources? It's been said here that it will be one of the most capable and most modern armies in Europe, if not the most capable army in Europe at the end of the conflict. Then I think it was Evelyn who raised the question of accountability. That's something that I did not quite took into account, but it's true. I mean, there were war crimes committed, there were crimes against humanity committed. So can there be peace without putting Putin on trial? That was an unintended pun. Because the buck stops with Putin. So in any resolution of accountability, you know, there's no way to avoid that person. And it's true what you said, Miro, about the first war starting before the second war, and that is a question to all of us, which we largely avoid. Are we at war with Putin? Because Putin says he's at war with us. Absolutely. And you can't, you know, not be at war with someone who's at war with you, right? So if we are at war with Putin, what does it compel us to do? Please. Yeah.
Okay, there are a lot of points you raised. You know, the situation in Ukraine now can be described by a quotation of Golda Meir, former Prime Minister of Israel, who was born actually in Kiev. She said that we want to live, our neighbors want to see us die. So there are no so many options to survive. So this is like our situation with Russia. They just want to eliminate Ukraine as a nation. That's why they are asking for so unacceptable points in their conditions for a peace. And one of these conditions, actually, limitation of our army. It's a preparation for a new wave of aggression in a year, 2 years, 5 years, doesn't matter how many, but they will come back if Ukraine would not have a solid security guarantees. So, back into your question, what can be these security guarantees? Well, I understand that it's not up to us. It's up to our partners and member states in NATO to invite or not invite. But it's on our agenda still, and we see it as a first and foremost and the most solid security guarantee is the membership in NATO. Second, yes, we are welcoming the initiatives of some European countries to send the troops to Ukraine with the boots on the ground as a part of these security guarantees. And third, of course, it's our army that should not be limited, and the support of our military industries also should not be stopped even after the end of this war, because we have to have a strong army even after the ceasefire and after the peace agreement.
All right, but it's two different things. You know, if you say to the Russians, we will accept peace, provided that we get back our territories, without any preconditions. Yeah, we will accept peace. And that means we are free to do as we wish in arranging for our defense, because that is the right of any sovereign country under Article 58 of the Charter of the United Nations. You don't have to ask for this, you know. And the other thing is we will not accept any limitations on our cooperation with other countries on our building of the military. We're not asking you to do that. You don't ask us to do that, yeah? It's, any peace that would be real peace has to be peace between equals, right? And you are an equal, and in our mind, you are an equal to Russia. Yeah.
Can I just jump in? I just want to build on what Miro was saying earlier. It's not just, I mean, of course, they can sign a deal, but nobody trusts that the Russians will implement anything, right? They won't abide by anything that they sign. But I think what we can also do beyond supporting Ukraine as much as we can, given the limitations, is push back on the Russians everywhere else. So the Russians are interfering in Europe, they're arson attacks, they're trying to kill their own people, there's cutting cables in Europe, they're in Africa. If we kneecap them everywhere else, at the moment we're just kind of watching it. We're not pushing back on Russia and all these other places. And I think the more we try to limit what Russia is doing globally, the better it would be for Ukraine as well in the longer run.
Yeah.
Yeah, basically, they are going after us, and we are not going after them. And the game is that we have to do it. We have to start to defend our interests everywhere in order to push him back.
And I will add that it's even more important today because we see Washington kind of standing back. And so Europe needs to say, this is urgent. This is not sabotage. This is an attack, on a military base in Czechia, or a military base where Americans are in Germany.
Absolutely.
I mean, people need to call things their real names.
Absolutely, yeah.
So, in effect, it's a zero-sum game.
Yeah. It's true.
Well, not necessarily, but I do think if Vladimir Putin stays in the Kremlin, that's why you need all these guarantees, because there might be a Russian leader someday who is not imperial and is willing to recognize that Ukraine has the right to exist. But if you have to make a peace deal with Vladimir Putin, which is the reality today, then you are going to have a security agreement, security guarantee.
Now, the security guarantees, the security agreements, and we're about halfway through, so we now also opening the floor to the questions from the audience, and there are some questions on the Slido, but you're also free to raise your hands and ask questions from the floor. But if you do, please holler or something, because I don't see very well. But before we start with the question, and I see our first questioner, there is already one on the Slido. The first question: how do military cooperation programs change Ukraine's status in the global security system? I mean, in the real world, there is not much chance to win unanimity within NATO for the inclusion of Ukraine. You know that, we know that. This country would vote for tomorrow, but it takes 32 countries now to vote for it, and we don't have that. So in the absence of full membership, can the military cooperation programs, can maybe the presence of NATO countries training personnel in Ukraine, etc., at least for some time, replace or support Ukraine sufficiently?
Well, I think Ukraine is rewriting the rules of the waging of war, because we developed a lot of things that became a game changers, like drones or sea drones, and we destroyed 30% of Russian fleet by having nothing as a fleet of Ukraine, and by the sea drones, and the same with the air drones, and we also use robotics, the land drones. Of course, cooperation can change the cooperation with the Western world, and you know, it can benefit both sides. Of course, we need these joint ventures with your companies that produce, for example, air defense. We cannot produce air defense yet, or missiles to this air defense, but we can produce almost everything that we need, that we use on the battlefield, from drones to artillery systems and armed vehicles. And I think joint ventures in these aspects, in this direction, it's beneficial for both sides, and we can share with you the technologies that we use, and that were proven by our soldiers on the battlefield. So I think having the biggest war after the World War II in Europe, now it's definitely changes in the security system now, at least in Europe. But I think it's also in a global scale.
Well, listen now, what Jehor is telling us, if I understand it correctly, is that NATO, perhaps at this moment, can learn more from Ukraine than Ukraine can from NATO, but we still have a role to play, right?
It's beneficial for both sides, as I said. So yeah, we can share the technologies, not only the technologies, but also the tactics, how we defend ourselves on the battlefield now in the real conditions. Yeah. And when I can share with you that when our soldiers, which already have the combat experience in this war, come to some of the countries, of the European countries, for trainings, yeah, and share some their experience for those trainers that train on the NATO standards, they learn a lot from our soldiers. So this is
I have no doubt about
reality.
it, and I understand that some of our defense companies are already present in Ukraine and working with your companies, so I am sure there's more to follow. Miro, you wanted to say something?
Yes, because I completely agree, and the accumulative knowledge and skills of Ukrainian armed forces are of the most of the interest, and we want them on our side. But the question is also how to make the Ukrainian armed forces and Ukraine sustainable. That means there is a need for money, there is a need for support, and that's what someone has to provide. And because we are in a war of attrition, so we have to help Ukraine first of all, and we have to find the resources, because this is the war about not only Ukraine but about the, as I said at the beginning, Putin is not challenging just Ukraine. He's challenging the international order, but mainly the West.
No, you're right, and that raises the painful question. There is, I understand, also the need for manpower. And can we satisfy that need? That's something we don't dare to come too close to.
I want to just also add one thing, because yesterday I was on a Russia panel, and our colleague Teresa was phenomenal and reminded us all that there are a lot of panels on Ukraine and Russia where people forget to mention China. Mm-hmm. And you know, when you talk about the assault on the international order, President Xi is working with Russia on this, and the Chinese are very happy to see all of us weakened in the context of the war on Ukraine.
I think the Chinese are
well, you know, this opens,
and that too, yes.
Yeah.
This opens a broader discussion we don't have time to go into. I mean, the discussion is whether China is an ally of Putin in this conflict, or whether they are triangulating the conflict and they are happy with you know, the Russians fighting the West, and they can only benefit from them.
Yeah, they are beneficiary.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Now
And I belong to
Russia
that
on their
school.
border.
But we have a question from the audience.
And very patient.
Hi. Thank you. My name is Ivan Djak. I'm Ukrainian from Kherson region. So myself and my family have been very affected by the war. And I see all this discussion happening in the recent year about trying to negotiate peace with Russia. And, you know, we've seen the Russian proposal that very clearly states things that aren't acceptable to the West and to Ukraine. So my question is it even fair to try to sit here and think to negotiate peace with somebody who clearly doesn't want peace? Or does it make more sense to fight on the battlefield and, you know, truly get this war to the end where Ukraine will regain its territory and people by the means of force? Thank you.
So I'm happy to start.
Yes, please.
So first of all, you always have to talk so that you know where your adversary is coming from, so that if there's an opening, a change, you can consider it. But at the end of the day, we know Vladimir Putin. We're not going to talk him into something that's acceptable to us. And so we need to put pressure on the Kremlin, and that means military pressure by supporting Ukraine more than we have so far, and economic pressure, ratcheting up the sanctions, which of course is something that is being considered in Washington again, and Europe continues to make progress on that front. And of course, diplomatic pressure on Putin, isolation, continued recognition of the fact that Russia has violated the Geneva Conventions, the human rights violations, et cetera. So I think, but at the end of the day, negotiation is not going to bring the war to an end in and of itself. You need pressure on, frankly, the Kremlin.
Yeah, well, you know, the question you're asking, Yehor, I will give you precedence.
Yeah, thank you. Thank you. I totally understand what you're talking about, because I am also from occupied territory. I'm from Berdansk, and my hometown also under occupation, and my parents were forced in the very beginning of this war just leave this city and now live in Kyiv. So, and it's not fair. You are right. It's not fair. But we are in these circumstances when we don't have enough power and enough weapon to go forward. And then from my perspective, we should release all the territories and get the control on them. Unfortunately, we don't have now enough power to do it on the battlefield. I have no doubt that our partners have this power, because Russian ability to wage war have two pillars: economy and the military capacity. And economy can be burdened more, and there is so much space with the sanctions on their oil and gas, their metallurgy, their financial sector, et cetera, et cetera. And the Western world, you can do this and can put this burden much more than, on Russia. Without the economy, without the financing, their army cannot move forward. Second pillar is the capacity, their military capacity, and it's about military response from our side and their rear, with the long-range missiles, with the long-range drones that can destroy their capacity to produce this weapon in their rear. And we do this with the drones but we do this with our own drones, not without the middle range, for example, missiles like a Tomahawk that we probably could get from the US, or other things, or Tauruses that we have been waiting for 2 years now. So yes, you are right, it's unfair, but we are in these circumstances that we have to start these negotiations, but not for any price.
Karen?
Jump in, because I actually want to build on something Evelyn said earlier that you said we shouldn't talk about, but just going back to the China point, I mean, China and India both all the European countries could put a lot more pressure quietly behind the scenes on both China and India to really put pressure on Putin as well. I mean, I think the more we cut the Russians off at the knees when they try to interfere all over the place, all over the world, the more we stop them from doing that, the more we put pressure on them diplomatically. Even if it's quiet, it doesn't have to be publicly shaming them, but certainly quietly behind the scenes. The Chinese are very interested in their European partnerships. They're interested in the European economy. They don't like war either, actually. And I think the more we all triage on Russia from all different angles, the better it would be as well.
You're right, Karen, but with all due respect, I said we will probably not have the time to go into this
I'm
discussion.
defying you, I'm sorry.
Back to your question. I mean, and I think you already said it, there is the question of what is fair, what is ethical, and there's probably no way to have a fair peace with a country like the Russian today. And then there is the question of whether it's possible to have a hard, ugly peace, which not maybe nice to look at, but will give both sides respite from the war and will bring back some normal life. And unfortunately, these are two very different things. And in many places around the world, we have peace which is holding, but which is not fair by any standard of imagination. There are only two ways historically in which wars end. One side will win, it's one way, or both sides will exhaust themselves so that they have to make peace. And I think in this particular conflict, we hope, and we not only hope, we do our best, or not our best maybe, but we do what we think we can do for the good guys to win, and you know who I think are the good guys. Now, yes.
Yes, thank you, moderator and panelists. So first of all, Slava Ukraina to our Ukrainian friends. Thank you for a great panel. So it was brought up, a really good point. I've been living in Estonia for 10 years, working with a lot of Ukrainians. We aren't kneecapping the Russians everywhere. And I think it's a good follow-up question to your question. Why do you suppose that nobody's just come out and told Vladimir Putin no? Because that's what Ukraine did. They said no. I mean, I'm a former U.S. Marine. I'm very inspired by the courage and bravery, not just of the armed forces, but of the Ukrainian people. So they said no. And I have my own thoughts, but I wanted to turn to the experts why collectively, it was mentioned in one of the questions, why the Trump administration might be overlooking that Europe and the United States together would have the ability to say firmly no and stop what you correctly described, sir, as not just a war against Ukraine, but a war against the post-'89 world order. Thank you.
Well, I suppose this is the question for our American friends.
Well, I mean, if I could just briefly start, it's a very good point. I was in the State Department in September 2015 when the Russians came to Syria and set up shop in Syria. And at the time, some people were saying in the U.S. government, we should tell the Russians, if you leave this airport, we'll bomb you. And we didn't. We just got out of the way. We got out of the way in 2008, in 2014, in 2015. And we totally need to change. But we're not going to get that, unfortunately, with this U.S. government.
But and I agree with what Karen just said, and I was in the Pentagon and involved in those conversations about stopping Syria. And of course, with regard to the invasion and continued occupation of Georgia, we didn't say no. Or if we said no, it wasn't very forceful. And then 2014, we said no, but we didn't take enough action. And President Biden did say no, but again, and President Obama at a certain point said no, but saying no is not enough.
Yeah.
Putin only cares about when you stand up to him with force, you know, when you deter him because you show him that you can cause pain. That's why in the Obama administration, people like me were arguing for providing lethal assistance to Ukraine, because we understood if you give anti-tank weapons to the Ukrainians, they can look at the Kremlin and say, okay, send more Russian troops, and they will go back in a body bag.
And can I just say, they should have listened to Evelyn, but they didn't, unfortunately. I think Evelyn was one of the first people out there making the case. And unfortunately, the government was just too nervous to do that.
Let me ask you, there is now a quite popular idea or rumor in Europe that Trump has finally seen through Putin, or is on the verge of seeing through Putin after so many disappointments, and that he may change tack on how realistic do you think that is?
We have a phrase that we say sometimes in American English, from your lips to God's ears.
And also, hope is not a policy, unfortunately.
Yeah, unfortunately, hope is not policy. Well, I have some noises in my headset that's probably telling us that we should about to finish, but we still have a minute to spend. So any famous final words you can leave us with?
Hopefully not famous last words. But the elephant in the room is Russia is a nuclear power, and that's what limited the no. I must say it. I think it's fair to say it, that the fear of escalation to higher level was always the case why there was not a strict no. We cannot turn time back, but I would say that if there would be a different reaction of the West in 2007, 2008, we wouldn't have this situation probably, which give us an instruction that we have to be firm now. And not only with our support to Ukraine, but first of all with our preparedness.
Well, on the dot, and the time is up. Okay, well, let me, please.
Ukraine can have the last word.
Maybe they will allow us. Do it in 20 seconds.
Word, I just wanted to answer to this guy about no. It's not, you're right, it's not enough just to say no, because Putin understands only the language of power, and he every time tests the limits of the red lines of the Western world. That's why we have to be, again, strong and decisive. And this nuclear threatening will continue, and they will use it every time. But, you know, we destroyed the strategic aviation, 30% of the strategic aviation, which is carrying the nuclear weapon. And
thank you.
Thank you.
Where is the reaction? Where is the reaction? It's a good reaction, but not from Russian side. I mean, so we can cross these lines for Russia.
Okay.
Without
Karen,
escalation.
One sentence, no. Evelyn. Okay, so let me thank Evelyn, Karen, Yehor, and Miroslav. You were a great panel of speakers, and you were a great audience. And I'm tasked to say, please stay in your seats, because the program continues right away with the section on the topic of Armenia in a shifting world. But that will be already without us. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome the moderator of the next session, Maria Tadeo.
Okay, excellent. Thank you, thank you. Well, thank you very much for joining us in this session. It's called Armenia in a Shifting World. And now we would like to invite on stage the Prime Minister of Armenia, Nikol Pashinyan. His Excellency, please join us on stage. Great. Thank you very much. Excellent. Great to see you. Well, thank you very much for, well, first coming to Prague, and I hear this is the first time you participate in the GLOBSEC conference, the 20th anniversary. The session, as you know, is called Armenia in a Shifting World. The world is changing very fast. Before we get into specific details, I wonder if I could just start by a general question asking you, from your perspective, when you look at the world now, is it a more dangerous world? Is it a more confusing world? Is it a world where the rules are changing very fast?
You know, I think nobody would experience difficulties to answer to that question, unfortunately. The answer is obvious, that unfortunately, on a daily basis, world is getting more and more dangerous, and but from the other side, it is the job of politicians what to do to make a difference, and that's why now our government is concentrated on peace agenda in our region, because you know everyone is in search for security nowadays, and the reality is that only peace is able to secure security. So that's why we are working on this very important moment to try to make a difference and to trying to establish sustainable peace in our region, which is, I mean, first of all, our peace process with Azerbaijan. And you know that we've been able to conclude on the negotiations on the peace agreement with Azerbaijan, and now draft of agreement is agreed and waiting to be signed. And now we are in the process of consultations with Azerbaijan, how to get to that point and to sign and further ratify agreement. And we are on that process. Hopefully we will be able to do that as soon as possible.
And you said that the message of Armenia now, when it comes to the region specifically, will be one of peace and stability. Those are the goals that you will be pursuing and that you want to see. You already alluded to the outline of the peace treaty that you were managed to secure. That was in March. Of course, time goes by quickly. I wonder, however, from your perspective, are you confident that things are moving in the right direction? Because ultimately the goal is to see an implementation.
You know, the very fact that we agreed on a concrete draft, that means that that is concrete achievement. Of course, it needs to be implemented and further. And in general, yes, I'm sure that we will go to that point, because we've been able to do many things, and there are concrete results, concrete achievements. By the way, parallelly with that, last year we've been able with Azerbaijan to start the delimitation process of our border, and now only approximately 12 kilometers of the border
is delimited, but there is a very important nuance. You know, many people were very pessimistic connected with that, and there were many doubts whether Armenia and Azerbaijan will be able to implement that. But now we have a very concrete example, very concrete piece of peace. Because you know, usually I'm saying that the limited part of our border is a place with security guarantees, and that is reality. And I adopted a motto that saying that there will be no war between Armenia and Azerbaijan. There will be peace.
And of course, in order to make that a reality, are you looking at a specific time horizon? We're now approaching, we're halfway through 2025. Is this something that extends into 2026?
You know, there is a concrete situation. You know that Azerbaijan ties the process with some issues. One of them is the dissolution of Minsk Group, OSCE Minsk Group structures, which was created as negotiating platform for Nagorno-Karabakh conflict, and in general for as negotiating platform for Armenia-Azerbaijani conflict. And Azerbaijan is raising the issue of dissolution of that mechanism, and in general this is the acceptable agenda for us. But there is a very important nuance. We want to make sure that there is no chance for example, ending the page of conflict in territory of Azerbaijan and to export the conflict into territory of Armenia. Why there are such concerns? Because of, unfortunately, we see that in Azerbaijan, the process started when some Azerbaijani circles started to call approximately 60% of the sovereign territory of Armenia Western Azerbaijan, which is very likely is a territorial claim against Armenia. But what is our perception of way out from this situation? We propose to sign peace agreement and to have dissolution of Minsk Group structures. And on timing, you know, I think we need to try to fulfill everything. I mean, signing peace agreement and dissolution of Minsk Group mechanism until the end of this year. At least we will try to do that.
So the goal is still, before the year comes to an end in 2025, you would like to see that?
Yes, of course.
And you have now set a very clear outline of the peace draft that you were able to conclude. You also pointed some of the issues, perhaps, that have come up or could come up. You've also pointed to the time horizon that you would like to see. But of course, that is the perspective of Armenia. And you've said very clearly that we're now a country of peace and we want to see peace. But I wonder, however, in your conversations with the Azerbaijani leadership, and I know you met at the European political community and there was a time where you could discuss, I'm not sure how much you can reveal of private conversations, but what impression do you get from their side?
You know, the conversation was positive, and we agreed that we need to work together on the topic. And there are some nuances, and we are working, by the way, because actually we have no diplomatic relations so far with Azerbaijan, but we have diplomatic contacts. And we are working, and we are trying to sort out nuances. And you know, there is another issue that Azerbaijan is raising. It is connected with their perception that in the constitution of Armenia there are territorial claims against Azerbaijan, And you know, what is our perception of that issue raised by Azerbaijan? First of all, we are trying to perceive that as a sincere concern by Azerbaijan. And relying on that point, what is our reaction? Our reaction is that there is only one institution that could officially declare what Armenia's constitution contains and what does not contain Armenian constitution. And it is obviously our constitutional court. You know, last year something very important happened. Armenia and Azerbaijan signed first ever international document, and it was regulation on the joint activities of delimitation commissions of both sides. And there is a very important nuance. There is a provision that Alma-Ata Declaration of 1991 is a basic principle for delimitation process of our borders with Azerbaijan. What is Alma-Ata Declaration? It is declaration signed by 11 former Soviet Republic countries at the time of collapse of Soviet Union. And there is two main meaning of Alma-Ata Declaration. First, Soviet Union stops to exist, and second, Soviet republics, including Armenia and Azerbaijan, becoming independent countries, recognizing each other sovereignty, territorial integrity, inviolability of existing at that time border. And there is another nuance, because after that, you know that we had long-lasting conflict. But after that, in the 6th October of 2022, in Prague, yes, in the margins of the European Political Community Summit, Armenia and Azerbaijan, with participation and with presence of France and the European Union, decided establish and solve the issues between countries based on Alma-Ata Declaration. So that means, what that means? That means that Soviet time Alma-Ata Declaration means that Soviet time Armenia is independent Armenia with the same territory, and Soviet time Azerbaijan is independent Azerbaijan with the same territory. So after that, let's return to the regulation that has been signed by Armenia and Azerbaijan. We sent it, according to our legislation, to our constitutional court to decide the compliance of that document with our constitution. So our constitutional court decided that this is fully compliant with our constitution. That means that according to legally binding decision of our constitutional court, there is no any territorial claim in our constitution against Armenia or against any other neighbor. But there is another very important nuance too. I said already that we agreed the draft of peace agreement between Armenia and Azerbaijan. And there we have already the same Alma-Ata Declaration on the agreed text as basic principle for peace and establishing interstate relations between Armenia and Azerbaijan. There is second provision that Armenia and Azerbaijan recognize in each other territorial integrity, sovereignty, inviolability of borders, relying on the fact that Soviet time administrative borders became state borders. And there is another very important provision that parties, I mean Armenia and Azerbaijan, have no any territorial claim against each other and obliged not to raise such claims in the future. And there is another very important provision that none of the parties may invoke to their internal legislation as justification of failing implementation of this agreement. So I'm sorry, what is my point? So when we will sign this agreement with Azerbaijan, government must send it to the Constitutional Court of Armenia. So we have two versions. Constitutional Court could decide, for example, that this isn't compliant with our constitution. So even though our experts say that there is no, it isn't likely, because our Constitutional Court already decided on Almaty Declaration. But court is court. If court would decide that it isn't compliant with our constitution, in that case, we will have to make a choice. And I said already publicly that if our Constitutional Court would decide that it isn't compliant with our constitution, I will personally initiate constitutional reforms. But such reforms that would allow us to go ahead. But when if our Constitutional Court would decide that it is fully compliant with our constitution, we can send it to Parliament and ratify. And the last point is, in case of ratification of that agreement in our Parliament, we have provision in our constitution that ratified international documents have higher legal force than local legislation. So I mean, in case when Azerbaijani concerns are sincere, for addressing those concerns, the direct and guaranteed way for that is to sign peace agreement. And I'm sorry, last point, Armenia also has some concerns connected with Azerbaijani constitution, etc., etc. But we don't raise that issue. Why? Because we see that in already agreed draft of peace agreement, that issue also, in our case as well, it is solved, it is decided. So we need to go and sign that agreement to solve all those issues.
And Prime Minister, of course, this was a very detailed explanation that you gave, but it points to...
I hope it was clear,
it was, it's
because it is maybe too complicated.
But it also points to, again, some of the complexities, and you talked about some of the nuances that you may have, although you say we're not raising any of the nuances constitutionally that the Azerbaijani side may bring up, but they may have still some nuances about yours, and you've also explained how that process would go ahead. But the reason why I insist on the timeline, however, is a number of analysts suggest that the worst case scenario could be, and this could materialize, and this is why it's important to keep the momentum going, is that if this becomes delayed and the signature doesn't happen, then that could lead, unfortunately, it's happened before in the past in other regions too, that tensions respark again, a ceasefire may be broken, and ultimately you are not going to achieve what you say you want to achieve, which is lasting peace. So do you fear this could materialize if things are not moving along?
You know, I already said that there won't be war and escalation between Armenia and Azerbaijan. There will be peace. Look, we are concentrated. We will try to sign it in June. If we won't be successful, we will try to do it in July. You know, repeatedly we will work on that. We will work on that, and eventually we will sign peace agreement and we will establish peace. Because you know, peace agreement, which I mentioned, it is a kind of mutual achievement of diplomats of Armenia and Azerbaijan, and I think. And by the way, we have already signed first international document. And by the way, recently, you know what happened? Azerbaijan supported Armenia's candidacy to host next EPC summit, and it will happen.
You like that format, the EPC? It's obviously, some say it's very useful. It's not, it connects you to the EU in very useful ways.
And it is very important. Armenia supported Azerbaijani candidacy to host EPC in 2028. So I mean, you know, everywhere and always there are many challenges. Obviously, there are many challenges. But my point is that we have already got to a point that we can be sure that there won't be war between Armenia and Azerbaijan. There will be peace.
And you make that very clear. There's another very interesting point that I wanted to show, and maybe we can show it in the images very quickly, which is the idea of the middle corridor. And this is a very big piece of infrastructure that could potentially connect Southeast Asia all the way to Europe. I wonder, perhaps if we could show it on the screens, this is something that you find very interesting, but of course it's not a secret that the regional communications are very difficult, at times non-existent. So I think very briefly, Prime Minister, if you could explain why you find this interesting and why you think in this context of the GLOBSEC, it's also important for a European audience to be aware of it.
You know, when we are talking on lasting and sustainable peace, it is very important to create a kind of environment of, let's say, interdependencies, you know, and the best tool for that is infrastructures and economy, transit ways, etc., etc. So Armenian government created this project named Crossroads of Peace, and you know that until now 2 our borders out of 4 are totally closed. I mean our borders with Turkey and with Azerbaijan. And this proposal about the opening opening all kind of connectivity between Armenia, Azerbaijan, Turkey, and including from Azerbaijan to Azerbaijan through territory of Armenia, and from Armenia to Armenia through territory of Azerbaijan. And that would become another very important factor for regional peace and stability. And we are discussing, and we are going more thoroughly to discuss this project with our neighbors.
So you say we're reaching the end of the session, but I have to ask you about this because you already brought it up. You say that this is something that you think it's not just going to be economically beneficial, but will be a factor of stabilizing relationships through former dependencies. You mentioned Turkey. With Turkey, are you also actively trying to pursue an agenda of normalization? And what feedback do you have from the Turkish government? Because it's a big regional player.
During recent years, we've been able to establish a quite active dialogue between Armenia and Turkey. We had several meetings with President Erdogan, and those meetings were constructive. And on the ground, we have no many achievements tangibly. But for example, when 3 years ago Armenia would like to know what is the position of Turkey on some points, we would need to ask about that the third country and to ask Turkey and bring the response back. But now we have direct and let's say everyday contact with our neighbors, and I hope that this process, and I'm sure that eventually this process will lead to the establishment of diplomatic relations and opening of borders and creating economic ties, etc., etc. my impression and my opinion is that it is a matter of time. Of course, it is connected with wider economic regional agenda, but as I said, we are adhered to the agenda of establishing sustainable peace in our region, and we are determined to do our part of job, of course. But from the other side, to be honest, we see the willingness from Turkey, and we see that Azerbaijan is ready for peace, and there are some nuances, and we need to deliver and address those nuances, and I'm sure we will be able to do that.
Well, Prime Minister, thank you so much. In a difficult world, you made your message clear. You want to see normalization of ties, normal diplomatic relationships, and a message of peace. So we thank you for your time, and we thank you for coming to GLOBSEC, and hopefully we'll see you again next year for the next edition. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Prime Minister of Armenia, thank you so much.
Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome the moderator of the next session, Maitri Sitharaman.
I take my bows when I get them and the applause when I get them. So you heard the voice of God, and if I haven't introduced myself to you before, my name is Maitri Sitharaman. I'm the editor of the Chief Brief and also the founding member here at GLOBSEC's Women Leaders Council. And it's my absolute pleasure on behalf of the Women Leaders Council to really talk to you about the Georgian dream, right? It has taken on a whole new context, and depending on whom you ask, it's either a dream or a nightmare for what it means for democracy and, of course, all the dangers that lie ahead for all of us. So without much further ado, please welcome President Salome Zurabishvili. Thank you very much, Madam President, for joining us. We have not much time to go through issues that an entire country faces and also signals that an entire region is taking from what's happening in Georgia. I want to kick it off with a question to you about something that happened a day or 2 days ago, in Milan, where the Georgian consulate was formally opened with a very glamorous party. You went on social media and questioned that very premise of the opening and the inauguration, saying this consulate had been there since 2023. What kind of signal did the Milan mayor give to Europe and to Georgia about this particular government, its legitimacy that you've been questioning for a while now?
I think no signal. I think the mayor of Milan was probably convinced by the mayor of Tbilisi, who is an old soccer player from the Milan team. So they either knew each other or had common connaissances that linked them. So it's more, I think, something that was organized informally. Maybe was not completely aware of the situation of Georgia and the fact that Georgia, since the elections of 2024, the rigged elections, that the Georgian officials of the Georgian ruling party are isolated from their European partners, maybe didn't care to ask to the foreign ministry of his country any explanation. So I don't give that too much importance. One thing, although, is important, is that these 10 attempts by the ruling party, each time they have the occasion to do so, to have a handshake or to have a picture or to have that kind where they brought 6 ministers. It's never seen anywhere.
And I understand a choir.
And a choir, and the consulate was opened 2 years ago. So they tried that each time, and not so much to restart some business as usual, because there would be significant steps they could take to get that. No, they do that towards the Georgian public opinion. It's together with the repressions that are ongoing and the whole set of repressive laws. It's a way to discourage the population. The message is sent back home, and it's to tell the people, don't have any hopes about your European partners. They're going to, one day or the other, come back to us and restart the business as usual contacts.
So what do your European partners have to do to circumnavigate the kind of messaging that's coming out from the actors in Georgia at this point? Well, what are some two or three concrete things they can do? Because we can talk in the air, we can be airy-fairy about it, but what do you need right now?
What we need right now is the continuation of the non-recognition, de facto non-recognition policy. We know that it's not going to become a de jure non-recognition policy. That's why I'm not called the president, but the 5th president, the whatever, that's trying to navigate around the legal aspects of all that. But what is happening, the non-recognition, is very important. The individual nations' sanctions that have been taken by some European states, because the European Union as such could not decide because of existing non-consensus, could not decide on common collective sanctions. That is very important because in a small country like Georgia, sanctions work. Georgia is not Iran, Georgia is not Russia, Georgia is not China, so it needs to have outside contact. The businessmen, even when they are linked to the ruling party, need to have outside contacts. So it's hurting, and it's hurting them, and so it's creating in the ruling party and its first circle, it's creating tensions, it's creating weaknesses, and that's the whole aim of sanctions. Not to radically change a policy, but to try to put some dents into
And do you think that will immediately start giving pain?
Because it has.
It has already, and
it has already given pain, but nobody can say how fast and how far that's going to affect the strengths of the power that is based on repression.
I can see Irmish Veli sitting in the front row, and no one covers Georgia in this room like her. So if you don't mind me putting you on the spot, and I might open this up early to questions, if I can get someone to give you a mic. Can we get a mic to... Oh, we'll get a mic to her.
Thank you very much.
Yeah, can you pinpoint what worries you and what you would want her to really focus on at this point? What's the biggest question on your mind?
Thank you very much for putting me on the spot here. Madam President, very nice to see you here at GLOBSEC. I'm, of course, very worried about Georgia, much like many Georgia's friends, and I'm originally from Georgia. So one thing that, it's kind of follow-up to your previous question, Maitri. It seems like situation is sort of stuck. And it may not sound good, but from the outside, when somebody's not involved in day-to-day activities in Georgia, that's how it looks like. So is there a timeline that momentum can be connected to? Is there a date or is there an event that you would like to see, you know, people help, opposition unite? What can this momentum be connected to? That's a very general question, I understand, and maybe hard to answer, but are you thinking in those terms?
Well, first of all, I would agree with your definition that the situation is stuck, because despite the things that we might read from outside, that the government is getting, the ruling party is getting stronger and stronger through repression, that's not necessarily the case. They're getting stronger on one side, but on the other side, people are leaving or are being dismissed, and we have the traditional infeuding and lack of trust between the ruling party that you see at the last stage of these authoritarian regimes. How long the last stage, I don't know. On the other side, the population that has been protesting really for 2.5 years and not only for the 195 days, is certainly tired of looking of what will happen. And so it's a heavy load, I would say, on the people that are protesting on the street, and the heavy load on the opposition parties that I'm trying to federate as usual, but because they are asked to deliver something that is not very clear how they can deliver it. So how long and how can that, what date? I think that the date we are expecting from outside, if anything, what we can expect from the European Union is two things. One is to describe the situation, say that this is not just a political crisis, it's a state that's being captured by Russia without a fight. And that's what's happening. A state, a democracy, all the state institutions are exactly in the same situation as in Russia. One party, one man that is controlling absolutely everything. So that has to be said. It's not just elections that were rigged. It's not just an authoritarian derive from the democratic path that was followed by Georgia. And so the next stage, after having described and said what is happening, and that is what is condemned, the next stage is to say, well, you have to make a decision about your future we are not the ones punishing Georgia or Georgians. It's the ruling party that is taking the decision. Here we offer either to come back to the path that Georgian people have wanted to follow for ever, and that's possible still, or you continue on the Russian path, and that's what you have to expect and set out but that has to be linked with a date. That can be October 4th, have then the parliamentary and local elections, or the parliamentary and later on local elections. If we have to choose a date, that's a set date in the Constitution, so we might as well use it. But the conditionality policy that I'm calling for, which is a little bit like the Megobari Act from the United States, which would be, it's not existing yet, has to be set in a calendar. It cannot be just an open proposal.
So that brings up the question of, if that is the date, media freedom comes into question, political persecution comes into question.
Everything.
Every single thing comes into question. So how confident are you that those elections will be free and fair when you have foreign funding for media currently being used almost as a tool in many, many states, including here in Europe, about whether that freedom exists, whether you can actually have all the new laws where non-profits can exist. You're dealing with a whole amalgamation of what I call crazy. So next time you have an election, will it be legitimate?
We have to be very clear. Next time we have elections, and
local or otherwise,
whatever, it will be war. It will not be regular elections, partisan elections. It will be elections to fight and win back this country and put it back on its European path. So that means, and we have, despite the ideas that the pro-European opposition parties are all divided, yes, they are sometimes divided, sometimes together, but we have already a document that sets out the absolute necessary conditions that have to be filled or won in order to consider that these elections, that we can call the population to the elections. And these are conditions that are very clear and that do not need legislative changes, because we know that we cannot get that with the existing parliament. So it will be a fight through elections and not elections in a regular way.
Will we have an opposition? Because you and I were chatting as we were walking, and you said even in the last 24 hours, we're seeing opposition leaders get arrested, potentially jailed by Monday, with different punishments for different folks to divide you some more. Will there be an opposition even by October?
Well, there is an opposition. There is an opposition in the streets, on the streets, and the opposition, even with the leaders in jail, can continue to be opposition. So there are different ways in which that can be fought, but it will have to be fought, and it will have to be supported also from our partners to support the demands for changes that we require. But all of that being said, I think that talking about democratic crisis, talking about elections, should not obliterate the fact that we are not talking about a regular political crisis or just another, unfortunately we have many, another democratic or quasi-democratic country going down the authoritarian path. We are here talking together with that, with a major challenge, which is a Russian challenge. It is a geopolitical challenge and a geopolitical crisis. Russia is capturing the Georgian state, which it didn't manage to do through military intervention, as it is not managing to do with Ukraine today. And it is capturing the state at an absolutely very low cost through these rigged elections, through a proxy ruling party, through some leaders that it controls, through probably some corruption links, through directly some Russian agents that are in Georgia and have been there during the last period. And that is a hybrid strategy that is tested in Georgia. And everybody should be looking at what is happening in Georgia, because if you can win over Georgia, which has been probably the most resilient country through the Soviet years, and very well aware of its identity and its national aspirations, then you can win over any other country. So it's something that really challenges everyone. And it's a challenge to European foreign policy. It's a challenge to enlargement policy. It's a challenge to what the European Union is bringing to all the countries that are
And it's not
aspiring.
something we can ignore because it's happening again at our doorstep. So let me ask you this. You've said this is a war with Russia, which we all would agree it is. But when you look at the United States and you ask it for help, in the last 24 hours, we just saw Senator Alex Padilla in California handcuffed and forcibly removed from Kristi Noem's immigration press conference. You've seen the battle between Governor Newsom and President Trump. Is it starting to feel for you a little too familiar when you're looking at potential allies with the current enemy that you're fighting and saying, are the lines being blurred? As a president, to a president, what is that conversation going to look like going forward?
Which president?
Donald Trump.
Well, we had and have these messages, at least, going to the... there are two different things. There are the inner democratic battles that have to be fought by each country, for each country, and we're fighting ours. And there you do not count much on anybody outside, because clearly today the challenges are for everyone. And then there is the strategy. There is a geopolitics. Who do we want to control the Black Sea? And I'm very clear, if I have to discuss with President Trump, what I can tell him about who has to control the Black Sea and why it's in the American interest not to have Russia controlling the Black Sea. Who has to control the Caucasus, which is also beyond the Black Sea, the road towards Central Asia. And the Russians knew for centuries that whoever controls Tbilisi and Georgia controls the whole of Caucasus, even if it's not the country that has the most resources in the region. What is the regime that United States would need to have for its own interests in place in Georgia? Is it the one that went to Tehran, or has now and is bringing China on the shores of the Black Sea for the first time? So we have a lot of common interests. And again, the democratic battles, which I can, for myself and personally, share or be worried about, as to be fought by each one for its own country.
Each one for its own country. We do have time for a question if anyone has one. Yes, the gentleman at the back there. But very short, because literally I have 3 minutes on the clock and people are yelling.
Thank you. I will be very short. Madam President, you outlined very clearly why Europe should care about this, but I wonder if nevertheless you do feel a little disappointed by European policy. Let me offer a characterization that you can work with.
If you can introduce yourself first.
Nicholas Stradman, I work for Oxford Analytica. Let me offer a characterization which you can work against, which is EU policy finds it easier to work with a democratic government in the South Caucasus, in this case Armenia, than it does to work with a democratic civil society. And so actually you face a crowding out problem as well as a structural problem.
Well, it's very true, because all these institutions, and European Union is an institution, works better with state institutions and with a government that is properly elected than with a civil society, especially when the civil society is cut from all its links with the outside world, which is happening every day. If I had to be disappointed about something, that I understand. What I can be disappointed is the lack by the European Union of an expressed policy towards Georgia. What is happening is a challenge to the credibility of the European Union, who has granted candidate status to this country not even 2 years ago, and that country can suddenly start in rhetoric be insulting European Union and all its different countries' ambassadors and be turning its back on the European Union. And the European Union does not react much, doesn't say that is not something that is acceptable, even if it doesn't have, and that we can understand, real instruments of policy to change the situation. As we, internal opposition to this regime, do not have necessarily all the instruments to change, but that doesn't prevent you from saying the truth and qualifying what is happening, which I think is important for everybody to know that it's not a political crisis. It's Russia capturing a country. And you cannot accept that. We cannot accept that.
Well, unfortunately, I was going to take the lovely lady's question, but the clock is really ticking down. So I'm going to ask a final question from you, and I think we'd all love to know the answer. Would you consider returning to frontline politics or the leadership of the opposition? And if you ever do consider that, and feel free to answer with a no, what would be your priorities? And if you wouldn't, what would be your advice for the priorities for this opposition to actually regain any trust in any of the disillusioned Georgians out there?
The priority and...
But first, would you lead the opposition?
Well, I will answer. The priority is to free the country from the creeping Russian control that we are experimenting, and to reach that objective, I would be in any position as the legitimate president, as leader of a unified opposition, any place in which I can lead that fight for really freeing Georgia from getting back to the stage it was in before the first independence in 1918 or before the 1991 independence.
When will we hear an announcement like that?
That I don't know. It will be the events that will determine where I will be, how I will be, and with whom, but that fight has already started.
The fight has already started. We will help as much as we can, and beyond talking, hopefully. And very, very good luck to you, Madam President, for all the work you have lied ahead. Please give her a round of applause. And thank you very much.
Thank you.
If you can just stay seated, because you've all gotten used to the instructions that your moderators have to give you, and I have to do this, otherwise I will be shot when I go back inside. We will now continue with a short coffee break and continue at 5:10 for a session on the topic of NATO Summit 2025. Can Europe step up? What a big question. And before you go, this is a big one, and it's taken the GLOBSEC team a lot to put this together. We are pleased to announce a rapid response panel added to today's program at 6:05 on the Schwarzenberg stage. It will feature Amos Yadlin, the founder and president of Mind Israel, and the former head of the IDF military intelligence. He will be addressing the recent escalation between Israel and Iran. I would not miss that if I were you, because a little birdie told me that General John Allen is going to be there as well. So thank you very much for your time, Madam President. Thank you very much again.
Thank you.
Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome the moderator of the next session, Martin Sklenar.
Good afternoon. Hi. And it's not just me, I'm bringing the whole panel with me, so, you know, it's not just Martin Sklenar, it's everybody that I'm going to talk about. We're so excited you are here with us, and please find your seats. Let me just stand for a while so that I can see all of you. My beautiful panel here for the NATO discussion on this Friday afternoon. And we're going to talk about the NATO summit this year, 2025, and can Europe step up? And as we were putting together this panel, you know, we have the privilege of having great members of the panel. As you can see, General Philip Breedlove, former SACEUR. We have Oana Lungescu, the former spokesperson of NATO. And we have General Denis Mercier, former SACT in NATO. And we have Ambassador Mustafa Pulat from Turkey, who's, you know, for me, this is representing a small NAC meeting. So that's what we're going to do, just discuss policy, NATO, the summit, and how are Europeans seeing this. I'm very glad that you made it here to the Albright stage. I hope you're very comfortable in the couches. This is my favorite room anyway. So let's dive right into that. Thank you very much for being with us and talking on the NATO summit. Obviously, everybody is concerned about how Europe is doing and how we can scale up the industry and what is the challenge and what is the threat. And in a couple of days, basically, in a few days, couple of weeks, the Europeans will come to The Hague and they will meet the rest of NATO, so to say. What do you think they will encounter? How should they get prepared for this? And how is this? How has the alliance changed? That's my first question to all of you, and I'll go through the panel here just to get your impressions. How difficult it is, because we have seen President Trump arriving in Brussels for summits in the previous term, and how do we put this diplomatically? It didn't go well all the time. General, you want to start us off?
Sure. First of all, thanks to the organizers. It's always good to be back at GLOBSEC, and thanks for allowing me to be on this panel. I've been in 8 capitals in the last 5 weeks, and I get some very consistent questions and conversations, and most of those, of course, revolve around the leadership in the United States and how it's going to act. And I continually say, I don't know. And anybody that tells you they do know, you should turn off your recording device and put your pencil down, because I'm not sure our leadership truly knows where it's going sometimes. So I think that one of the themes that I'll just get off the question with real quickly is that despite, and this is coming from an American, despite the disruptive sort of way this is being rolled out, every summit has to address unity of thought, unity of purpose, and I think in this one more than ever, a unity in understanding what is going on in Ukraine, because we haven't always got that right either. We find divisions. And so I would just say one more time that for me, and talking in these 8 capitals, it's been about how do we come out of there and remember that we're NATO and not a dysfunctional group.
That's very true. Oana, unity, strong message coming out of The Hague. Do you think this is expected? And is it also the message that everybody wants to get out from this?
Well, as a former spokesperson, I can tell you that unity was always the message of every summit. And if you went around the table with the ambassadors, everybody said what we want out of the summit is unity. So this will also be on the minds of everybody around that table. What I think will also be on their minds, as you mentioned earlier, Martin, will be perhaps the 2018 NATO summit, which was perhaps one of the most tense that we were part of, where President Trump, in his first term, literally went around the table and berated most of the leaders there who were not meeting the 2% of GDP investment in defense target. Let me just say before that I think he was not wrong. He was brutal, but not wrong. And that was the message that we've heard from practically every American president, starting with Eisenhower, Kennedy, Obama, Biden, and of course Trump in his first term. So I think as this is his first summit in his second term, everybody wants to avoid what happened in 2018. Therefore, what we'll have is a short, sharp summit, a single working session with the 32 leaders only, focused on a single figure, which will be 5% of GDP on defense, so more than double the original target. And I think if we get that, that in itself will send that message of unity that we're seeking.
Well, we will see whether we get that and how far we get to that to the number. General Messier, Denis, how do you see the Europeans arriving in The Hague? And is NATO still strong?
That's a good question, because I've seen that anytime we had a main geopolitical change in the world, we question NATO, how NATO will survive from that. And I've seen this question many times, and I saw that NATO has always adapted to the situation. But you know, this is not the good question. The good question is, do we have an organization, when we talk about the defense in Europe, where we could put the Americans, even if there's a big change in the American policy, we could put the Europeans, you could put Turkey, you can put all these nations together and talk about security. And the question should not be how NATO will die from what has changed very recently regarding geopolitical, geopolitical area. Says, thanks God, we have NATO. So how we will adapt to that? How we will make this discussion? Because we have this organization bringing together the Americans, many the Europeans, and we discuss defense security, and we will find solutions, and we have always found solutions. So the key question would be for everybody to be really eager to say, yeah, this is the summit. How will it happen? I'm not afraid of it, because I know that we will find solutions, because hopefully we have NATO.
And we will get the strong messages of strong NATO, hopefully, with the 5% certainly. Let me turn to the ambassador. Ambassador, let me ask you a question about Turkey, but also other countries. I know you're not representing those, but so everybody talks about the US and the Europeans talking in The Hague. But what's Turkey's role? Norway, Canada, those are the countries that actually are a big part of the family of NATO countries. They are part of, some of them are part of Europe, not Canada. But so what is the perspective here? How do you see this going on? And will you be looking for unity or something else from the summit?
Thank you, Martin. It's a pleasure to be here. Thank you for the invitation and to be with this August group. As Turkey, of course, we are an EU candidate country. I think this has not changed. We employ the second largest army in NATO. I agree, Dennis, when he said that that's the best tool we have, and NATO is time-tested and approved with its experience, solidarity, dialogue, and consensus has been the strengths of NATO. I assume personally that this will be confirmed when you look at the statements of the Secretary General and also the individual countries' leaders. I think that will be a confirmation, and perhaps the coming period will be the further strengthening of the European pillar of NATO. That's also very important. I don't have the right to speak on behalf of the other countries you mentioned, but I think there are also interesting developments within the EU, like the SAFE mechanism and others. So I think the coming period may give us opportunities, but also challenges on non-EU countries, how they'll be involved in the defense industry procurement and joint investments and production.
And Turkey has been on the front lines of many of the crisis situations going on. Do you still feel that NATO is providing added value for your position in the geography?
For sure. NATO is 76 years old. It has a very strong structure. It's prepared. It is adapting itself to the upcoming challenges. Of course, we are open societies. We sometimes discuss openly in front of the public certain things. That's normal. It's not a weakness for NATO, but obviously individual countries will have to come up with stronger commitments. I think we are going to see that coming in.
Yes, I guess my questions go into, we see a lot of discussion among NATO members, you know, about what should we do, how do we position ourselves vis-a-vis support to Ukraine, you know, everything. I mean, those are reasonable questions, right? I mean, and we are used to discussing this most of the times, not very much in the public, but, you know, in the NATO family, we discuss everything. So what does it mean for deterrence, the new situation that we have? You know, having this open dialogue in the public about the deterrence of NATO. Are there any you know, concerns that you see, or is it good that we bring it out and talk about some of the, you know, different positions that we have also towards Ukraine? And, you know, President Zelensky will obviously be in a position to also you know, talk with the leaders. Is it good for NATO deterrence that we have this open discussion, generals?
I think transparency adds strength to deterrence, but I would like to just for a minute talk just about deterrence. Yes. Because it's very concerning. I think our nuclear deterrence at the strategic level remains very strong. We've got the right people doing it and the capabilities out there. At the tactical nuclear level, I think we're beginning to see problems, and it's very concerning for me. The way that Russia talks about nukes all the time, and Mr. Putin most recently saying he hopes we can get through this war without having to use nukes. I see that the fabric of that break point is beginning to crack when it comes to tactical nuclear, and I think that as an alliance we've got to shore up the understanding by Mr. Putin that going tactical nuclear is not an answer. Even worse, on the conventional side, I believe we still have strong conventional deterrence within our alliance, but sadly, because of the way some of our leaders have characterized our conventional deterrence, AKA, we're going to defend every inch of NATO. Mr. Putin then hears everybody outside of NATO is fair game, and we have, in my opinion, lost conventional deterrence outside of NATO spaces. And I think we need to re-earn that for our European brothers and sisters. And then finally, I'm pretty vocal about the gray zone, the hybrid zone. We have never had any deterrence whatsoever in the gray zone or the hybrid zone. And Mr. Putin and other countries like his are running amok in our capitals in the gray zone. So I think deterrence is something that the alliance will have to face in the future and really make some improvement.
Thank you very much. That's very interesting, and we could speak about you know, hybrid influence from the context that I come from. But Denis, please.
And just to build on what Philippe said, that for me, deterrence, whatever it's nuclear or conventional, is based on three pillars. It's based on the credibility of our forces, and the credibility of the forces is the number of forces, their equipment, their training, and the industry that goes with that. The second pillar is a political resolve. We need to be sure that we have a strong political resolve to use the forces. And the third pillar, this is the strategic communication that we send in order to demonstrate this political resolve. If we come out this summit with a much better pledge about our credibility, how we organize ourselves, how we organize our industry, we continue to train together, we have a common political resolve. And we are able to make a strong strategic message that will reinforce the deterrence, definitely.
Excellent. We're looking forward to that. Yes, Oana, please react.
I may just slightly disagree with Phil. We don't often disagree, but...
Not only this is me. But
we never disagree. But I would say deterrence for NATO allies holds. Mm-hmm. There has been no direct attack on NATO allies in a very dangerous, unpredictable environment with war returning to Europe. But I think there has to be a realization also among our publics that we are at war. Certainly Russia sees itself as being at war with us. And that's why we see this unprecedented campaign of destabilization and sabotage and arson and assassination and threats and disruption of critical infrastructure across Europe, from north to south. So I think that we need to make people much more aware of, through briefings of our intelligence chiefs, by our leaders actually making clear what's happening, and perhaps more attribution and more collective attribution. But I would say deterrence holds. The problem is for how long? Because we have also seen from our intelligence chiefs and from our chiefs of defense and from the Secretary General of NATO this warning that Russia is reconstituting its forces and could attack NATO territory within 3 to 5 years. And of course, we don't know. It may be 3 years, it may be less. So that's why it's so urgent that we do agree on significantly boosting our deterrence and defense in The Hague, and then get on to work.
Well, we have a good basis for that, with the ministers of defense, agreeing to the increased commitments and targets that member states, that NATO allies will be actually delivering. So let me turn to because you mentioned the urgency and the Russia threat, and this is very present in Europe, in most places, right? And Europe wants to do something about it, and we understand that it's like 3 to 5 years. That's the German narrative, I would say. Let's call it the German narrative, but it could be even less. We need to act really, really fast. So the Europeans will come to The Hague saying, we have this all rearm Europe. We are starting the safe loans. We are distributing the money. We will be developing the capabilities. We'll be increasing our forces. How does the US see this? Do they see this as an opportunity to say, okay, so now we can leave and basically leave Europe with less US forces on its? Is it like a self-fulfilling situation that we're getting us into? And the more complicated way of looking at this would be, are the Europeans able to deal with a new US? I mean, not the US leadership, but in a transactional US relationship with within the alliance. So how do we, what is the balance between trying to be independent, but also keeping the US engaged in NATO? I think that's the $1 billion question, or 5% GDP question. I don't know. General?
I'd like to allow my colleagues to speak to the latter half of your question. And then if someone wants to ask me specifically in the questions, we could do that. I want to go to the very first. Denny will tell you, and there are a lot of ex-military in the room here, that we've had across the decades a sort of formula that most nations talk about: readiness. And they talk about our ability to fight tonight, meaning current, right now readiness, and then investment in long-term readiness. It's a part of where the 20% of 2% came, if you remember those conversations. And I think that what Mr. Putin is doing in Europe, Georgia, Moldova, Ukraine, and what he's doing in our capitals, shutting off a gas pipeline in America and so forth, that we are in a position where we're almost now having to rethink a little bit about, do we have an appropriate amount of current readiness because of the immediacy of this, I hear 2 to 5 years. And that is an interesting dilemma for nations who have sort of been on a march through this sort of thing. Our parliaments and congresses, it's not a big deal for them to invest in exercises, ammunition, munition stores, all the things that give you readiness today, tonight, for the appropriate response to a Russian incursion. And I'll just stop by saying I think that across the capitals I've been in the last 5 weeks, each capital is trying to work through this problem of how do we get our current fight tonight readiness to a responsible level, but continue modernization. And it's a tough problem to have.
Well, that's and it gives you the deterrence that you actually need, and without even fighting, which is basically what we want to see, right? Stability and peace. Denis and Oana, let me tap into your European background, right? So what can the Europeans do? Can they mount a case for the US to stay in Europe and not leave? And what are the arguments?
I've seen very recently some kind of a shift, which is very interesting for me. just a few years ago, when we talked about the European pillar in NATO, I faced many nations who were very reluctant to mention it because they said if we mention that too much, there is a risk that the Americans take it and then withdraw or diminish their presence in NATO. So it's no longer the case, which is very good because that means that we recognize now that if we think more European in NATO, we recognize that will strengthen NATO. And that's a good thing because it was even an excuse for some European nations to say, no, we should not do that, and then the Americans will do everything. No, now we recognize that we need to do that. And this shift is very interesting because this is a way to, I like the fact that in NATO, we focus on the defense on Europe, and not the European defense, but the defense on Europe associates all the nations we talked about. And this is very good that this is not any longer a taboo to mention it.
Mm-hmm. Thank you. Anna, you want to add?
Yeah, I think we also, we've seen a small shift in the US rhetoric on NATO, for instance, in Secretary of Defense Pete Hegseth's speech at the Shangri-La conference, not as great as GLOBSEC, of course, but still, where he basically praised the Europeans, having just come from the meeting of NATO defense ministers, for being willing to step up to the plate and seeing the emerging consensus on 5% of GDP on defense and actually encouraging America's Asian allies to follow suit, which is an interesting approach. So I think there is, I think, a real possibility that the Trump administration will see this as a win for the US, but I think for the Europeans and the Canadians and obviously our Turkish allies who are in Europe, this is also a win. Because finally, after lots of wake-up calls, which were only half heard, right, from 2008, 2014, 2022, I think this is a moment of truth. And we can turn it into a win-win. And if I could just add one small word on resilience, of course, when you talk about 5% of GDP on defense, we're actually talking about 2 bits of that investment plan, which will be 3.5% on core defense capabilities and 1.5% on defense-related topics such as resilience, infrastructure for reinforcement, and cyber.
And we're going to hope that that's going to be, a strong enough case to do that. Denny, before I give you the floor again, let me put it just a little bit further away, the discussion that we're having on the European and US, or on the NATO and the EU relationship, which is a rather an institutional one. We have been always talking about we don't need any unnecessary duplications on the side of the European Union, right? It looks like we are now forced to look into what are the necessary duplications. So please come in, and if you have a list of the necessary duplications, share with us.
Yeah, I would advise to avoid duplications, but complementarity is one thing very important. I would like to mention the command and control. In fact, that NATO is the only organization that has a full command and control structure, which is in place, which is multinational, which works, which is exercised, and we see with our Ukraine friends that we can do command and control differently in a very agile way, very distributed command and control, and I believe that it could be the role of European nations based on the different organizations that they have to bring that together and to work together and see how we can build, in addition to the structure of NATO, something that is more agile, that could be used for different nations, for different missions. The only thing, and this is what I want to insist on, and there is the main risk that we are facing together, if we develop more European pillar and we have the American on the side, the risk is the interoperability. So NATO must be continuously strong at developing the interoperability, whatever we develop, whatever the initiative we develop with the new technologies, we need to be interoperable, and we need to be sure that this remains absolutely at the core of what we are developing in NATO. If we do that, all initiative will be welcome.
That's right, and the European Union can actually do a lot in terms of interoperability and standardization. Ambassador, feel free to comment on what do you expect the Europeans, how to bring you in Turkey to make sure that this is a strong enough case for the US to also remain in Europe. But let me also turn to some of the Slido questions, and one in particular, and you are a very mature audience, you know exactly how this goes. Thank you very much for doing that. The question says that if NATO raises spending to 5% of GDP, that's and the number that they are using is $1.58 trillion. Which is over 10 times that of the spending of Russia. And maybe that's too much. Maybe we should ignore Russia and just spend the effort on something else rather bigger than something like China. What do you think? I mean, you might have a little bit of a very perspective, coming from you're one of the most eastern countries in NATO, so it seemed logical.
Thank you, Martin. You see, I think we have a fire in the house, and that's Ukraine. First, we have to quell the fire, achieve some kind of ceasefire, and a sustainable peace process may follow that. We have been extensively trying at our leadership level, to my minister, to achieve that. So I think the NATO's priority, my personal opinion, has to be securing the borders of NATO and strengthening deterrence. And for us, it starts with the individual deterrence. We, as a NATO member country, we have been investing a lot on our national capacity building, on defense industry products, but also preparation. So individual preparedness will bring in further contributions to NATO. I think we follow what our EU friends are doing within their domain. And if successful, what they have envisaged may bring in opportunities and build further trust, if that is, applied to all NATO members. But we know their limitations, obviously. But I think this is an opportunity and a challenge. We see that.
Let me on the opportunity, right? And the biggest opportunity I see is actually the industry, the defense industry, right? Sure. We need to scale up quickly. What opportunities do you see there with the Turkish companies coming in and helping scale up Europe's capabilities, capacities, and the supply chains, right?
I think we are ready and willing to cooperate, like we have established this cooperation with our Italian friends. I think there is a large room for cooperation in that sense, and that is achievable. But from the bureaucratic or political sense, we may not be able to fully grasp the dynamics of the industry itself. So it's better to open the avenues for them, and then they will find ways. Maybe this is simplistic, but this is, I think, perhaps a more attainable avenue that we can choose.
Sometimes it looks like they need a little bit of push, so there needs to be the political will and the commitment and the opening the doors by the political representation. So I hope at the summit we will also see this, that the leaders basically declare their willingness to use whatever capacity there is for the defense industry to scale up the capacities and capabilities in Europe. This is what we want to see, right? Of course, I understand the urge to secure the supply chain in Europe, but how do we do it so quickly? I mean, the 2 years, even if you mention generals, that's basically it could happen anytime, right? How do we make this? How do we plug in these other countries? Why do we need them? Why do we need them involved for even the interoperability? How do we do that if we have many countries? Danny, you want to make sure that the industry does the interoperability, not only the forces, but also the industry?
Yeah, the question of industry, as I mentioned, is a question of credibility as well of our forces. So that's very important that we continue to look at what the industry is doing. And probably we have just focused on the main industrial base. I mean, the big primes that are making the ships, the aircraft and everything. But we should look further than that, I believe. And we should look at the capacity, because the technologies are there, the capacity of the industry to modernize modernize, to innovate, and to bring capacities, military capabilities cheaper, to build them quicker, and to have more agility to produce them. And the traditional industrial base, they are not ready to do that, and I think this is very important that we push them to that. We have new players who are showing the way, and that's a key issue because we need this agility, and this agility can be brought by the industry, providing that we encourage and even incentivize the industry to move forward and to be more agile. In fact, just if you wonder what I mean by that, as look at the automotive sector and how the Chinese have disrupted the automotive sector, even with their industry, able to provide new cars very quickly, much quicker than what we have done. And everybody said that it would be impossible in the automotive industry to jump in so fast. So there are possibilities to do that, and we need to look at it, and we need to do that for our defense industry as well.
I agree completely, and yes, Anna, please feel free to comment.
Yeah, I think the summit will certainly send a signal to defense industry across the alliance that we need to boost both the scale and the speed of what we do. We need to work much more closely together, and that's something that's been discussed at least for the last 3 years, so this is the time to do it. Just to answer to the question, at least in part, I think the 5% target, I mean, we need to first think that during the Cold War, probably the average was 4 to 5% at least. And this figure is not just pulled out of thin air. It comes from the new defense plans, which were developed by General Cavoli, Phil's successor, in the wake of the full-scale invasion of Ukraine. And then those plans were assessed by our commanders and our defense planners to find the gaps in the capabilities that are needed to turn those plans into reality should we need to. And from those gaps, they extracted the capability requirements that each ally actually agreed to. And that's how we get to the actual target of 5% of GDP. And I think you really can't compare it with what Russia is spending, because number one, we don't know how much Russia is spending. It's a black box. Number two, it's much cheaper. And number three, they have an economy, a war economy, which is certainly not what we have.
Mm-hmm. And let me build on that and rephrase one of the questions that we also get from Slido. From what you're saying, you know, this is the requirement. So it actually looks like it should be less important whether we spend 5% of GDP, but if we get the the quality that we need to get out of it, if we get the capabilities, we can always do that. Would it be easier to measure? I see the general having like a very emotional reaction to this.
So if we really started doing a good job investing now, which arguably we haven't done so well in the past, but if we did a really good job at investing right now and we kept investing at our old rate, how do we overcome 30 years of procurement holiday? We've been trying to hug the bear for 30 years. We should have seen it a long time ago. He has no intention of being a partner. And now, in order to try to catch up on the deficit of 30 years of not investing, we have to change something.
Mm-hmm. And it was not only a holiday, but since there was no money and basically almost no need, right? Then we made it so complicated to procure stuff that it takes us now forever. And we forgot about that we were able to do it much quicker. And now we said we think it's the basis to do procurement over years, basically.
In some of our countries, and mine is the worst, I think, during this time, we actually created laws that limit our industry's ability to build excess capacity. They would be penalized if they used money in a current contract to build excess capacity. So we now, as in my nation, I can speak to it for sure, we have to figure out how we incentivize but be good stewards of the taxpayers' money, but incentivize our industry so that they can create excess capacity so that we can surge when we have to surge.
Yeah, I agree, but one of the things is we see that we need to provide more mass, and this is what we say, and we're right when we say that. But this mass is not the same aircraft, ships, tanks, and everything. This is in addition to that. These are the new systems that we see in the current area of operations that are very effective and that are much cheaper. We can produce them much quicker, and again, they are very effective. Talking about drones, about satellites in low orbit, and and tomorrow we will see more missiles and everything that we can produce in mass. That they will have a high level of autonomy sometimes, bolstered by artificial intelligence, and we will be able to produce them with more agility, and this is why. Yes, I agree with Philippe and said that 30 years we have not been good at that, but now we have new military capabilities that we can build where it's different. We can imagine even new areas of cooperation to build them. So we are in the beginning of a new era for that. And what we have done in the past, learn from that. But with this new object, I truly believe that we can really, if we invest correctly, figure out what our weaknesses, our shortfalls, and move forward, and have the right capabilities we need.
Ambassador, is it easy to work with the populations to support some of the very difficult changes that we need to do, right?
I think you read my mind. I have been thinking about this, but for the sake of providing optimism, I was refraining to...
Please do.
But not required.
We suffered the long pandemic. The chains have been broken. We have lost a degree of competitiveness. China is coming in super fast. We have been involved in our domestic affairs. There are certain domestic issues in various countries. That's true for everyone, more or less, because we have to cut down the funds that normally would be going to welfare and social support programs. But now we have to face this dilemma to invest more in defense. So it is an uphill battle for our politicians to explain this to the public, and politics is a tough business. So public opinions usually tend to believe that, oh, this is far away to me, what will happen to me? But from NATO experience, we know that we have to be prepared to be deterrent because we want peace. So that's a tough equation to sell. But at least on the political consensus side, personally, I see that there is a cohesion, regardless of what may be coming up as some political statements. I think it will be there, and more importantly, we have to have also cool heads, and we also need to think mechanisms like OSCE. And also the arms limitations. I know it's not the timing is not right for this kind of discussion, but the last piece of instrument that has provided good security for the continent is going to expire next year. So this is another matter that we have to keep in mind always.
But on the topic of public awareness, it looks like, because when you go outside, it's peaceful, nice weather, people, going about their lives, going to their jobs. Here in Prague, certainly, right? In many places in Europe, it looks like there's no war. So if it was a little bit more difficult of a situation, would people understand more what the reasoning why we need to do this? How can the NATO summit send the messages that we are actually in war and Russia is in war with us? We might not want to be in a war. Obviously, that's not our interest. Even if you look at the questions, right? Russia is attacking NATO members. That doesn't seem like peace. That's something that we should take into account. Why is it so calm in the population, and why is not the sense of urgency, being heard?
I think it is important, as I was saying earlier, to tell people about the range of dangers that we face. And obviously there's also the challenge from China. It's not just Russia. And overall, what we see is this alignment of the authoritarian powers of Russia, China, North Korea, Iran, all of these supporting Russia in its illegal war of aggression against Ukraine, which is why it's so important that the summit does send a message of unity. Obviously, we should not create panic among people, but I think it's really important that we keep stressing the need for readiness and preparedness, which is why I think, the issue of resilience and just getting people used to the fact that, yes, we do have to be prepared for the first 72 hours of any crisis, and it could be conflict, but it could also be floods or something else, and we need to look after ourselves, and it's up to every individual and every nation to be prepared in a world that is clearly unpredictable. I think people do realize that. I don't think that that's a surprise. Without panic, but being ready to do whatever it takes.
All right, thank you very much. So we're coming towards the end of our discussion. Let me put the attention of it now towards the future. What do you expect will be the outcomes of the summit? We already talked about the 5%. Maybe I'm more interested in about the stuff that is not very obvious, that you would, as connoisseurs of NATO, would actually look for in the summit communiqué or in the media messages that will be coming out, just to make sure that you see what is the level of unity, the level of confidence, or even maybe who are the leaders on the European side, mostly, who are actually able to have a discussion at NATO with the US and with others, and provide the leadership that we need. Any specific situations? I mean, we speak about deterrence and some of the capabilities, right? The 400% of integrated air missile defense increase that seem to be obvious, but are also numbers that who can imagine what is 400% of?
A lot.
Yes, exactly. That's
a lot than what we
could
have
be a
now.
lot, could be a lot. So what will be actually the kind of things that you will be looking for, the small details that should come out of the NATO summit?
I will be looking for the timeline. I think time will be the test of the success of this summit. And of course, there's an ongoing negotiation now with countries like Canada, Italy, Spain, that haven't really reached even 2% right now, saying, no, we should get another decade to reach 5% until 2035. Then we have the countries of the Baltic region and Poland saying, well, actually, it should be more like 2030 if we're looking at Russia reconstituting in 5 years. And Secretary General Rutte trying to find the middle way and saying, well, maybe 2032, 7 years from now. So we'll have to see what happens there. Obviously, then implementation, how do we actually ensure that this is not just a pledge, but a real plan that will be followed up. And I would say the third thing is Ukraine. We won't have probably very extensive reference to Ukraine, but if we can get support to Ukraine from NATO allies included in the 5% target, that will already be much more than what we have now, when only support to Ukraine that is channeled through NATO trust funds, which is all non-lethal support, actually counts. So that will also be an incentive for NATO allies to maintain and hopefully increase support to Ukraine over the next decade.
So it's like a complex result. That would be a great summit to have. Gentlemen, what would you be looking for? Ambassador, let me start there, and maybe we'll make our way here and end the discussion.
I think investing in critical infrastructure and critical capabilities will be a good way to strengthen the alliance and to give the image to the public that we just don't talk, but we establish partnerships. We aim for concrete results through cooperation and good coordination with the guidance of the Secretariat. I think that could be a good deliverable in my view.
Thank you very much. Denis?
I will re-insist on the three pillars of the deterrence, and the credibility, and I agree, goes with the timeline and with the plan. This is what we say, but we have a good plan, and we know when we are going to do that. And in the political resolve, this is a unity, but if we can even show that even as European, we are really showing this political resolve, and together with American friends. So this would be important, because it has not always been the case in the past, with some countries really focusing on the east, some others focusing on the south. And this is a way to show that European pillar, and together with the Americans and the other countries who are not in the European Union. And the third one, this is this very strong strategic communication. I hope that we will have something strong in the strategic communication based on what we have said.
All right, General, and let me add another layer to that complexity. And if we don't make the timeline right, and I agree that will be one important thing, don't we make this even more acute?
We do. Let me answer the last one, because I really want to get to the first question a little bit. I think we have a window. Some people say it's as short as 2 years. Others say it's as long as 5 years. We have a window now where we can really, quote unquote, get our act together to be better prepared. And as the ambassador so eloquently said, when you are prepared, you deter. And so we need to be investing in that right now. I want to be controversial now. We, and most of you remember when there was a time where we could not call Russia the enemy. Mm-hmm. Our plans did not call them the enemy. None of the planning in association with the plans, we didn't identify them as the enemy. When we finally did in our documents, it was a short period where everyone coalesced around the idea that, yes, we have to be focused on this problem because this problem is an enemy. And I think as we approach to try to get to the peace process, everybody's trying to make fun and good with everybody, and we're beginning to, again, forget that Russia is an enemy. It has no intention whatsoever of being a partner. It has no intention whatsoever at finding peace unless it is completely on their terms, meaning complete capitulation of the West and Ukraine to their terms. And I think this is a little controversial, I'm sure, but I think we need to have a re-understanding of what Russia is and how they have to be dealt with.
Can we expect that message from the summit?
I'm going to be pushing it, I can tell you that, but that we don't count anymore. I'm growing camouflage. People can't tell who I am anymore.
Okay, maybe we shouldn't have started with introducing you as the first person here then. Well, thank you. This is our discussion. If there are any pressing questions, we still have a couple of minutes left. But if not, let me invite you to thank the panel and to spend the rest of the minutes just to stretch your legs a little bit before you dive into the next session of today on the topic of an invisible threat, why the shadow economy matters for security, which will start here in basically 2 minutes.
I just wanted, so that we're not all too happy leaving this, especially after Phil's. I think the other thing that we need to look at beyond the summit will be the US posture review in Europe. Obviously, every administration, almost every administration does that. Hopefully, the summit will set a good basis for the conversation with our American allies, so that when there are any reductions in troops and indeed maybe capabilities, which would be even more problematic, that is done in a staged and synchronized way and coordinated way, so that there are no gaps that the Europeans are not able to fill, because that would leave a massive gap in our deterrence, and that is a worry to me.
That would be a concern for many. Well, on that happy note, I guess, let me thank you and the panelists and you for the questions. I hope you enjoyed the rest of the conference. Thank you very much.
Bravo. Bravo.
please welcome the moderator of the next session, Kacper Rekavek.
Very many thanks, ladies and gentlemen, and can I please call our great speakers, Natalie Loiseau, Adriana Tudela, and Martin Hlavaček to join me here on stage, and a round of applause for them, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you. So just a quick roundup, very many thanks for joining us here, and welcome to Prague this time. I'm saying this conscious of the fact I used to work at GLOBSEC when it was in Bratislava. My first time in Prague, I love it. I hope you guys do as well. Today, we're looking at what I would call a pretty hot topic. It's always hot. It never gets cold, but it got hotter, I would say, in Europe after 2022, and we have a great lineup of speakers and contributors to actually discuss this topic. I'm supposed to tell you that please do join us via Slido with your questions. So they will come up on my screen, and I'll do my best to put them to our great speakers. You have them here, so I won't further, we will not be using more time to introduce them, but we have, well, quite a few interesting perspectives, so to speak, and we'll look at the problem from different angles. Illicit trade, shadow economy, and how it not only is about certain numbers, scale, and loss of budget, which is extremely important, but we'll also look into the different direction. We want to look at how it might influence certain states, rogue states, foreign and security policy, or I would say insecurity policy that they cause upon us. And thankfully, we also have Adriana here to actually, tell us Europeans that maybe sometimes we do things wrong. Or maybe we are too optimistic, too pessimistic, too naive, or whatever. It would be great to actually hear from you on this point as well. But a first question that I have to all of our panelists, we'll start with Natalie, then we'll go to Adriana, and then we go to Martin. The first question is, when, or maybe like this, I think most of us in this room, unfortunately, and most of us in the conference in Prague, Czech Republic, European Union, have somehow, to some extent, at least once in their lives, used the shadow economy in this way or another. And I'm not thinking, robbing a bank and then, I don't know, robbing a store and then selling those goods illicitly. Absolutely not. I'm thinking about petty small things. I have a confession to make. I'm of that generation that was downloading a lot of movies, videos, a lot of British music, British indie music in the early 21st century. I loved it. But then I came to study in Belfast, and I remember this headline, which I'm hoping we're gonna bring up on screen. Terror groups move into pirated DVDs as profits overtake drugs. And, I don't want to say I had a premonition like Jesus Christ, but yeah, it was a bit of a moment for me, so to speak, that I no longer wanted to download the latest album by Maximo Park and play it on my, Discman. I was kind of thinking that, okay, this has serious consequences. And I was wondering if I could ask all of my panelists, maybe, not that if you have a similar story, but if, the usage of illicit economy that, didn't harm the world that much, but you're aware of that maybe I shouldn't have. Or someone from your friends, colleagues, family, so that I'm not asking for a confession. Natalie, over to you. Welcome back again,
Thank you. It's always a pleasure to be in GLOBSEC, either in Bratislava or in Prague.
Or in Prague, yes.
Yes, of course. I have 4 kids. And came the moment where I saw them downloading illegally movies online. And it seemed a lot of fun to them, and they were telling me, no, Mommy, you don't have to pay for this. I can provide the movie. I said, well, sounds exciting, but first of all, there are artists behind movies, and they deserve copyrights, and they deserve to be paid for their creation. But second, you are fueling criminal organizations, or maybe foreign states, using this money for doing this and that. You mentioned terrorism, but also now we know that it's the case for foreign interferences. So if you like fueling these sort of things, go ahead, continue, but I don't think you will be too proud doing it. And they stopped.
Well, good job done, I guess, in this is Adriana. What about you? What's your perspective on this?
Well, thank you. It's a pleasure to be here.
Good to see you.
I've also downloaded illegal movies when I was younger in the internet. And I'm from Peru, in Latin America. And shadow economies are like a huge problem in my country, especially. Up to 70% of the economy is to some extent a shadow economy, informal economy. So in my case, if I buy something that's not on a big chain supermarket, it's probably
from the
informal in some sense. So that's something that has a lot of negative implications. Economic implications, because a lot of taxes are not recollected by the states. There's a productivity issue as well. But apart from the informal economy that is so wide in my country, we also have activities that are shadow economies, illegal economies, such as narco-traffic and illegal mining, that have tremendous impact in my country, in the region, and also in Europe. And
yeah,
that's something
we'll certainly get to that. Thank you for that. Martin.
Yeah, I also recall what you mentioned in the 90s, all the pirating of the DVDs and other audio visuals. But what comes to me is a more recent story that I had in Brussels. I spent there quite some time, and there was a person that, well, we had a discussion. I told him, look, one of the products of nicotine products, nicotine pouches, you can't find them. They are not allowed. And no, they are here. They are here. They are allowed. I said, no. I'm quite certain that they're not allowed here in pouches. No, you have to ask for Pablo. This is the coding language. So that's how I revealed that there are structures, even in countries when some products are legally not allowed for the market, but apparently there are structures that.
And what was the name that you were supposed to use?
Pablo.
Very good, Martin. So it brings me to Adriana, but if I could go back to you, so let's frame it in a context. Before we talk scale in Europe, threat in Europe, I wanted to use the Peruvian or South American example, if I may, in this situation, because obviously, as you said, this is probably much bigger than the European situation in this case. Probably, we'll get to the numbers. I'm sure it is, but quite often we do perceive South America in general, and I'm just not talking Peru, but especially Colombia, as this place where such stuff happens a lot. And that you mentioned narco trafficking, obviously that's probably the word we're familiar with, the term we're familiar with here in Europe. And I'm just wondering, how wrong do we get it after watching God knows how many seasons of the Narcos? Before we get into the European situation, like if we get this context here from you, Adriana, if you could tell us how wrong we are, or maybe how right we are if we just follow the Hollywood script.
I mean, you're not wrong, apart from all the drama that's in these TV shows. Narco-traffic is a very serious issue in the region. Actually, Colombia is well known for that, but Peru is not behind Colombia when it comes to coke production. Actually, I think we're on a tie with Colombia, and Bolivia is also one of the main coke producers. And less than, at least in Peru, less than 10% of the coke that is produced is
consumed locally. Is that what you're looking for? No?
Yeah, I mean, there is some local consumption, but the state only gets to confiscate 10% of what is
confiscated.
Right. I was looking for the word, to confiscate 10% of what is produced. And the coke that we produce is smuggled through Bolivia, through Colombia, and that generates a lot of problems, especially in my country. Narco-traffic has been linked usually to terrorist groups. During the 80s and the 90s, we had a huge crisis provoked by terrorist groups, mainly by Sendero Luminoso, which was
the Shining Path. Yes.
The Shining Path. And the remains of this terrorist organization is working together with the narcs in the areas in which coke is produced.
And how many
So there's a clear link between terrorism and narco-trafficking.
And Adriana, how many years is that when you say, it was Sendero Luminoso, Shining Path, doing this, and they kind of disbanded thousands of years ago? I'm just wondering how many years after their disbandment or destruction, their remnants are still dealing
Well, this has
drugs.
been going on for decades.
Right.
Sendero Luminoso was very active until the leader, Abimael Guzman, was captured in '93. And since then, the organization moved to the zone between our mountains and our jungle, which is where the coke is produced. And they have been operating there since the early 90s until today.
Right, slightly different situation than in Europe, but Martin, maybe you could tell us, after Adriana's, let's say, contextual remarks, how big is the scale of this? How much are we losing? What's the issue here? Because, I mean, we discussed the petty usage of shadow economy, and probably many people would say, well, no biggie. Yeah, but what's the biggie?
Look, the scale can be enormous, and I can only tell you relatively fresh data that were very recently published for the EU, and these are fresh data for the year 2024. And unfortunately, what we see is a trend in increase of illicit and illegal activities in our domain of operation, and that comes to the levels of almost 11% of the total legal trade. So if you translate it in something that you can imagine, every 10th product, in fact, is getting to the consumer in a illegal way, to the detriment of the legal operators, to the detriment of the budget revenues, and the estimation is in that scale of a 15 billion loss, 15 billion euros for the EU itself. And the study also covered the rest of the Europe. So combined for Europe, it went up to more than 19 billion. And that is, of course, concerning. And I'm pretty sure we will discuss also later what do we see, because there are data points that are showing trends. It's not identical, it's not equal. We see some countries with certain, say, regulatory approaches that are suffering less. We see countries usually with the excessive and sudden and improper regulatory approaches that they are suffering much more. And also the trend is immediately visible from the data that you can see.
Right, so Martin, you said up to 19 billion. I recently had a discussion with some defense people in Slovakia, and apparently their military budget of Slovakia is 2.5 billion euros. So that's like a couple of Slovak defense budgets in the, when these budgets go up. And that kind of brings me to Natalie, because we will discuss the consequences and what to do about it, but I think there is an elephant in the room. At least since 2022, we should all be aware in Europe that the stuff, if I could put it this way, that we're talking about, can also be employed or used in what I would call a hybrid operation by aggressive states who are not our friends, if I could put it this way. And Natalie, I know you've been looking at this issue for quite some time from the European Parliament. So how does it look like? So Martin talked about the scale. We'll bring in Adriana on the context, but also how we can learn from the graver example, as it seems, right? Because Martin was saying 11%, we heard 70. I know they're not comparable, but let's stick to it for the sake of it. Natalie, how does it look from where you sit?
Well, even before we woke up to the reality of the war of aggression in Ukraine and the hybrid warfare that Russia is waging towards us, it started in Sahel, where there were traffics, they were traditional Tuaregs, were paying no attention to borders and were trading cigarettes, sorry Martin, but on a small scale. But then cocaine came from Latin America, and the route towards Europe was going through Sahel. And the same guys who were trafficking cigarettes started trafficking cocaine, trafficking migrants, human trafficking, weapons. And when it started, I was already quite nervous about it. And people will tell me, but Tuaregs, they will never ally with jihadists. Yes. This is not their way of living. They don't like it. Look at today, look at Mali. Of course, they allied because they don't want functioning states. They are fighting against functioning states. And Russia learned the lesson. Nowadays, when there are foreign interferences in our democracies, and we know that how much they are, well, we saw Moldova, we saw Romania, and the list is getting longer, Russia is using criminal gangs. This foreign interference has become a business for criminal gangs, among other things. If you need someone to go to a warehouse in Vilnius or in Warsaw and put it on fire just to frighten people and turn public opinion against, let's say, migrants or refugees, you ask a criminal gang. If you need to have a spread of disinformation to discredit a political candidate, you ask private companies belonging to criminal gangs, and they work for anybody who is ready to provide money, and more cryptocurrencies, which makes it very difficult to tackle.
So you're saying, Natalie, that essentially you have states employing that against us.
Definitely.
But a few years back, it was a slightly different game. Sahel, I remember there was this guy nicknamed Marlboro Man, who was the leading jihadi commander there, who was actually dealing cigarettes there in the Sahel. But then kind of it all got upgraded.
Exactly.
So my question would be to Adriana, if you don't mind. We clearly are seeing a situation in Europe in which we have a hostile actor who's still European, it seems, right? Or at least notionally, that's throwing this, again, stuff at us. Is there a lesson that we can learn from you in South America, Peru, or other places that, states used to do it against each other, used to employ these facts, using criminals to actually upset the others? Is this something you've seen? Is this something that you can tell us that we could, maybe not one for one, but somehow employ here as, in terms of countermeasures? Yeah, I think, that's...
Yeah, I don't know if we have lessons to communicate yet, because we're still struggling with that.
Well, that's lesson one, I guess.
Yes, especially since 2016, 2017, there was this huge wave of migration coming from Venezuela, which I think, to some extent, was a humanitarian crisis, of course. But I think it was also state-sponsored, and I think that Maduro's regime wanted to destabilize the region by sending organized crime or members of criminal organizations to the region, and now we have to deal with these criminal organizations that go beyond our borders. So I think that's one thing I could say about that. And I also think that some states in the region, like, for example, Bolivia, have become hubs for illegal economies intentionally. It's not a failure of the state that they have become a hub for illegal economies. I think
it's the state doing its job.
It's the state doing its job. And of course, these illegal economies end up creating resources for regimes like Venezuela, and that, of course, benefits, I think, Russia, Iran, and this...
We'll get back to both Russia and Iran in a second, because, I want to turn to Martin again. Martin, what's the scale of the, let's say, disruption in this sense? Because you gave us some numbers, but I'd like you to talk trends. What is it that we should be worried most about now? What is it that you're seeing in the data while looking at it, from the private sector perspective?
Look, as we see those data coming for many, many years, you can see some patterns, okay? And I will talk a little bit about the root cause, but also about where I believe the solution lays, because sometimes we have a wrong perception where the solution is, while there isn't, okay? So if you look at the data, what is showing it clearly to us, that part of the situation is created by unwise approach to a regulation. For example, we see clearly that sudden high price hikes driven by tax increases are having much more negative effect than going into a gradual way and evidence-based approach is showing us from the past what kind of effect is creating this. If we look now where the biggest scale of those figures I have mentioned, those 15 billions are, we see these are in the countries like Netherlands, like France, where really those phenomena happen. While we see in some other countries that had a different approach, that the problem is of a completely different scale. So data is here, solutions are here as well. Then what about the application? We often have the legislators often have a perception that if there is a problem somewhere, this is probably a problem of the base regulation. Yeah. While what we often see, there are 3 steps. There's the base regulation, which may be properly done, while then you have implementation in different countries, and then you have also the element of enforcement. And we sometimes wrongly perceive that if there is a problem, there must be done, for example, another high price hike through the taxation because it doesn't work, while the problem lays somewhere else at the level of enforcement. Because while we have, for example, within the EU, a certain level of harmonization at the EU level, then you scale it down, and there is an implementation in different member states, and then, for example, the authorities, the enforcement authorities, they are playing different roles. There are different levels of fines, there are different levels of penalties, there are different levels of capacities, exchange of information. Sometimes the national regulation is preventing them from even exchange some sort of information, while not, or at least not encouraging it. So this is where the situation is. So overall, we should approach to all 3 levels identically, and when we see a problem, we should identify where the problem lies, rather than rushing again to another
new piece of legislation or anything like that. So maybe I'll bring it to Natalie, because Natalie, you sit in a place where all of these problems kind of converge to some extent. All of the nationalities converge in Europe. And how do you see what, if I could ask you to, for a reaction to what Martin's been saying, that, 3 levels and we think the problem's here, whereas it's in a different place. Is this a common song that you hear?
That's very often in the European Union, that we struggle to have good regulations. And we do struggle in the European Parliament, in the Council. And finally, we adopt a regulation and we think, job's done. But if we don't implement, and if we don't enforce, and if we don't harmonize the way we implement and enforce, there are thousands of loopholes everywhere, and criminal gangs are very good at finding loopholes. They know where to go, they know what to do to escape enforcement officers. So I think in this mandate, we are determined to pay much more attention to enforcement and to harmonization, not for the beauty of one size fits all and all Europeans should behave the same way. Not at all. Many things have to stay local because there are different cultures and diversity. But if we want to be efficient, we should not open the doors to smart guys who know how to navigate the system.
Right. But this, Natalie, this is in a setting in which we kind of, we should trust, the 27.
Yeah.
We know that neither of the 20, none of the 27 is actively working in this fashion, just like you, Adriana, you mentioned Bolivia would, against each other. Okay, there are laggards, the criminals are quick on their feet, but I want to draw Adriana into this. How does it look from your perspective? When you're saying you have states that actively use criminality as a foreign policy tool, if you like, which we also do have, but not amongst the club of 27. Let's presume that nothing like that is happening at all, like at a zero level. How does it look in South America when, I remember reading about, the Ministry of Foreign Affairs of Venezuela that's been kind of like linked with Hezbollah to sell drugs. We don't have that stuff here, but I'm just wondering, how do you then organize cross-border cooperation in South America or for Peru in this situation, if you don't mind me asking? Again, yes, if you can.
We do have to some level cross-border cooperation with our neighbor countries, but that gets a little bit difficult when one of these neighbor countries, as I said, is
intentionally a hub for illegal economies. A couple of weeks ago, I was in the border between Peru and Bolivia, which is a town called Desaguadero. Yeah. And you can see that the police, the migration office, they can't do enough to control the situation there. We have a very porous border, not only with Bolivia, but in general, with Brazil, with Colombia. The Amazon is in the middle, so that is a huge challenge for us. Border control is something that has become, in recent years, part of a central part of the public debate. And something that is also a problem is port control, and that's something that definitely involves Europe. And I think most of the drugs produced in South America come to Europe or go out of the region through our ports. And now there's this new actor involved. China has recently started operating a port in Peru, actually. So I think it's going to be interesting to analyze what the impact of that is going to have in the illegal
I'll have
market.
A question for you on that later on, don't you worry about that. So just to complicate matters further, China's also in Peru, very active. Before I go to you, Martin, we're kind of getting to the stage that we need to start talking about, okay, what do we do about this? And Adriana used the magic word of borders, controls, all these things that we, inverted commas, like. Natalie, how do you look at it before I turn to Martin on this issue?
Well, a very important thing was mentioned, ports.
Yeah.
Ports inside the European Union compete against each other. They want to have as much trade as possible because they need to have money. And how do they get attractive? By having speedy procedures. Speedy procedures doesn't always mean that control of cargo is done properly, to say the least.
You're very diplomatic about it. Thank you.
And because we know it, and sometimes because simply ports cannot afford to have more people, customs officers are not sufficient to do their job, there is something we could do, as well as we do it with migration and Frontex. We have a European agency taking care of our external borders. We should have a European customs agency providing support and enhancing cooperation between countries to make sure that there are no loopholes or that these loopholes are identified and that countries get support and that we can have more trust on what's coming from outside, inside the European Union.
Right, Natalie, thank you for this. Martin, how would you react to that? European Customs Agency, ports are the problem. How does it, look from your perspective? What do we do to make it better, to make our world a better place?
I think that all combines together. What I think is very important, if we know the scale of the problem, and as you have contextualized, 15 billion only in our domain is a sizable amount of lost revenues, and it's also a loss for the European economy in the current day. So probably a meaningful and professional solution should be found. And I think the solution can be only based if we look at all those three levels, where the economic operators, state enforcement, and the legislation and the decision makers, they will have a look at it in combination, in synergy, and they can work together. I am happy to mention that just the day before we came here, I was informed that in the Justice and Home Affairs Council today, ministers, they have adopted and decided that the excise fraud in the tobacco area will be listed on the priority areas for enforcement as one of the very relevant criminal acts. So that, I think, is also a sign that our leaders are aware of the scale of the problem, and then we should seek together solutions.
As you said, a couple of military budgets of Slovakia in this. Maybe a good question here that popped up on our Slido, and I do encourage you to join us there, is can I ask you all, maybe starting with Adriana, because I do believe that I'm just wondering, what's the level of what's the usage of cash? How many people prefer cards or cash to pay in Peru or South America? It's a very ignorant question, but I'm just wondering, how do you look? And is there a threat in it? Because there are countries in Europe which want to ban cash. There are countries in Europe which want to write cash into the constitution, that you have the right to use cash. Again, how does it look from your perspective? Is this an issue in relation to what we're discussing here, shadow economy? Again, if I can ask you.
I forgot again. It's definitely an issue. We have a very digitalized economy. You can use cards in Peru, or these apps like Venmo or similar, and it's very widespread, the use of these apps. But it doesn't seem to have a direct impact in issues like money laundering, for example. I don't think banning cash would be something viable, at least in Latin America.
I think the government of Norway would disagree with you, but we're talking Latin America here, so you wouldn't go for it.
I wouldn't go for it. And I think given that most people, at least in Peru, use these apps and all transactions are bankerized, I don't know if that's the correct term, but it really doesn't have an impact in lowering the levels of money laundering. But I think more cooperation between financial intelligence units between the countries in the region would be something to focus on instead of banning cash.
Right, okay, so I'll turn to Natalie. A European decision maker, cash, no cash, and FIUs, financial intelligence unit.
Well, there are discussions in my home country, in France, about banning cash to go against drug trafficking. And it sounds, well, exciting in a way, but let me go a little further east to Moldova, where you remember last year's elections were tense, and there was a lot of vote buying and pressure on voters, and a lot of money coming from Russia, or an oligarch which took refuge in Russia to interfere into the elections in Moldova. Some of this money was brought into Moldova in cash, and people were arrested with suitcases full of cash, like in the movies. But most of it was done via apps. People were able to download apps and go through Dubai or Kazakhstan or you name it to get the money for what they had to do. So I'm not sure it fixes the problem, and even less when we see cryptocurrencies being used more and more for gray economy or illegal activities. You may have heard 2 weeks ago that Nigel Farage, the head of the Reform Party in the UK, had announced that his party would be financed by cryptocurrencies,
yes,
which make it untrackable where the money comes from. Is it from inside the UK? Is it from outside? Is it a foreign state? It's going to be very difficult. So indeed, cooperation between financial intelligence services is key, but we also need to criminalize a number of activities linked to interferences. Because very often, financial intelligence agencies do get some intelligence, some tips, but if it's not clearly legal, there's very little they can do about it.
So that's a bit of a loophole in itself.
That's one of the loopholes, indeed.
Right. Thank you, Natalie. Martin, where do you stand on that? I mean, it's a pity that you're not working for a major bank, and I'm asking you this question, but cash, no cash?
No worries. I will not pretend I'm expert in this domain while I'm not, but I see directly link to the root cause of this. For me, this is only an enabler. It is a tool to facilitate the activity. And I think I can talk more about the domain of the activity. We need to do everything possible on all those 3 levels I have mentioned to
disrupt the activity.
To prevent the illicit trade in tobacco domain of such a scale to happen. For me, those flows is just enabler for this problem, and I think this is where, from my perspective, the debate is centered. What can we do together, not to have 15 billion of tax losses from illegal trade? Where the governments, the economies, and the legal operators who are subject to full regulation and are fully compliant are supposed. And I think that the message is simple. We should avoid massive, sudden taxation, like we have a current debate on relatively recently. We should also have a good collaboration and listen to each other when it comes to implementation, and we should collaborate. And we do a lot of activities, for example, in collaboration with the enforcement authorities to make it happen. So let's limit the scale of the problem.
Sure. So you're talking, Martin, you're talking about the scale of the problem. Let me maybe also go back to some of the, let's say, outcomes of that. Again, back to you, Natalie, if you don't mind me saying, and then we turn to Adriana. On the European side of things, there are questions about hybridity here and how it's which are the key areas where hybrid threat actors used organized crime to attack democracy, from what you're saying. Now, Natalie, bringing you back to your opening statement, basically.
Well, now hybrid threats take very different forms. And it can be cyber attacks, it can be interference in electoral processes, it can be information manipulation, sabotage, or some sort of low-level and low-cost terrorism. When in the middle of the German political campaign, you saw a number of attacks by people who were supposed to be isolated murderers. We are not so sure that they were so isolated. We are not so sure that they were not first criminal gangs hiring them in the name of foreign states. You can see in a less dramatic situation, but still, in France, repeatedly, there were moments where you had Stars of David painted on the walls of Paris, or coffins in front of the Eiffel Tower, or red hands on the Shoah Memorial, or a few days ago, green painting on synagogues. Of course, it triggers debates, it creates anger and fear. Every single time, police found out that people who had done this were coming from either the Balkans or Moldova or places like that, and they were hired by criminal gangs. These criminal gangs did it on behalf of Russia. So it's completely intertwined. First, because Russia is busy with its war in Ukraine. Second, because it's a low-cost sort of warfare. We know that, for instance, in the Balkans, after the end of the war in Bosnia, we failed miserably on getting weapons back. And it created what could be expected, a huge level of trafficking of small weapons throughout Europe. These weapons were sent to criminal gangs in the south of France to protect drug trafficking. And now we have casualties, not only revenge murders between gangs, but also civilians, I mean, ordinary people who get caught
So basically, in a way, you're saying that we're seeing a movie that we kind of had seen before, but now it's...
Now it's getting to another level, and it's being utilized, as well as Iran in Nordic countries uses criminal gangs, both to, again, commit murders, assassination attempts, again, dissidents as well, but also to create tension in the society.
So essentially, Natalie, from what you're saying, this is kind of like you're anti-criminal to do your political work in this sense, or wannabe criminal in this sense, to upset your enemy as a mean of political warfare.
Exactly, and to create tensions within democracies and to convince more and more people that maybe democracy is not the best way for public order and stability. And we see some polls among young people who question the efficiency of democracy.
That it doesn't work for them, right, in this sense. So we'll turn to that, and Martin, I'll go back to you, how you want to convince us. I mean, you've convinced us, but convincing other or European decision makers of your cause when we are quite busy with some things that Natalie just talked about. But I mean, I want to put you on the spot for this one. Don't hold it against me. But Adriana, before we go on to Martin, there's plenty of questions that are addressed to you, and I think because you mentioned, we used the magic word, drug trafficking and drugs, South America, all in one sentence, and that kind of triggered an avalanche of questions. But I want to ask you one, because we're talking mostly someone else does something against us in Europe when we're kind of struggling with the response, and we're trying to figure out the response. But in the case of a country such as yours, if you have so much production of the cocaine within the country, how does it influence the internal politics, not just economy, but I mean, what kind of, how much of a problem is this for us naive Europeans, if you could tell us?
Well, it does.
Again, yes.
It does influence politics, of course. Narcotraffic is perceived by parts of our population as a perfect legitimate activity. So in some areas of the country, it's politically very complicated to fight against this problem. So the interests of drug dealers and narco traffic are definitely represented in politics. Luckily, we do not have the cartels in Peru. I mean, the problem could be much worse. Like, for example, in Mexico, they just passed a reform in order to get some judges elected by democratically in some areas of the country, and that has resulted in many judges linked to the cartels in Mexico, for example. That is not a problem that we face in Peru. I mean, of course, there is some level of influence, but we do not have organized cartels in Peru. So I think that kind of mitigates a little bit of the problem, but we do have illegal miners very much embedded in our politics. And a lot of legislation in favor of illegal mining has been passed in the last couple of years because of that. And that is a very difficult problem to face.
But can you quickly tell us about the scale? Because when you say illegal mining, I know this in Poland. There used to be a lot of illegal mining in Poland and in many other European countries. But I'm just wondering, how big is that? And if you can tackle this one, and maybe, for the wrap-up, the easy question, is China somehow in all of this? Someone's asking, is China involved in the shadow economy at all? You told us about the port. So these two for you, just to wrap it up.
Well, I think we produce gold, and a very important amount of the gold that is exported is a product of illegal mining. And China definitely is a main buyer of that gold. So there is some level of involvement. I think, the gold that is extracted from Peru it's extracted illegally, then it goes, most of it, to Bolivia, and then it becomes legal, and China buys it. So
among other countries, there are some European countries that also buy gold from Bolivia. So, I mean, its origin is illegal, but then on paper, it's not once it gets to the international market.
So it becomes legal, right? Natalie, you have a comment on that? Or I don't want to put you on the spot, you don't, but Martin, then I'll put you on the spot if you don't mind. Because we're kind of, the message is we're kind of busy in Europe with you know, wars here and there. I guess the news from the morning that do not help, if I could put it this way. From your experience, when you're asking the questions you're asking, which are legit questions, when you're asking for solutions, maybe for, you know, people's involvement in the solutions that you're suggesting, how difficult it is for you to pitch this, if you like, if I can put you a bit on the spot for this one?
Look, I think the reflection in Europe, and we had Draghi report, so I would say the analysis, the diagnosis is there. I think we need a strong, economically sound and strong continent that will be able to cope with the challenges that are ahead of us. And all we are discussing here is part of it. So I think pragmatism, collaboration, and also listening to all the industries, because they often have solutions to offer, and at the same time to pragmatically see what is where the Europe can base its prosperity and economic soundness, so that we have the stable base that we can then use with full force to find solutions to the big problems that are, or big challenges that are ahead of Europe and which, in fact, this conference is of many of those.
Martin, thank you, because you mentioned, just to kind of closely, you know, to close our session, Martin used these phrases, you know, sound, strong, continent, and quite often, Natalie, I do get the impression that the targets of those saboteurs and the criminals that are targeting Europe, they're actually private, they're targeting private entities. They're not only targeting, let's say, rail infrastructure, which is in the hands of the state, but they're, I don't know, burning down supermarkets, they're burning down warehouses. So I guess there is some platform for understanding between different sides of the conversation, I would say.
Well, the only way to succeed in this is to stop having borders in our minds, because criminals don't have. So no borders between European Union members, strong cooperation, but also cooperation between private sector and state actors, because we need to understand what's going on. We need to work together, and visibility can only come from this cooperation, and cooperation from consumers and citizens alike. Raising awareness. We started by saying the moment you discovered that downloading illegally movies or music was funding terrorists, you felt bad and you stopped. This is very efficient. There are stories to be made. There are, I would say, Netflix series that should just describe this. That it's not only fun to cheat or to do something a little bit illegal and you think you're a hero. Actually, you are fueling violence, blood, and you would regret it. But you could be proud if, as a citizen, as a consumer, you decide to behave more responsibly.
Natalie, thank you for that. I mean, if anyone wants to employ me as a coordinator or a consultant on a Netflix series on how I stopped downloading the movies, I'll very happily do that. Look, I'll put it this way. It's a task of a 19 million euro size, or 70% of Peruvian economy size. So quite a task, I would say.
But it's worth it.
Exactly. And if you throw in the Iranians, the Venezuelans, and the Russians, that only gets even more complicated. So I would like the audience to thank our panelists who gave us a brilliant snapshot of the situation both in Europe and in South America. So a round of applause for you. Thank you very much. And the closing of the stage will be done by an MC, so I would like the panelists to remain seated. Thank you, Martin, again. Thank you, Adriana. Thank you, Natalie. This will be happening, I'm going to be told over my headphone in a second what's happening next. So obviously this almost wraps up our day, but I cannot say anything more because there will be something else
Thanks
happening.
a lot, Casper. Great panel. Thanks, super moderation. Thanks a lot. So this wraps up day 2. We have talked Ukraine, we have talked Green Deal, we have talked the Middle East. We're going to continue again tomorrow at 9 o'clock on all 3 stages, talking about all sorts of issues, AI, multilateralism, global south. But the key thing you want to find out now is the cocktail reception, isn't it? So 3 buses, 7 o'clock, 7:30, 8 o'clock. Catch one of those, preferably the first one, because, you know, it's cocktails, they are for free, everyone are welcome, and I hope to see you again tomorrow here, hungover, but happy. So 7, 7:30, 8. Take the 7 o'clock one, because, you know, we're thirsty and it's warm outside. And that wraps it up. Enjoy.
Thank you, Richard.